Section 16 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS. Section 16, Letters 76 to 80. Letter the 76th, the Vicomte de Valmont to the Marquise de Merteuil. Note: this letter has not been recovered.
Either your letter is a piece of banter which I have not understood, or you were in a dangerous delirium when you wrote it. If I knew you less well, my lovely friend, I should truly be most alarmed. And whatever you may say, I do not take alarm too easily. It is in vain that I read and re-read your letter. I am none the more advanced, for to take it in the natural sense which it presents is out of the question. What was it then you wished to say? Is it merely that it was useless to take so much trouble with an enemy who was so little to be feared? In that case you might be wrong. Prévan is really attractive. He is more so than you believe. He has, above all, the most useful talent of interesting people greatly in his love, by the skill with which he will bring it up in society, and before the company, by making use of the first conversation which occurs. There are few women who do not fall into the trap, and reply to him, because, all having pretensions to subtlety, none wishes to lose an opportunity of displaying it. Now, you are well aware that the woman who consents to talk of love soon finishes by feeling it, or at least by behaving as if she did. He gains again at this method, which he has really brought to perfection, in that he can often call the women themselves in testimony of their defeat. And this I tell you as one who has seen it. I was never in the secret except at second hand, for I have never been intimate with Prévan. But, in a word, there were 6 of us, and the Comtesse de P., thinking herself very artful all the time, and having the air, indeed, to any one who was not initiated, of conversing in the abstract, told us with the utmost detail both how she had succumbed to Prévan, and all that had passed between them. She told this narrative with such a sense of security that she was not even disturbed by a smile which came over all our 6 faces at the same time. And I shall always remember that one of us having sought, by way of excuse, to feign a doubt as to what she said, or rather of what she had the air of saying, she answered gravely that we were certainly none of us so well informed as she was, and she was not afraid even to address herself to Prévan, and ask him if she had said a word which was not true. I was right then in believing this man dangerous to everybody. But for you, Marquise, was it not enough that he was handsome, very handsome, as you tell me yourself, or that he should make one of those attacks on you which you sometimes amuse yourself by rewarding, for no other reason than that you find them well contrived? Or that you should have found it amusing to succumb, for any reason whatever? Or what do I know? Can I divine the 1,001 caprices which govern a woman's head, and in which alone you continue to take after your sex? Now that you are forewarned of the danger, I have no doubt that you will easily avoid it, but it was none the less necessary to forewarn you. I return to my text, therefore. What did you mean to say? If it is only a piece of banter against Prévan, Apart from its being very long, it was of no use addressed to me. It is in society that he must suffer some excellent piece of ridicule, and I renew my prayer to you on this subject. I think I hold the key to the enigma. Your letter is a prophecy, not of what he will do, but of what he will think you ready to do at the moment of the fall which you have prepared for him. I quite approve of this plan. It requires, however, great precautions. You know as well as I do that, as far as the public is concerned, to have a man, or to receive his attentions, is absolutely the same thing, unless the man be a fool, which Prévan is very far from being. If he can gain the appearances, he will boast, and all will have been said. Fools will believe him, the malicious will have the air of believing. Where will your resources be? Remember, I am afraid. It is not that I doubt your skill, but it is the good swimmers who get drowned. I hold myself to be no duller than another. As for means of dishonouring a woman, I have found 100, I have found 1,000, but when I have busied myself to seek how the woman could escape, I have never seen the possibility. You yourself, my fair friend, whose conduct is a masterpiece, I have 100 times found you to have had more good luck than you have shown skill. But after all, I am perhaps seeking for a reason where none exists. I am amazed, however, to think that for the last hour I should have been treating seriously what is surely a mere jest on your part. You intend to make fun of me. Well, so be it. But make haste and let us speak of something else. Something else. I am mistaken. It is always the same. Always women to have or to ruin, and often both. I have here, as you remark, the wherewithal to exercise myself in both kinds, but not with equal ease. I foresee that vengeance will go quicker than love. The little Volanges has succumbed, I answer for that. She only awaits an opportunity, and I undertake to bring it about. But it is not the same with Madame de Tourvel. This woman is disheartening. I did not conceive it of her. I have 100 proofs of her love, but I have 1,000 of her resistance, and in truth I am afraid lest she escape me. The first effect which my return produced gave me more hope. You will guess that I wished to judge for myself, and to make sure of seeing the first emotions, I sent no one ahead to announce me, and I calculated my stages so as to arrive when they should be at table. In fact, I dropped from the clouds, like a divinity at the opera, who comes to effect a dénouement. Having made enough noise at my entry to attract all eyes to me, I could see in one glance the joy of my old aunt, the annoyance of Mme. de Volanges, and the confused pleasure of her daughter. My fair one, owing to the seat she occupied, had her back turned to the door. Busy at the moment in carving something, she did not even turn her head. But I said a word to Mme. de Rosemonde, and at the first sound the sensitive Puritan, recognizing my voice, uttered a cry in which I thought I distinguished more love than terror or surprise. I was then in a position to see her face, the tumult of her soul, The struggle between her ideas and sentiments were depicted on it in a score of different fashions. I sat down to table by her side. She did not know precisely anything of what she did or said. She endeavoured to go on eating. It was out of the question. Finally, not a quarter of an hour later, her pleasure and confusion becoming too strong for her, she could devise nothing better than to ask permission to leave the table, and she escaped into the park on the pretext that she needed to take the air. Mme. de Volanges wanted to accompany her. The tender prude would not permit it, too happy, no doubt, to have a pretext for being alone, and to give way without constraint to the soft emotion of her heart. I made the dinner as short as it was possible to do. Dessert was hardly served when the infernal Volanges woman, pressed apparently by her need to injure me, rose from her seat to go and find the charming invalid. But I had foreseen this project, and I thwarted it. I feigned therefore to take this particular movement for the general signal, and having risen at the same time, the little Volanges and the curé of the place followed the double example, so that Mme. de Rosemonde was left alone at the table with the old commandant de thé, and they also both decided to leave. We all went then to rejoin my fair one, whom we found in the grove near the château. As it was solitude she wanted, and not a walk, she was just as pleased to return with us as to make us stay with her. As soon as I was certain that Mme. de Volanges would have no opportunity to speak apart with her, I thought of fulfilling your orders, and busied myself about the interests of your pupil. Immediately after coffee I went up to my room, and went into the others also, to explore the territory. I took measures to ensure the little girl's correspondence. After this first piece of benevolence, I wrote a word of instruction to her, and to beg for her confidence, and I added my note to the letter from Danceny. I returned to the salon. I found my beauty reclining on a long chair, in an attitude of delicious unconstraint. This spectacle, whilst exciting my desires, illumined my gaze. I felt that this must be tender and beseeching, and I placed myself in such a position that I could bring it into play. Its first effect was to cause the big modest eyes of the heavenly prude to be cast down. For some time I considered that angelic face. Then, glancing over all her person, I amused myself by divining forms and contours through the light clothing, which I could have wished away. After having descended from head to feet, I returned from feet to head. My fair friend, her soft gaze was fixed upon me. It was immediately lowered, but wishing to promote its return, I averted my eyes. Then was established between us that tacit convention, a first treaty of bashful love, which, in order to satisfy the reciprocal need of seeing, allows the looks to succeed one another, until the moment comes when they are mingled. Convinced that this new pleasure occupied my fair one completely, I charged myself with the task of watching over our common safety. But having assured myself that conversation was brisk enough to save us from the notice of the company, I sought to obtain from her eyes that they should frankly speak their language. For this I began by surprising certain glances, but with so much reserve that modesty could not take alarm. And to put the bashful creature more at her ease, I appeared to be as embarrassed as herself. Little by little, our eyes, grown accustomed to encounter, were fixed for a longer interval, until at last they quitted each other no more, and I saw in hers that sweet languor which is the happy signal of love and desire. But it was only for a moment. Soon recovering herself, she changed, not without a certain shame, her attitude and her look. Being unwilling that she should suspect that I had observed her different movements, I rose with vivacity, asking her with an air of alarm if she were unwell. At once everybody rushed around her. I let them all pass in front of me, and as the little Volanges, who was working at her tapestry near a window, needed some time before she could leave her task, I seized the moment to deliver Danceny's letter. I was at a little distance from her. I threw the letter into her lap. In truth, she did not know what to do. You would have laughed overmuch at her air of surprise and embarrassment. However, I did not laugh, for I feared lest so much clumsiness might betray us. But a quick glance and gesture, strongly accentuated, gave her to understand at last that she was to put the packet in her pocket. The rest of the day contained nothing of interest. What has passed since will, perhaps, bring about events with which you will be pleased, at any rate in so far as your pupil is concerned. But it is better to employ one's time in carrying out one's projects than in describing them. This is, moreover, the 8th sheet I have written, and I am wearied, and so adieu. You will rightly suppose, without my telling it you, that the child has replied to Danceny. I have also had a reply from my fair, to whom I wrote on the morrow of my arrival. I send you the 2 letters. You will or you will not read them. For this incessant, tedious repetition, which already is none too amusing to me, must be insipid indeed to any person not concerned. Once more adieu. I am ever mightily fond of you, but I beg you, if you write to me of Prévan, do so in such a manner that I may understand you. At the Château de 17th September 17.
Letter the 77th. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Présidente de Tourvel.
Whence, madame, can arise the cruel pains which you are at to shun me? How can it be that the most tender zeal on my part meets on yours only with the treatment which one would barely permit oneself with the man against whom one had the greatest cause to complain? What? Love calls me back to your feet, and when a happy chance places me at your side, you prefer to feign indisposition, to alarm your friends, rather than consent to remain near me. How many times yesterday did you not turn away your eyes to deprive me of the favour of a glance? And if for one single moment I was able to see less severity there, that moment was so short that it seemed as though you wished less to have me enjoy it than to make me feel what I should lose by being deprived of it. That is not, I venture to say, either the treatment which love deserves, or that which friendship may be allowed. And yet of these two sentiments you know whether the one does not animate me, and the other I was, it seems to me, authorized to believe that you did not withhold. This precious friendship, of which you doubtless thought me worthy, since you were kind enough to offer it me, what have I done that I should lose it since? Could I have damaged myself by my confidence? And will you punish me for my frankness? At least have you no fear lest you abuse the one and the other? In effect, was it not to the bosom of my friend that I entrusted the secret of my heart? Was it not face to face with her alone that I thought myself obliged to refuse conditions which I had only to accept in order to obtain the facility for leaving them unfulfilled, and perhaps of abusing them to my advantage? Would you, in short, by a rigour so undeserved, force me to believe that I had needed but to deceive you, in order to obtain greater indulgence? I do not repent of a conduct which I owed you, as I owed it to myself. But by what fatality does each praiseworthy action of mine become the signal for a fresh misfortune? It was after giving occasion for the only praise you have ever yet deigned to accord my conduct that I had to groan for the first time over the misfortune of having displeased you. It was after proving my perfect submission by depriving myself of the happiness of seeing you, simply to reassure your delicacy, that you wished to break off all correspondence with me, to rob me of that feeble compensation for a sacrifice which you had required, and to take from me even the very love which alone had given you the right to ask it. It is, in short, after having spoken to you with a sincerity which even the interest of that love could not abate, that you shun me to-day like some dangerous seducer whose perfidy you have found out. Will you then never grow weary of being unjust? At least tell me what new wrongs can have urged you to such severity, and do not refuse to dictate to me the orders which you wish me to obey. When I pledge myself to fulfil them, is it too great a pretension to ask that I may know them? At the Château de 15th September 17.
Letter the 78th. The Présidente de Tourvel to the Vicomte de Valmont.
You seem surprised at my behaviour, monsieur, and within an ace of asking me to account to you for it, as though you had the right to blame it. I confess that I should have thought it was rather I who was authorized to be astonished and to complain. But since the refusal contained in your last letter, I have adopted the course of wrapping myself in an indifference which affords no grounds for remarks or reproaches. However, as you ask me for enlightenment, and I, thanks be to heaven, am conscious of naught within me which should prevent my granting your request, I am quite willing to enter once more into an explanation with you. Any one reading your letters would believe me to be fantastic or unjust. I think it is not in my deserts that any one should have this opinion of me. It seems to me, above all, that you, less than any other, have cause to form it. Doubtless you felt that, in requiring my justification, you forced me to recall all that has passed between us. Apparently you thought you had only to gain by this examination. As I, on my side, believe I have nothing to lose by it, at least in your eyes, I do not fear to undertake it. Perhaps it is indeed the only means of discovering which of us has the right to complain of the other. To start, monsieur, from the day of your arrival in this château, you will admit, I suppose, that your reputation at least authorized me to employ a certain reserve with you, and that I might have confined myself to the bare expression of the coldest politeness, without fearing to be taxed with excessive prudery. You yourself would have treated me with indulgence, and would have thought it natural that a woman so little formed should not have the necessary merits to appreciate yours. That surely had been the part of prudence, and it would have cost me the less to follow in that, I will not conceal from you, when Madame de Rosemonde informed me of your arrival, I had need to remind myself of my friendship for her, and of her own for you, not to betray how greatly this news annoyed me. I admit willingly that you showed yourself at first under a more favourable aspect than I had imagined, but you will agree, in your turn, that it lasted but a little while, and you were soon tired of a constraint for which, apparently, you did not find yourself sufficiently compensated by the advantageous notion it had given me of you. It was then that, abusing my good faith, my feeling of security, you were not afraid to pester me with a sentiment by which you could not doubt but that I should be offended. And I, whilst you were occupied in aggravating your errors by repeating them, sought a reason for forgetting them, by offering you the opportunity of, at least in part, retrieving them. My request was so just that you yourself thought you ought not to refuse it, but making a right out of my indulgence, you profited by it to ask for a permission which, without a doubt, I ought not to have granted you, and which, however, you obtained. Conditions were attached to it, you have kept no one of them, and your correspondence has been of such a kind that each one of your letters made it my duty not to reply to you. It was at the very moment when your obstinacy was forcing me to send you away from me, that by perhaps culpable condescension I attempted the only means which could permit me to be concerned with you. But what value has virtuous sentiment in your eyes? Friendship you despise, and in your mad intoxication, counting shame and misery for naught, you seek only for pleasures and for victims. As frivolous in your proceedings as inconsequent in your reproaches, you forget your promises, or rather you make a jest of violating them, and after consenting to go away from me, you return here without being recalled, without thought for my prayers or my arguments, without even having the consideration to inform me. You are not afraid to expose me to a surprise whose effect, though assuredly very simple, might have been interpreted to my detriment by the persons who surround us. Far from seeking to distract from or to dissipate the moment of embarrassment you had occasioned, you seem to have given all your pains to increase it. At table you choose your seat precisely at the side of my own. A slight indisposition forces me to leave before the others, and instead of respecting my solitude, you contrive that all the company should come to trouble it. On my return to the drawing-room, I cannot make a step but I find you at my side. If I say a word, it is always you who reply to me. The most indifferent remark serves you for a pretext to bring up a conversation which I refuse to hear, which might even compromise me. For, in short, monsieur, whatever the address you may bring to bear, I think that what I understand may also be understood by the others. Forced thus to take refuge in immobility and silence, you none the less continue to persecute me. I cannot raise my eyes without encountering yours. I am incessantly compelled to avert my gaze, and by an incomprehensible inconsequence you draw upon me the eyes of the company at a moment when I would have even wished it possible to escape from my own. And you complain of my behaviour, and you are surprised at my eagerness to avoid you. Ah, blame rather my indulgence. Be surprised that I did not leave at the moment of your arrival. I ought, perhaps, to have done so, and you will compel me to this violent but necessary course, if you do not finally cease your offensive pursuit. No, I do not forget, I never shall forget what I owe to myself, what I owe to the ties I have formed, which I respect and cherish, and I pray you to believe that, if ever I found myself reduced to the unhappy choice of sacrificing them or of sacrificing myself, I should not hesitate an instant. Adieu, monsieur. At the Château de 16th September, 17 .
Letter the 79th. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Marquise de Merteuil.
I intended to go hunting this morning, but the weather was detestable. All that I have to read is a new romance which would bore even a schoolgirl. It will be 2 hours at the earliest before we breakfast, so that in spite of my long letter of yesterday, I will have another talk with you. I am very certain not to weary you, for I shall tell you of the handsome Prévan. How was it you never heard of his famous adventure, the one which separated the inseparables? I wager that you will recall it at the first word. Here it is, however, since you desire it. You will remember that all Paris marvelled that 3 women, all 3 pretty, all 3 with like qualities, and able to make the same pretensions, should remain intimately allied amongst themselves, ever since the moment of their entry into the world. At first, one seemed to find the reason in their extreme shyness, but soon, surrounded as they were by a numerous court whose homages they shared, and enlightened as to their value by the eagerness and zeal of which they were the objects, their union only became the firmer, and one would have said that the triumph of one was always that of the 2 others. One hoped at least that the moment of love would lead to a certain rivalry. Our rakes disputed the honour of being the apple of discord, and I myself should have entered their ranks, had the great consideration in which the Comtesse de was held at the time permitted me to be unfaithful to her before I had obtained the favours I demanded. However, our 3 beauties, during the same carnival, made their choice, as though in concert, and far from this exciting the storms which had been predicted, it only rendered their friendship more interesting by the charm of the confidences entailed. The crowd of unhappy suitors was added then to that of jealous women, and such scandalous constancy was held up to public censure. Some pretended that in this society of inseparables, so it was dubbed at that time, the fundamental law was the community of goods, and that love itself was included therein. Others asserted that if the 3 lovers were exempt from rivals of their own sex, they were not from those of the other. People went so far as to say that they had but been admitted for decency's sake, and had obtained only a title without an office. These rumours, true or false, had not the effect which one would have predicted. The 3 couples, on the contrary, felt that they were lost if they separated at such a moment. They decided to set their heads against the storm. The public, which tires of everything, soon tired of an ineffectual satire. Borne on the wings of its natural levity, it busied itself with other objects. Then, casting back to that one with its habitual inconsequence, its criticism was converted into praise. As all things go by fashion here, the enthusiasm gained. It was become a real delirium, when Prévan undertook to verify these prodigies, and settle the public opinion about them, as well as his own. He sought out, therefore, these models of perfection. He was easily admitted into their society, and drew a favourable omen from this. He was well aware that happy persons are not so easy of access. He soon saw, in fact, that this so vaunted happiness was, like that of kings, rather to be envied than desired. He remarked that amongst these pretended inseparables they were beginning to seek for pleasures abroad, and even to occupy themselves with distractions, and he concluded therefrom that the bonds of love or friendship were already loosened or broken, and that those of self-conceit and custom alone retained some strength. The women, however, whose need brought them together, kept up amongst themselves an appearance of the same intimacy. But the men, who were freer in their proceedings, discovered duties to fulfil, or affairs to carry on. They still complained of these, but no longer neglected them, and the evenings were rarely complete. This conduct on their part was profitable to the assiduous Prévan, who, being naturally placed beside the deserted one of the day, found a means of offering alternately, and according to circumstances, the same homage to each of the three friends. He could easily perceive that to make a choice between them was to lose everything. That false shame at proving the first to be unfaithful would make the preferred one afraid. That the wounded vanity of the two others would render them the enemies of the new lover, and that they would not fail to oppose him with the severity of their high principles. In short, that jealousy would surely revive the zeal of a rival who might be still to fear. Everything would be an obstacle. In his triple project, all became easy. Each woman was indulgent because she was interested in it. Each man because he thought that he was not. Prévan, who had at that time but one woman to sacrifice, was lucky enough to see her become a celebrity. Her quality of foreigner, and the homage of a great prince, adroitly refused, had fixed on her the eyes of the court and the town. Her lover participated in the honour, and profited from it with his new mistresses. The only difficulty was to conduct his three intrigues at an equal pace. Their progress had of course to be regulated by that of the one which lagged the most. In fact, I heard from one of his confidants that his greatest difficulty was to hold in hand one which was ripe for gathering nearly a fortnight before the rest. At last the great day arrived. Prévan, who had obtained the three avowals, was already master of the situation, and arranged it as you will see. Of the three husbands, one was absent, the other was leaving the next day at daybreak, the third was in town. The inseparable friends were to sup at the future widow's, but the new master had permitted the former gallants to be invited there. On the morning of that very day he divided the letters of his fair into 3 lots. He enclosed in one the portrait which he had received from her, In the second, an amorous device which she had painted herself. In the third, a tress of her hair. Each of the friends received this third of a sacrifice as the whole, and consented in return to send to her disgraced lover a signal letter of rupture. This was much, but it was not enough. She whose husband was in town could only dispose of the day. It was arranged that a pretended indisposition should dispense her from going to supper with her friend, and that the evening should be given entirely to Prévan. The night was granted by her whose husband was absent, and daybreak, the moment of the departure of the third spouse, was appointed by the last for the shepherd's hour. Prévan, who neglected nothing, next hastened to the fair foreigner, brought there and aroused the humour which he required, and only left after having brought about a quarrel which assured him 24 hours of liberty. His dispositions thus made, he returned home, intending to take some hours' repose. Other business was awaiting him. The letters of rupture had brought a flash of light to the disgraced lovers. None of them had any doubt but that he had been sacrificed to Prévan, and spite at being tricked, uniting with the ill humour which is almost always engendered by the petty humiliation of being deserted. All three, without communicating with one another, but as though in concert, resolved to have satisfaction, and took the course of demanding it from their fortunate rival. The latter found the 3 challenges awaiting him. He accepted them loyally, but not wishing to sacrifice either his pleasures or the glamour of his adventure, he fixed the rendezvous for the following morning, and gave all 3 assignations at the same place and the same hour. It was at one of the gates of the Bois de Boulogne. When evening came, he ran his triple course with equal success. At least, he boasted subsequently that each one of his new mistresses had received 3 times the wage and declaration of his love. In this, as you may imagine, proofs are lacking to history. All that the impartial historian can do is to point out to the incredulous reader that vanity and exalted imagination can beget prodigies. Nay, more, that the morning which was to follow so brilliant a night seemed to promise a dispensation from all concern for the future. Be that as it may, the facts which follow are more authentic. Prévan repaired punctually to the rendezvous which he had selected. He found there his 3 rivals, somewhat surprised at meeting, and each of them perhaps a trifle consoled at the sight of his companions in misfortune. He accosted them with a blunt but affable air, and used this language to them. It has been faithfully reported to me. "Gentlemen," said he, "as I find you all here together, you have doubtless divined that you have all 3 the same cause of complaint against me. I am ready to give you satisfaction. Let chance decide between you which of the 3 shall first attempt a vengeance to which you have all an equal right. I have brought with me neither second nor witnesses. I did not include any in my offence. I seek none in my reparation." Then, agreeable to his character as a gamester, he added, "I know one rarely holds in 3 hands running. But whatever fortune may befall me, one has always lived long enough, when one has had time to win the love of women and the esteem of men." Whilst his astonished adversaries looked at one another in silence, and their delicacy perhaps reflected that this triple contest rendered the game hardly fair, Prévan resumed: "I do not hide from you that the night which I have just passed has cruelly fatigued me. It would be generous of you to permit me to recruit my strength. I have given orders for a breakfast to be served on the ground. Do me the honour to partake of it. Let us breakfast together, and above all let us breakfast gaily. One can fight for such trifles, but they ought not, I think, to spoil our good humour." The breakfast was accepted. Never, it is said, was Prévan more amiable. He was skilled enough to avoid humiliating any one of his rivals, to persuade them that they would have easily had a like success, and above all, to make them admit that no more than he would they have let the occasion slip. These facts once admitted, everything arranged itself. The breakfast was not finished before they had repeated a dozen times that such women did not deserve that men of honour should fight for them. This idea promoted cordiality. It was so well fortified by wine that a few moments later it was not enough merely to bear no more ill will. They swore an unreserved friendship. Prévan, who doubtless liked this dénouement as well as the other, would not for that, however, lose any of his celebrity, in consequence adroitly adapting his plans to circumstances. "In truth," he said to the three victims, "it is not on me but on your faithless mistresses that you should take revenge. I offer you the opportunity. I begin to feel already, like yourselves, an injury which would soon be my share. For if none of you could succeed in retaining a single one, how can I hope to retain all three? Your quarrel becomes my own. Accept a supper this evening at my petite maison, and I hope our vengeance may not be long postponed." They wished to make him explain, but with that tone of superiority which the circumstances authorized him to adopt. He answered, "Gentlemen, I think I have proved to you that my conduct is founded on a certain wit. Trust in me." All consented, and after having embraced their new friend, they separated till the evening to await the issue of his promises. Prévan returns to Paris without wasting time, and goes, according to the usage, to visit his new conquests. He obtained a promise from each to come the same evening and sup at his pleasure house. Two of them raised a few objections, but what can one refuse on the day after? He fixed the rendezvous for a late hour, time being necessary for his plans. After these preparations he retired, sent word to the other three conspirators, and all four went gaily to await their victims. The first is heard arriving. Prévan comes forward alone, receives her with an air of alacrity, conducts her into the sanctuary of which she believed herself to be the divinity. Then, disappearing under some slight pretext, he allows himself to be forthwith replaced by the outraged lover. You may guess how the confusion of a woman who had not yet the habit of adventures rendered triumph easy. Any reproach not made was counted for a grace, and the truant slave, once more handed over to her former master, was only too happy to be able to hope for pardon by resuming her former chain. The treaty of peace was ratified in a more solitary place, and the empty stage was successively filled by the other actors in almost the same fashion, and always with the same result. Each of the women, however, still thought herself alone to be in question. Their astonishment and embarrassment increased when at supper time the three couples were united. But confusion reached its height when Prévan, reappearing in their midst, had the cruelty to make his excuses to the three faithless ones, which, by revealing their secret, told them completely to what a point they had been fooled. However, they went to table, and soon afterwards countenances cleared. The men gave themselves up, the women submitted. All had hatred in their hearts, but the conversation was none the less tender. Gaiety aroused desire, which in its turn lent to gaiety fresh charm. This astounding orgy lasted until morning, and when they had separated, the women had thought to be pardoned, but the men, who had retained their resentment, made on the following morning a rupture which was never healed. And not content with leaving their fickle mistresses, they sealed their vengeance by making their adventure public. Since that time one has gone into a convent, and the other two languish in exile on their estates. That is the story of Prévan. It is for you to say whether you wish to add to his glory, and tie yourself to his car of triumph. Your letter has really given me some anxiety, and I await impatiently a more prudent and clearer reply to the last I wrote you. Adieu, my fair friend. Distrust those queer or amusing ideas which too easily seduce you. Remember that in the career which you are leading, wit alone does not suffice. One single imprudence becomes an irremediable ill. In short, allow a prudent friendship to be sometimes the guide of your pleasures. Adieu. I love you nevertheless, just as much as though you were reasonable. At the Château de 18th September 17.
Letter the 80th. The Chevalier Danceny to Cécile Volanges.
Cécile, my dear Cécile, when will the time come for us to meet again? How shall I learn to live afar from you? Who will give me the courage and the strength? Never, never shall I be able to support this fatal absence. Each day adds to my unhappiness, and there's no term to look forward to. Valmont, who had promised me help and consolation, Valmont neglects, and perhaps forgets me. He is near the object of his love. He forgets what one feels when one is parted from it. When forwarding your last letter to me, he did not write to me. It is he, however, who should tell me when and by what means I shall be able to see you. Has he nothing then to tell me? You yourself do not speak of it to me. Could it be that you do not participate in my desire? Cécile, Cécile, I am very unhappy. I love you more than ever, but this love which makes the charm of my life becomes its torture. No, I can no longer live thus. I must see you. I must, were it only for a moment. When I rise, I say to myself, I shall not see her. I lie down, saying, I have not seen her. The long, long days contain no moment of happiness. All is privation, regret, despair, and all these ills come to me from the source whence I expected every pleasure. Add to these mortal pains my anxiety about yours, and you will have an idea of my situation. I think of you uninterruptedly, and never without dismay. If I see you afflicted, unhappy, I suffer for all your sorrows. If I see you calm and consoled, my own are redoubled. Everywhere I find unhappiness. Ah, how different it was from this, when you dwelt in the same places as I did. All was pleasure then. The certainty of seeing you embellished even the moments of absence. The time which had to be passed away from you glided away as it brought you nearer to me. The use I made of it was never unknown to you. If I fulfilled my duties, they rendered me more worthy of you. If I cultivated any talent, I hoped the more to please you. Even when the distractions of the world carried me far away from you, I was not parted from you. At the playhouse I sought to divine what would have pleased you. A concert reminded me of your talents and our sweet occupations. In company, on my walks, I seized upon the slightest resemblance. I compared you with all. Everywhere you had the advantage. Every moment of the day was marked by fresh homage, and every evening I brought the tribute of it to your feet. Nowadays, what remains to me? Dolorous regrets, eternal privations, and a faint hope that Valmont's silence may be broken, that yours shall be changed to inquietude. 10 leagues alone divide us, and that distance, so easy to traverse, becomes to me alone an insurmountable obstacle. And when I implore my friend, my mistress, to help me to overcome it, both remain cold and unmoved. Far from aiding me, they do not even reply. What has become then of the active friendship of Valmont? What, above all, has become of your tender sentiments, which made you so ingenious in discovering the means of our daily meetings? Sometimes, I remember, without ceasing to desire them, I found myself compelled to forego them for considerations, duties. What did you not say to me then? With how many pretexts did you not combat my reasons? And let me remind you, my Cécile, my reasons always gave way to your wishes. I do not make a merit of it. It has not even that of sacrifice. What you desired to obtain, I was burning to bestow. But now I ask in my turn, and what is the request? To see you for a moment, to renew to you and to receive a vow of eternal love. Does that no longer make your happiness as it makes mine? I thrust aside that despairing idea, which would set the crown upon my ills. You love me, you will always love me, I believe it, I am sure of it, I will never doubt it. But my situation is frightful, and I cannot endure it much longer. Adieu, Cécile. Paris, 18th of September, in 17...
End of section 16. Section 17 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS. Section 17, Letters 81 to 84. Letter the 81st. The Marquise de Merteuil to the Vicomte de Valmont.
How your fears excite my pity. How they prove to me my superiority over you. And you want to teach me to be my guide? Ah, my poor Valmont, what a distance there is between you and me. No, all the pride of your sex would not suffice to bridge over the gulf which separates us. Because you could not execute my projects, you judged them impossible. Proud and weak being, it well becomes you to seek to weigh my means and judge of my resources. In truth, Vicomte, your counsels have put me in an ill humour, and I will not conceal it from you. That, to mask your incredible stupidity with your présidente, you should blazon on to me as a triumph the fact of your having for a moment put out of countenance this woman who is timid and who loves you. I agree to that. Of having obtained a look, a single look, I smile, and I granted you. That, feeling, in spite of yourself, the poor value of your conduct, you should hope to distract my attention from it by gratifying me with the story of your sublime effort to bring together two children who are both burning to see one another, and who, I may mention, by the way, owe to me alone the ardour of their desire. I grant you that also. That finally you should feel authorized by these brilliant achievements to write to me in doctorial tones that it is better to employ one's time in carrying out one's projects than in describing them. Such vanity does me no harm, and I forgive it. But that you could believe that I had need of your prudence, that I should lose my way unless I deferred to your advice, and that I ought to sacrifice a pleasure or a whim. In truth, Vicomte, that is indeed to plume yourself over much on the confidence which I am quite willing to place in you. And pray, what have you done that I have not surpassed 1,000 times? You have seduced, ruined even, very many women, but what difficulties have you had to overcome? What obstacles to surmount? What merit lies therein that is really your own? A handsome face, the pure result of chance, graces which habit almost always brings, wit, in truth, but jargon would supply its place at need. A praiseworthy impudence, perhaps due solely to the ease of your first successes. If I am not mistaken, these are your means. For as for the celebrity you have succeeded in acquiring, you will not ask me, I suppose, to count for much the art of giving birth to a scandal or seizing the opportunity of one. As for prudence, finesse, I do not speak of myself, but where is the woman who has not more than you? Why, your présidente leads you like a child. Believe me, Vicomte, it is rarely one acquires qualities which cannot be dispensed with. Fighting without risk, you are bound to act without precaution. For you men, a defeat is but one success the less. In so unequal a match we are fortunate if we do not lose, as it is your misfortune if you do not win. Even were I to grant you as many talents as ourselves, by how many should we not still need to surpass you, from the necessity we are under to make a perpetual use of them? Supposing I admit that you brought as much skill to the task of conquering us as we show in defending ourselves or in yielding, you will at least agree that it becomes useless to you after your success. Absorbed solely in your new fancy, you abandon yourself to it without fear, without reserve. It is not to you that its duration is important. In fact, those bonds reciprocally given and received, to talk love's jargon, you alone can tighten or break at your will. We are even lucky if, in your wantonness, preferring mystery to noise, you are satisfied with a humiliating desertion, without making the idol of yesterday the victim of tomorrow. But when an unfortunate woman has once felt the weight of her chain, what risks she has to run if she but endeavours to shake it off! It is only with trembling that she can attempt to dismiss from her the man whom her heart repulses with violence. Does he insist on remaining, she must yield to fear what she has granted to love. Ses bras s'ouvrent encore quand son cœur est ferme. Her prudence must skilfully unravel those same bonds which you would have broken. At the mercy of her enemy, if he be without generosity, she is without resources. And how can she hope generosity from him when, although he is sometimes praised for having it, he is never blamed for lacking it? Doubtless you will not deny these truths, which are so evident as to have become trivial. If, however, you have seen me disposing of opinions and events, making these formidable men the toys of my fantasy and my caprice, depriving some of the power, some of the will to hurt me, if I have known, turn by turn, according to my fickle fancy, how to attach to my service or drive far away from me ces tyrans détrônés devenus mes esclaves.
Note: we are unaware whether this line, "these tyrants dragged from off their thrones and made my slaves," as well as that which occurs above, "her arms are open still, her heart is shut," are quotations from little-known works or part of the prose of Mme de Merteuil. What would lead us to believe the latter is the number of faults of this nature which are found in all the letters of this correspondence. Those of the Chevalier Danceny form the only exception. Perhaps, as he sometimes occupied himself with poetry, his more practised ear rendered it easier for him to avoid this fault.
If in the midst of these frequent revolutions my reputation has still remained pure, ought you not to have concluded that, being born to avenge my sex and to dominate yours, I had devised methods previously unknown? Oh, keep your advice and your fears for those delirious women who call themselves sentimental, whose exalted imagination would make one believe that nature has placed their senses in their heads, who, having never reflected, persist in confounding love with the lover, who, in their mad illusion, believe that he with whom they have pursued pleasure is its sole depository, and, truly superstitious, show the priest the respect and faith which is only due to the divinity. Be still more afraid of those who, their vanity being larger than their prudence, do not know at need how to consent to being abandoned. Tremble above all for those women, active in their indolence, whom you call women of sensibility, and over whom love takes hold so easily and with such power, who feel the need of being occupied with it even when they are not enjoying it, and giving themselves up unreservedly to the fermentation of their ideas, bring forth from them those letters so sweet but so dangerous to write, and are not afraid to confide these proofs of their weakness to the object which causes it. Imprudent ones, who do not know how to discern in their present lover their enemy to be. But what have I in common with these unreflecting women? When have you ever seen me depart from the rules I have laid down, or be false to my principles? I say my principles, and I say so designedly, for they are not, like those of other women, the result of chance, received without scrutiny and followed out by habit. They are the fruit of my profound reflections. I have created them, and I may say that I am my own handiwork. Entering the world at a time when, still a girl, I was compelled by my condition to be silent and inert, I knew how to profit by observing and reflecting. Whilst I was thought heedless or inattentive, and in truth listened little to the remarks that they were careful to make to me, I carefully gathered up those which they sought to hide from me. This useful curiosity, while serving to instruct me, also taught me dissimulation, often forced to conceal the objects of my attention from the eyes of those who surrounded me. I sought to direct my own whither I desired. I learned then how to assume at will that remote look which you have so often praised. Encouraged by this first success, I tried to govern equally the different movements of my face. Did I express some vexation, I studied to assume an air of serenity, even of joy. I have carried my zeal so far as to inflict voluntary pain on myself, in order to seek, at that time, an expression of pleasure. I laboured with the same care and greater difficulty to repress the symptoms of unexpected joy. It was thus that I gained that command over my physiognomy at which I have sometimes seen you so astonished. I was very young still, and almost without interest. My thoughts were all that I had, and I was indignant that these should be stolen from me or surprised against my will. Armed with these first weapons, I amused myself by showing myself under different forms. Sure of my gestures, I kept a watch upon my speech. I regulated both according to circumstances, or even merely according to my whim. From that moment the colour of my thought was my secret, and I never revealed more of it than it was useful for me to show. This labour spent upon myself had fixed my attention on the expression of faces and the character of physiognomy, and I thus gained that penetrating glance to which experience, indeed, has taught me not to trust entirely, but which, on the whole, has rarely deceived me. I was not 15 years old. I possessed already the talents to which the greater part of our politicians owe their reputation, and I was as yet only at the rudiments of the science which I wished to acquire. You may well imagine that, like all young girls, I sought to find out about love and its pleasures, but having never been to the convent, having no confidential friend, and being watched by a vigilant mother, I had only vague notions which I could not fix. Even nature, which later I had assuredly no reason to do aught but praise, as yet afforded me no hint. One might have said that it was working in silence at the perfection of its handiwork. My head alone was in a ferment. I did not desire enjoyment, I wanted to know. The desire for information suggested to me the means. I felt that the only man with whom I could speak on this matter without compromising myself was my confessor. I took my course at once. I surmounted my slight feeling of shame, and, vaunting myself for a sin which I had not committed, I accused myself of having done all that women do. That was my expression, but in speaking so, I did not know, in truth, what idea I was expressing. My hope was not altogether deceived, nor entirely fulfilled. The fear of betraying myself prevented me from enlightening myself, but the good father represented the ill as so great that I concluded the pleasure to be extreme, and to the desire of knowing it, the desire of tasting it succeeded. I do not know whither this desire would have led me, and, devoid of experience as I was at that time, perhaps a single opportunity would have ruined me. Luckily for me, my mother informed me a few days later that I was to be married. The certainty of knowing extinguished my curiosity of once, and I came a virgin to the arms of Monsieur de Merteuil. I waited with calmness for the moment which was to enlighten me, and I had need of reflection in order to exhibit embarrassment and fear. The first night of which ordinarily one entertains an idea so painful or so sweet presented itself to me only as an occasion of experience. Pain and pleasure I observed all carefully, and saw in these different sensations only facts upon which to reflect and meditate. This form of study soon succeeded in pleasing me, but, faithful to my principles, and feeling by instinct, perhaps, that no one ought to be further from my confidence than my husband, I resolved to appear the more impassive in his eyes, the more sensible I really was. This apparent coldness was subsequently the impregnable foundation of his blind confidence. As a second reflection, I joined to it the mischievous air which my age justified, and he never thought me more of a child than when I was tricking him most. Meanwhile, I will admit, I, at first, let myself be dragged into the vortex of society, and gave myself up completely to its futile distractions. But after some months, Monsieur de Merteuil having taken me to his dismal country estate, the dread of ennui revived the taste of study in me, and as I found myself there surrounded by people whose distance from me put me out of the reach of all suspicion, I profited by it to give a vaster field to my experience. It was there especially that I assured myself that love, which they vaunt to us as the cause of our pleasures, is at the most only the pretext for them. The illness of Monsieur de Merteuil came to interrupt these sweet occupations. It was necessary to follow him to town, where he went to seek for aid. He died, as you know, shortly afterwards, and although, considering all things, I had no complaint to make against him, I had, none the less, a lively feeling of the value of the liberty which my widowhood would give me, and I promised myself to take advantage of it. My mother calculated on my entering a convent, or returning to live with her. I refused to take either course, and all I granted to decency was to go back to the same country estate, where there were still some observations left for me to make. I supplemented these with the help of reading, but do not imagine it was all of the kind you suppose. I studied our manners in novels, our opinions in the philosophers. I even went to the most severe moralists to see what they expected from us, and I thus made sure of what one could do, of what one ought to think, and of how one must appear. My mind once settled upon these three matters. The last alone presented any difficulties in execution. I hoped to overcome them, and I meditated on the means. I began to grow tired of my rustic pleasures, which were not varied enough for my active brain. I felt the need of coquetry, which should reunite me to love, not in order that I might really feel it, but to feign and inspire it. In vain had I been told, and had I read, that one could not feign this sentiment. I saw that, to succeed there, it sufficed to join the talent of a comedian to an author's wit. I exercised myself in both kinds, and perhaps with some success, but instead of seeking the vain applause of the theatre, I resolved to employ for my happiness that which so many others sacrificed to vanity. A year passed in these different occupations. My mourning then allowed me to reappear. I returned to town with my great projects. I was not prepared for the first obstacle which I encountered. My long solitude and austere retreat had covered me with a veneer of prudery which frightened our beaux. They kept their distance and left me at the mercy of a crowd of tedious fellows, who were all aspirants for my hand. The embarrassment did not lie in refusing them, but many of these refusals displeased my family, and in these internal disputes I lost the time of which I had promised myself to make such charming use. I was obliged then, in order to recall some and drive away the others, to display certain inconsistencies, and to take as much pains in damaging my reputation as I had thought to take in preserving it. I succeeded easily, as you may believe, but, being carried away by no passion, I only did what I thought necessary, and measured out my doses of indiscretion with caution. As soon as I had touched the goal which I would attain, I retraced my steps, and gave the honour of my amendment to some of those women who, being impotent as far as any pretensions to charm are concerned, fall back on those of merit and virtue. This was a move which was of more value to me than I had hoped. These grateful duennas set themselves up as my apologists, and their blind zeal for what they called their work was carried to such an extent that, at the least reflection which might be made on me, the whole party of prudes cried scandal and outrage. The same method procured me also the suffrages of women with pretensions, who, being persuaded that I had renounced the thought of following the same career as theirs, selected me as a subject for their praise, each time they wished to prove that they did not speak ill of all the world. Meanwhile, my previous conduct had brought back the lovers, and to compromise between them and the unfaithful women who had become my patronesses, I passed as a woman of sensibility but rigour, whom the excess of her delicacy furnished with arms against love. I then began to display upon the great stage the talents which had been given me. My first care was to acquire the reputation of being invincible. To attain it, the men who did not please me were always the only ones whose homage I had the air of accepting. I employed them usefully to obtain for me the honours of resistance, while to the preferred lover I abandoned myself without fear. But the latter my pretended shyness never permitted to follow me in the world, and the gaze of society has thus been always fixed on the unhappy lover. You know with which rapidity I choose. It is because I have observed that it is nearly always the previous attentions which disclose a woman's secret. Whatever one may say, the tone is never the same before and after success. This difference does not escape the attentive observer, and I have found it less dangerous to be deceived in my choice than to let that choice be penetrated. I gain here again by removing probabilities, by which alone we can be judged. These precautions, and that of never writing, of never giving any proof of my defeat, might appear excessive, and to me have ever appeared insufficient. I have looked into my own heart, I have studied in it the heart of others. I saw there that there is nobody who does not keep a secret there which it is of importance to him should not be divulged, a truth which antiquity seems to have known better than we, and of which the history of Samson might be no more than an ingenious symbol. Like a new Delilah, I have always employed my power in surprising this important secret. Ah, of how many of our modern Samsons have not the locks fallen beneath my shears? And these, I have ceased to fear them. They are the only ones I have sometimes permitted myself to humiliate. More supple with the others, the art of rendering them unfaithful, lest I should appear to them fickle, a feint of friendship, an appearance of confidence, a few generous measures, the flattering notion, which each one retains, of having been my only lover, have secured me their discretion. Finally, when these methods failed me, foreseeing the rupture, I knew how to crush in advance, beneath ridicule or calumny, the credence which these dangerous men could have obtained. All this which I tell you, you have seen me practice unceasingly, and you doubt of my prudence. Ah, indeed! Recall to mind the time when you paid me your first attentions. No homage was ever more flattering to me. I desired you before I had ever seen you. Seduced by your reputation, it seemed to me that you were wanting to my glory. I burned with a desire for a hand-to-hand combat with you. It is the only one of my fancies which ever had a moment's empire over me. However, if you had wished to destroy me, what means would you have found? Empty talk which leaves no trace behind it, which your very reputation would have helped to render suspect, and a tissue of improbable facts, the sincere relation of which would have had the air of a badly conceived novel. It is true, since that time I have handed you over all my secrets, but you know what interests unite us, and that, if it be one of us, it is not I who can be taxed with imprudence.
Note: it will appear, in letter the 152nd, not what Monsieur de Valmont's secret was, but more or less of what nature it was, and the reader will see that we have not been able to enlighten him further on the subject.
Since I have started off to render account to you, I will do it precisely. I hear you tell me now that I am at any rate at the mercy of my chambermaid. In fact, if she is not in the secret of my sentiments, she is of my actions. When you spoke of it to me once before, I answered that I was sure of her, and my proof that this reply was sufficient then for your tranquillity is that you have since confided to her mighty dangerous secrets of your own. But now that you have taken umbrage at Prévent, and that your head is turned, I doubt whether you will believe me any more on my word. I must therefore edify you. In the first place, the girl is my foster sister, and this bond, which does not seem one to us, is not without force amongst people of her condition. In addition, I have her secret, and, better still, the victim of a love madness. She was ruined if I had not saved her. Her parents, bristling with honour, would be satisfied by nothing less than her imprisonment. They applied to me. I saw at a glance how useful their anger might be made to me. I seconded them and solicited the order, which I obtained. Then, suddenly, turning to the side of clemency, to which I persuaded her parents, and profiting by my influence with the old minister, I made them all consent to make me the depositary of this order, free to stay it or demand its execution, according to the judgment I should form of the girl's future conduct. She knows, then, that I have her lot within my hands, and if, to assume the impossible, these potent reasons should not prevent her, is it not evident that the revelation of her conduct and her authentic punishment would soon deprive her language of all credit? To these precautions, which I call fundamental, are joined 1,000 others, local or occasional, which habit and reflection allow me to find at need, of which the details would be tedious, although their practice is important, and which you must take the trouble to pick out from the general view of my conduct, if you would succeed in knowing them. But to pretend that I have been at so much pains, and I am not to cull the fruit of them, that, after having raised myself by my arduous labours so high above other women, I am to consent to grope along, like them, betwixt imprudence and timidity, that above all I should fear any man to such an extent as to see no other salvation than in flight? No, Vicomte, never. I must conquer or perish. As for Prévent, I wish to have him, and I shall have him. He wishes to tell of it, and he shall not tell of it. That, in 2 words, is our little romance. Adieu. Paris, 20th of September, 17...
Letter the 82nd. Cécile Volanges to the Chevalier Danceny.
Oh God, what pain your letter gave me! I need well have felt such impatience to receive it. I hoped to find in it consolation, and here I am, more afflicted than I was ere I received it. I shed many tears when I read it. It is not that with which I reproach you. I have already wept many times because of you, without its being painful to me, but this time it is not the same thing. What is it that you wish to say, pray? That your love is grown a torment to you, that you cannot longer live thus, nor any more support your situation? Do you mean that you are going to cease to love me, because it is not so agreeable as it used to be? It seems to me that I am no happier than you are, quite the contrary, and yet I only love you the more for that. If Monsieur de Valmont has not written to you, it is not my fault. I could not beg him to, because I have not been alone with him, and we have agreed that we would never speak before people, and that again is for your sake, so that he can the better do what you desire. I do not say that I do not desire it also, and you ought to be assured of this, but what would you have me do? If you believe it to be so easy, please find the means. I ask nothing better. Do you think it is so very agreeable for me to be scolded every day by mamma, who once never said anything to me? Quite the contrary. Now it is worse than if I were at the convent. I consoled myself for it, however, by reflecting that it was for you. There were even moments when I found I was quite content, but when I see that you are vexed too, without its being in the least my fault, I have more grief than I had for all that has hitherto happened to me. Even merely to receive your letters is embarrassing, so that if Monsieur de Valmont were not so obliging and so clever as he is, I should not know what to do, and as to writing to you, that is more difficult still. All the morning I dare not, because mamma is close by me, and she may come at any moment into my room. Sometimes I am able to, in the afternoon, under pretence of singing or playing on the harp. Even then I have to interrupt myself after every line, to let them hear I am studying. Luckily, my waiting-maid sometimes grows sleepy in the evening, and I tell her that I can quite well get to bed by myself, so that she may go away and leave me the light. And then I am obliged to get behind my curtain, so that no light can be seen, and then to listen for the least sound, so that I can hide everything in my bed if anyone comes. I wish you were there to see. You would soon see that one must indeed love anyone to do it. In short, it is quite true that I do all that I can, and I would it lay within my power to do more. Certainly I do not refuse to tell you that I love you, and that I shall always love you. I never told it you with a fuller heart, and you are vexed. Yet you had assured me before I said it that that was enough to make you happy. You cannot deny it, it is in your letters. Although I have them no longer, I remember them as well as when I used to read them every day. And you, because you are absent now, no longer think the same. But perhaps this absence will not always last. Ah, God, how unhappy I am, and it is indeed you who are the cause of it. With regard to your letters, I hope that you have kept those which mamma took from me, and which she sent back to you. A time must come some day when I shall not be so restrained as at present, and you will give them all back to me. How happy I shall be when I am able to see them! Now I return them to Monsieur de Valmont, because there would be too much danger otherwise. In spite of that, I never give them to him without feeling a deal of pain. Adieu, my dear friend. I love you with all my heart. I shall love you all my life. I hope that now you are no longer vexed, and, were I sure of it, I should not be so myself. Write to me as soon as you are able, for I feel that till then I shall continue sad. At the Château de 21st of September 17.
Letter the 83rd. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Présidente de Tourvel.
For mercy's sake, madame, let us repeat that interview which was so unhappily broken. Oh, that I could complete my work of proving to you how much I differ from the odious portrait which has been made of me! That above all I could again enjoy that amiable confidence which you began to grant me. Oh, how many are the charms with which you know how to endow virtue! How you beautify and render dear every virtuous sentiment! Ah, therein lies your fascination. It is the strongest, it is the only one which is at once powerful and worthy of respect. Doubtless it is enough to see you to desire to please you, to hear you in company, for that desire to be redoubled. But he who has the happiness of knowing you better, who can sometimes read in your soul, soon yields to a more noble enthusiasm, and, penetrated by veneration as by love, worships in you the image of all the virtues. Better made than another, perhaps, to love and follow them, although seduced by certain errors which had separated me from them. It is you who have brought me back, who have caused me to feel anew all their charm. Will you make a crime of this new love of mine? Will you blame your handiwork? Would you reproach yourself even with the interest which you might take in it? What harm is to be feared from so pure a sentiment? And what sweetness might there not be to taste in it? My love alarms you. You find it violent, unrestrained. Temper it with a gentler love. Do not disdain the empire which I offer you, from which I swear never to escape, and which I dare believe would not be entirely lost to virtue. What sacrifice could seem hard to me, once sure that your heart could keep its price for me? Where is the man, then, who is so unhappy as not to know how to delight in the privations which he imposes on himself, as not to prefer a word, a glance, accorded, to all the pleasures which he could steal or surprise? And you believed that I was such a man, and you feared me. Why does not your happiness depend on my own? What vengeance I would take on you by rendering you happy! But this gentle empire is no result of a barren friendship. It is only due to love. That word frightens you. And why? A more tender attachment, a stronger union, a common thought, a like happiness and a like pain. What is there in that alien to your soul? Yet love is all that. Such at least is the love which you inspire and I experience. It is that, above all, which, calculating without interest, knows how to appreciate actions according to their merit and not their price. It is the inexhaustible treasure of sensitive souls, and all things become precious that are done for or by it. What then have these truths, so easy to grasp, so sweet to practice, that can alarm? What fear either can a man of sensibility cause you, to whom love permits no other happiness than your own? This is the solitary vow I make to-day. I will sacrifice all to fulfil it, except the sentiment by which it is inspired. And this sentiment itself, if you do but consent to share it, you shall order as you will. But let us suffer it no longer to divide us, when it should unite us. If the friendship you have offered me is not an idle word, if, as you told me yesterday, it is the sweetest sentiment known to your soul, let that be the bond between us. I will not reject it, but being arbiter of love, let it consent to listen to it. A refusal to hear it would become an injustice, and friendship is not unjust. A second interview will present no greater difficulty than the first. Chance can again furnish the occasion. You could yourself indicate the right moment. I am willing to believe that I am wrong. Would you not be better pleased to convince me than to combat me? And do you doubt my docility? If that inopportune third party had not come to interrupt us, perhaps I had already been brought round entirely to your opinion. Who knows the full extent of your power? Shall I say it to you? This invincible power, to which I abandon myself without venturing on calculation, this irresistible charm, which renders you sovereign of my thoughts as of my actions, it comes to me sometimes to fear them. Alas, perhaps it is I who should be afraid of this interview for which I ask. After it, perhaps, bound by my promises, I shall see myself compelled to consume away with a love which, I am well aware, can never be extinguished, without daring to implore your aid. Oh, madame, for mercy's sake, do not abuse your authority. But what then? If you are to be the happier for it, if I am thereby to appear worthier of you, what pains are not alleviated by these consoling ideas? Yes, I feel it. To speak again with you is to give you stronger arms against me. It is to submit myself more entirely to your will. It is easier to defend myself against your letters. They are indeed your very utterances, but you are not there to lend them fresh strength. However, the pleasure of hearing you leads me to brave the danger. At least I shall have the pleasure of having dared everything for you, even against myself. And my sacrifices will become an homage. I am too happy to prove to you in 1,000 manners, as I feel in 1,000 fashions, that you are and ever will be, without excepting myself, the object dearest to my heart. At the Château de 23rd September 17.
Letter the 84th. The Vicomte de Valmont to Cécile Volanges.
You saw how greatly the chance was against us yesterday. All day long I was unable to hand you the letter which I had for you. I know not whether I shall find it any easier to-day. I am afraid of compromising you by showing more zeal than discretion, and I should never forgive myself for an imprudence which might prove so fatal to you, and cause the despair of my friend by rendering you eternally miserable. However, I am aware of the impatience of love. I feel how painful it must be to you in your situation to meet with any delay in the only consolation you can know at this moment. By dint of busying myself with the means of removing the obstacles, I have found one, the execution of which, if you take some pains, will be easy. I think I have remarked that the key of the door of your chamber, which opens into the corridor, is always on your mamma's mantel-shelf. Everything would be easy with this key, you must be well aware, but in default of it, I will procure you one like it, which will serve in its stead. To succeed in this, it will be sufficient to have the other at my disposition for an hour or two. You will easily find an opportunity for taking it, and in order that its absence may not be noticed, I enclose in this one of my own which is so far like it that no difference will be seen unless they try it. This they are not likely to do. You must only take care to tie it to a faded blue ribbon, like that which is on your own. It would be well to try and have this key by tomorrow or the day after, at breakfast time, because it will be easier for you to give it me then, and it can be returned to its place in the evening, a time when your mamma might pay more attention to it. I shall be able to return it to you at dinner time, if we arrange well. You know that when we move from the salon to the dining room, it is always Mme. de Rosemonde who walks last. I shall give her my hand. You will only have to take some time in putting away your tapestry, or even to let something drop, so that you may remain behind. You will then see how to take the key from me, which I shall be careful to hold behind me. You must not neglect, as soon as you have taken it, to rejoin my old aunt and pay her a few attentions. If by chance you should let the key fall, do not lose your countenance. I will feign that it was done by me, and I answer for everything. The lack of confidence your mamma shows in you, and her harsh behaviour towards you, authorise this little deception. It is, moreover, the only way to continue to receive the letters of Danceny, and to forward him yours. All others are really too dangerous, and might ruin you both irretrievably. Thus my prudent friendship would reproach itself, were I to employ them further. Once having the key, there remain some precautions for us to take against the noise of door and lock, but they are very easy. You will find, beneath the same press where I placed your paper, oil and a feather. You sometimes go to your room at times when you are alone there. You must profit by it to oil the lock and hinges. The only attention you need pay is to be careful of stains which might betray you. You had better wait also until night arrives, because if it be done with the intelligence of which you are capable, there will be no trace of it on the following morning. If, however, it should be perceived, then you must say that it is the indoor polisher. You must in this case specify the time, and even the conversation which you had with him, as for instance, that he takes this precaution against rust with all the locks which are not in use. For you see that it would be unlikely that you should have witnessed this proceeding without asking the reason. It is these little details which give probability, and probability renders a lie without consequence, by diminishing people's desire to verify it. After you have read this letter, I beg you to read it again, and even to study it. To begin with, one should be well acquainted with what one wishes to do well. Next, to assure yourself that I have omitted nothing. Little accustomed to employ finesse on my own account, I have no great use for it. Indeed, it needed nothing less than my keen friendship for Danceny, and the interest which you inspire in me, to induce me to employ these means, however innocent they may be. I hate anything which has the air of deception. That is my character. But your misfortunes have touched me to such a degree that I will attempt everything to alleviate them. You can imagine that with this means of communication once established between us, it will be far easier for me to procure for you the interview with Danceny which he desires. However, do not yet speak to him of all this. You would only increase his impatience, and the moment for satisfying it is not yet quite arrived. You owe it to him, I think, to calm rather than to excite him. I depend in this matter on your delicacy. Adieu, my fair pupil, for you are my pupil. Love your tutor a little, and above all be docile to him. You will be rewarded. I am occupied with your happiness. Rest assured that I shall find therein my own. At the Château de 24th September 17.
End of section 17. Section 18 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS. Section 18, letters 85 to 90. Letter the 85th. The Marquise de Merteuil to the Vicomte de Valmont.
At last you may be tranquil, and above all you can render me justice. Listen, and do not confound me again with other women. I have brought my adventure with Prévan to a close. To a close. Do you fully understand what that implies? Now you shall judge whether it is I or he who can vaunt himself. The story will not be as amusing as the adventure. Neither would it be just that you, who have done no more than reason ill or well about the affair, should reap as much pleasure from it as I, who have given my time and labour. In the meantime, if you have some great scheme to try, if you would attempt some enterprise in which this dangerous rival should seem to you to be feared, this is your time. He leaves the field free to you, at least for some time. Perhaps even he will never recover from the blow I have given him. How fortunate you are to have me for a friend! I am a benevolent fairy to you. You languish afar from the beauty who engrosses you. I say one word, and you find yourself once more at her side. You wish to revenge yourself on a woman who injures you. I point out to you the place where you have to strike and abandon her to your tender mercies. Finally, to drive a formidable competitor from the lists, it is once more I whom you invoke, and I give heed to you. Truly, if you do not spend your life in thanking me, it means that you are an ingrate. I return to my adventure and take it up from the beginning. The rendezvous made so loudly on leaving the opera was understood as I had hoped. Prévan repaired to it, and when the Maréchale said to him politely that she congratulated herself on seeing him twice in succession at her days, he was careful to reply that, since Tuesday night, he had cancelled 1,000 engagements in order that he might thus dispose of that evening. Bon entendeur, salut! As I wished, however, to know with more certainty whether I was or was not the veritable object of this flattering zeal, I resolved to compel the new aspirant to choose between me and his dominant passion. I declared that I should not play, and he, on his side, found 1,000 pretexts for not playing, and my first triumph was over Lansquenet. I secured the bishop for my gossip. I chose him because of his intimacy with the hero of the day, to whom I wished to give every facility to approach me. I was contented also to have a respectable witness, who could, at need, depose to my behaviour and my language. This arrangement was successful. After the vague and customary remarks, Prévan, having soon made himself the leader of the conversation, tried different tones in turn, in order to discover which was likely to please me. I refused that of sentiment, as though I had no faith in it. I stopped, by my seriousness, his gaiety, which seemed to me too frivolous for a début. He fell back upon delicate friendship, and it was beneath this well-worn flag that we began our reciprocal attack. At supper-time the bishop did not descend. Prévan then gave me his hand, and was naturally placed by my side at table. One must be just. He maintained with much skill our private conversation, while seeming only to be occupied with the general conversation, to which he had the air of being the largest contributor. At dessert they spoke of a new piece which was to be given on the following Monday at the Freinet. I expressed some regret that I had not my box. He offered me his own, which at first, as is the usage, I refused, to which he answered humorously enough that I did not understand him, that certainly he would not make the sacrifice of his box to any one whom he did not know, but that he only let me know it was at Madame la Maréchale's disposal. She lent herself to this pleasantry, and I accepted. On our return to the salon, he asked, as you may well believe, for a place in this box, and when the Maréchale, who treats him with great kindness, promised him it, if he were good, he made it the occasion of one of those double-edged conversations at which you have extolled his talent to me. Indeed, having fallen on his knees like a submissive child, he said, under pretext of begging for her counsel and tasking her opinion, he uttered many a flattering and tender thing, the application of which I could easily take to myself. Several persons having not returned to play after supper, the conversation was much more general and less interesting, but our eyes spoke much. I say our eyes, I should have said his, for mine spoke but one language, that of surprise. He must have thought I was astonished, and quite absorbed in the prodigious effect which he had on me. I think I left him highly satisfied. I was no less pleased myself. On the following Monday I was at the Freinet, as we had agreed. In spite of your literary curiosity, I can tell you nothing of the performance, except that Prévan has a marvellous talent for cajolery, and that the piece failed. That is all that I learned. I was sorry to see the evening come to an end. It had really pleased me mightily, and in order to prolong it, I invited the Maréchale to come and sup with me. This gave me a pretext for proposing it to the amiable flatterer, who only asked the time to hasten to the Comtesses de P, and free himself from an engagement.
Note: see letter the 70th.
This name brought back all my anger. I saw plainly that he was going to begin his confidences. I remembered your wise counsels, and promised myself to proceed with the adventure. I was certain that I should cure him of this dangerous indiscretion. Being new to my company, which was not very numerous that evening, he owed me the customary usages. Thus, when we went to supper, he offered me his hand. I was malicious enough, when accepting it, to allow mine to tremble slightly, and to walk with my eyes cast down and a quick respiration. I had the air of having a presentiment of my defeat, and of being afraid of my victor. He noticed it readily. Then the traitor promptly changed his tone and aspect. He had been gallant, he became tender. It was not that his language did not remain much the same, circumstances compelled that, but his gaze had become less keen and more caressing, the inflection of his voice softer, his smile was no longer the smile of finesse, but of satisfaction. Finally, in his conversation, suppressing more and more the fire of his sallies, wit gave place to delicacy. I ask you, could you have done better yourself? On my side, I grew pensive to such a point that the company was forced to perceive it, and when I was reproached for it, I was clever enough to defend myself indifferently, and to cast on Prévan a rapid, yet shy and embarrassed glance, that was to make him believe that all my fear was lest he should divine the cause of my trouble. After supper, I profited by the moment when the good Maréchale was telling one of those stories which he is always telling, to settle myself on my ottoman, in that languorous condition which is induced by tender rêverie. I was not sorry for Prévan to see me thus. In truth, he honoured me with most particular attention. You may well imagine that my timid glances did not dare to seek the eyes of my conqueror, but directed towards him in a more humble fashion, they soon informed me that I was obtaining the effect which I sought to produce. I still needed to persuade him that I shared it, so that, when the Maréchale announced she was going to retire, I cried out in a faint and tender voice, "Adieu! I was so comfortable here." I rose, however, but before taking leave of her, I asked her plans, in order to have a pretext for telling her mine, and of letting her know that I should stay at home the whole of the following day. Upon this we all separated. I then started reflecting. I had no doubt but that Prévan would profit by the sort of rendezvous I had given him, that he would come early enough to find me alone, and that the attack would be a fierce one. But I was quite sure also that, owing to my reputation, he would not treat me with that lightness which is only employed with women of occasion, or with those who have no experience, and I foresaw a certain success if he pronounced the word love above all, if he had the pretension of obtaining it from me. How convenient it is to have dealings with you people of principles! Sometimes a clumsy lover disconcerts us by his bashfulness, or embarrasses us with his fiery transports. It is a fever which, like the other, has its chills and ardours, and sometimes varies in its symptoms. But the even tenor of your way is so easily divined. The arrival, the aspect, the tone, the language, I knew it all the day before. I will not report our conversation to you then, you will easily supply it for yourself. Only remark that, in my feigned defence, I aided him with all my power, embarrassment, to give him time to speak, sorry reasons that he might combat them, distrust and fear to revive his protestations, and that perpetual refrain on his side of "I asked you only for a word," and the silence on mine, which seemed but to delay him in order to make him desire the more. During all that, a hand seized 100 times, a hand always withdrawn, yet never refused. One might pass a whole day thus. We passed a mortal hour. We should be there, perhaps, still, if we had not heard a carriage entering my courtyard. This fortunate occurrence naturally rendered his entreaties livelier, and I, seeing the moment arrive when I was out of danger of any surprise, prepared myself by a long sigh, and granted him the precious word. The visitor was announced, and soon afterwards I was surrounded by a numerous circle. Prévan begged to be allowed to come on the following morning, and I consented, but, careful to defend myself, I ordered my waiting-maid to remain all through the time of this visit in my bedchamber, whence, you know, one can see all that passes in my dressing-room, and it was there that I received him. Free in our conversation, and having both the same desire, we were soon in agreement, but it was necessary to get rid of this inopportune spectator. It was for that I was waiting. Then, painting an imaginative picture of my home life, I persuaded him without difficulty that we should never find a moment's liberty, and that he must consider as a sort of miracle that which we had enjoyed yesterday, and even that contained too great a risk for me to expose myself to, since at any moment someone might enter my salon. I did not fail to add that all these usages were established, because until that day they had never interfered with me, and I insisted at the same time upon the impossibility of changing them without compromising myself in the eyes of my household. He attempted sadness, assumed ill-humour, told me that I had little love, and you can guess how much all that touched me. But, wishing to strike the decisive blow, I summoned tears to my aid. It was precisely the Zaor, you are weeping. The empire which he had thought to have gained over me, and the hope he had conceived of compassing my ruin at his will, stood him in good stead for all the love of Rosemonde. This dramatic scene accomplished, we returned to our arrangements. The day being out of the question, we turned our attention to the night, but my Swiss became an insurmountable obstacle, and I would not permit any attempt to bribe him. He suggested the wicket gate of my garden, but this I had foreseen, and I invented a dog who, although calm and silent enough by day, became a real demon at night. The ease with which I entered into all these details was well fitted to embolden him. Thus he went on to propose the most ridiculous expedients to me, and it was this which I accepted. To begin with, his servant was as trusty as himself. In this he did not lie to me, though one was quite as little so as the other. I was to give a great supper at my house. He was to be there, and was to select a moment when he could leave alone. The cunning confidant would call his carriage, open the door, whilst he, Prévan, would slip adroitly on one side. In no way could his coachman perceive this, so that, whilst everybody believed him to have left, he had really remained with me. The question remained whether he could reach my apartment. I confess that, at first, I had some difficulty in finding reasons against this project weak enough for him to be able to destroy. He answered me with instances. To hear him, nothing was more ordinary than this method. He himself had often employed it. It was even that one which he used the most, as being the least dangerous. Subjugated by these irrefutable authorities, I admitted with candour that I had a private staircase which led to the near neighbourhood of my boudoir, that I could leave the key of it, and it was possible for him to shut himself in there and wait, without undue risk, until my women had retired, and then, to give more probability to my consent, the moment after I was unwilling. I only relented on the condition of a perfect docility, of a propriety. Oh, a propriety! In short, I was quite willing to prove my love to him, but not so much to gratify his own. The exit of which I was forgetting to tell you was to be made by the wicket gate of my garden. It was only a matter of waiting for daybreak, when the Cerberus would not utter a sound. Not a soul passes at that hour, and people are in the soundest slumber. If you are astonished at this heap of sorry reasons, it is because you forget our reciprocal situation. What need had we of better ones? He asked nothing better than for the thing to be known, and as for me, I was quite certain that it should not be known. The next day but one was the day fixed. You will notice that there is the affair settled, and that no one has yet seen Prévan in my society. I meet him at supper at the house of one of my friends. He offers her his box for a new piece, and I accept a place in it. I invite this woman to supper, during the piece and before Prévan. I can hardly avoid inviting him to be of the party. He accepts, and pays me 2 days later the visit exacted by custom. 'Tis true, he comes to see me on the morning of the next day, but besides the fact that morning visits no longer count, it only rests with me to find this one too free, and in fact I put him in the category of persons less intimate with me, by a written invitation to a supper of ceremony. I can well cry with Annette, "Albeit that is all." The fatal day having come, the day on which I was to lose my virtue and my reputation, I gave my instructions to the faithful Victoire, and she executed them as you will presently see. In the meantime, evening arrived. I had already a great company with me when Prévan was announced. I received him with a marked politeness, which testified to the slightness of my acquaintance with him, and I put him by the side of the Maréchale as being the person through whom I had made it. The evening produced nothing but a very short note, which the discreet lover found a means of giving me, and which, according to my custom, I burned. It informed me that I could trust him, and this essential word was surrounded by all the parasitical words, such as love, happiness, etc., which never fail to appear at such a festival. By midnight, the rubbers being over, I proposed a short medley.
Note: some persons may not, perhaps, be aware that a medley, Macédoine, is a succession of sundry different games of chance, amongst which each player has a right to choose when it is his turn to deal. It is one of the inventions of the century.
I had the double design of favouring Prévan's escape, and, at the same time, of causing it to be noticed. That could not fail to happen, considering his reputation as a gamester. I was not sorry, either, that it might be remembered, if need were, that I had not been in a hurry to be left alone. The game lasted longer than I had thought. The devil tempted me, and I was succumbing to my desire to console the impatient prisoner. I was thus rushing on to my ruin, when I reflected that, once having quite surrendered, I should not have sufficient control over him to keep him in the costume of decency which my plans required. I had the strength to resist. I retraced my steps, and returned, not without some ill-humour, to resume my place at the eternal game. It finished, however, and every one left. As for me, I rang for my women, undressed very rapidly, and sent them also away. Can you see me, Vicomte, in my light toilette, walking with timid and circumspect steps to open the door to my conqueror? He saw me. Lightning is not more prompt. What shall I say to you? I was vanquished, quite vanquished, before I could say one word to arrest him or defend myself. He then wanted to take a convenient position, and one more suitable to the circumstances. He cursed his finery, which, he said, kept him aloof from me. He would combat me with equal arms, but my extreme timidity was opposed to this project, and my soft caresses did not leave him time. He was occupied with other things. His rites were redoubled, his pretensions were renewed, but then— "Listen to me," I said. "You will have thus far a merry story enough to tell the two Comtesses de P. and 1,000 others, but I am curious to know how you will relate the end of the adventure." Speaking thus, I rang the bell with all my strength. For the nonce it was my turn, and my action was quicker than my speech. He had only stammered out something when I heard Victoire running up and calling the servants, whom she had kept near, as I had ordered. Then, assuming my queenly tone, raising my voice, "Leave me, monsieur," I went on, "and never come into my presence again," whereupon a crowd of my people entered. Poor Prévan lost his head, and fancying an ambush in what was at bottom no more than a joke, he betook himself to his sword. It did him no good, for my valet de chambre, who is brave and active, caught him round the body and hurled him to the ground. I was in a mortal fright, I vow. I cried them to cease, and bade them let his retreat go unmolested, as long as they made certain that he was gone. My men obeyed me, but there was great commotion amongst them. They were indignant that anyone should have dared to fail in respect towards their virtuous mistress. They all accompanied the unfortunate chevalier, noisily and with the scandal which I desired. Victoire only stayed behind, and we occupied ourselves during this interval in repairing the disorder of my bed. My household returned in the same state of commotion, and I, still upset by my emotion, asked them by what lucky chance they happened to be not yet gone to bed. Victoire then related to me how she had asked 2 women friends to supper, how they had sat up with her, and, in short, all that we had together agreed upon. I thanked them all and let them retire, bidding one of them, however, to go immediately and summon my physician. It seemed to me that I was justified in fearing ill effects from my mortal fright, and it was a sure means of giving wind and celebrity to the news. He came, in effect, condoled with me mightily, and prescribed repose. In addition, I bade Victoire go abroad early in the morning and gossip in the neighbourhood. Everything succeeded so well that, before noon, and as soon as I was awake, my pious neighbour was already at my bedside, to know the truth and the details of this terrible adventure. I was obliged to moan with her for an hour over the corruption of the age. A moment later I received from the Maréchale the note which I enclose. Finally, about 5 o'clock, to my great astonishment, Monsieur arrived.
Note: the commanding officer of the regiment to which Prévan belonged.
He came, he told me, to bring his excuses that an officer of his regiment should have been so grossly wanting in respect. He had only heard of it at dinner at the Maréchale's, and had immediately sent word to Prévan to consider himself under arrest. I asked for his pardon, and he refused it me. I then thought that, as an accomplice, I ought to dispatch myself on my side, and at least keep myself under strict guard. I caused my door to be shut, and word to be given that I was indisposed. "'Tis to my solitude that you owe this long letter. I shall write one to Mme. de Volanges, which she will be sure to read aloud, and from which you will hear this story as it is to be told. I forgot to tell you that Belleroche is enraged and absolutely wants to fight Prévan. The poor fellow! Luckily I shall have time to calm his head. In the meantime, I am going to repose my own, which is tired with writing. Adieu, Vicomte." Paris, 25th of September, 17...
Letter the 86th. The Maréchale de to the Marquise de Merteuil. A note enclosed in the preceding one.
Ah, heavens, what do I hear, my dear madame? Is it possible that little Prévost should commit such abominations? And to you above all? What is one not exposed to? One is no longer safe in one's own house. Truly such events console one for being old. But that for which I shall never console myself is that I have been partly the cause of your receiving such a monster at your house. I promise you that, if what I am told is true, he shall never more set foot within my doors. That is the course which all nice persons will adopt towards him, if they do their duty. I am told that you have been quite ill, and I am anxious about your health. Give me, I pray you, your precious news, or send by one of your women, if you cannot come yourself. I only ask a word to reassure me. I should have hastened to you this morning, had it not been for my baths, which my doctor will not allow me to interrupt, and I must go to Versailles this afternoon, always on my nephew's business. Adieu, dear madame. Count upon my sincere friendship for life. Paris, September 25th, 17.
Letter the 87th. The Marquise de Merteuil to Mme de Volanges.
I write to you from my bed, my dear, kind friend. The most disagreeable event and the most impossible to have foreseen has made me ill with fright and annoyance. It is assuredly not because I have aught to reproach myself with, but it is always so painful for virtuous woman who retains the modesty which becomes her sex, to have public attention drawn upon her, that I would give anything in the world to have been able to avoid this unhappy adventure. And I am still uncertain whether I may not decide to go to the country and wait until it be forgotten. This is the affair I allude to. I met at the Maréchale de a certain Monsieur de Prévost, whom you are sure to know by name, and whom I knew in no other way. But meeting him at such a house, I was, it seems to me, quite justified in believing him to be of good society. He is well enough made personally, and seemed to me not lacking in wit. Chance and the tedium of play left me the only woman alone with him and the Bishop of... the rest of the company being occupied with Lansquenet. The three of us conversed together till supper-time. At the table, a new piece, of which there was some talk, gave him the occasion to offer his box to the Maréchale, who accepted it, and it was arranged that I should have a place in it. It was for Monday last at the Français. As the Maréchale was coming to sup with me at the close of the performance, I proposed to this gentleman to accompany her, and he came. 2 days later he paid me a visit which passed with the customary compliments, and without the occurrence of anything marked. On the following day he came to see me in the morning, and this appeared to me a trifle bold, but I thought that instead of making him feel this by my fashion of receiving him, it were better to remind him, by a politeness, that we were not yet on so intimate a footing as he seemed to imply. To this end I sent him that same day a very dry and very ceremonious invitation for a supper that I was giving the day before yesterday. I did not speak 4 words to him all the evening, and he, on his side, retired as soon as his game was finished. You will admit that thus far nothing has less the air of leading up to an adventure. After the other games we played a medley which lasted till nearly 2 o'clock, and finally I went to bed. It must have been a mortal half-hour at least after my women had retired, when I heard a noise in my room. I opened my curtains with much alarm, and saw a man enter by the door which leads into my boudoir. I uttered a piercing cry, and I recognized by the light of my night-light this Monsieur de Prévost, who, with inconceivable effrontery, told me not to alarm myself, that he would enlighten me as to the mystery of his conduct, and that he begged me not to make any noise. Thus speaking, he lit a candle. I was so confounded that I could not speak. His tranquil and assured air petrified me, I think, even more. But he had not said 2 words when I saw what this pretended mystery was, and my only reply, as you will believe, was to clutch my bell-rope. By an incredible piece of good fortune, all my household had been sitting up with one of my women, and were not yet in bed. My chambermaid, who, on coming to me, heard me speaking with much heat, was alarmed, and summoned all this company. You can imagine what a scandal! My people were furious. There was a moment when I thought my valet de chambre would kill Prévan. I confess that at the moment I was quite relieved to find myself in force. On reflection to-day, I should have found it preferable if only my chambermaid had come. She would have sufficed, and I should, perhaps, have escaped all this noise which afflicts me. In place of that, the tumult awoke the neighbours, the household talked, and it is the gossip of all Paris since yesterday. Monsieur de Prévan is in prison by order of the commanding officer of his regiment, who had the courtesy to call upon me to offer me his excuses, he said. This arrest will still further augment the noise, but I could not obtain that it should be otherwise. The town and the court have been to inscribe their names at my door, which I have closed to every one. The few persons I have seen tell me that justice is rendered me, and that public indignation against Prévan is at its height. Assuredly he well merits it, but that does not distract from the disagreeables of his adventure. Moreover, the man has certainly some friends, and his friends are bound to be mischievous. Who knows? Who can tell what they will invent to my injury? Ah, Lord, how unfortunate to be a young woman! She has done nothing yet when she has put herself out of the reach of slander. She has need even to give the lie to calumny. Write me, I beg of you, what you would have done, what you would do in my place, in short, all your thought. It is always from you that I receive the sweetest consolation and the most prudent counsel. It is from you also that I love best to receive it. Adieu, my dear and kind friend. You know the sentiments which for ever attach me to you. I embrace your amiable daughter. Paris, 26th September, 17...
Letter the 88th. Cécile Volanges to the Vicomte de Valmont.
In spite of all the pleasure that I take, monsieur, in the letters of Monsieur le Chevalier Danceny, and although I am no less desirous than he is that we might be able to see one another again without hindrance, I have not, however, dared to do what you suggest to me. In the first place, it is too dangerous. This key, which you want me to put in the other's place, is like enough to it, in truth, but not so much so, however, that the difference is not to be seen, and mamma looks at and takes notice of everything. Again, although it has not yet been made use of since we have been here, there needs but a mischance, and if it was to be perceived, I should be lost forever. And then, it seems to me, too, that it would be very wrong. To make a duplicate key like that, it is very strong. It is true that it is you who would be kind enough to undertake it, but in spite of that, if it became known, I should, none the less, have to bear the blame and the odium, since it would be for me that you had done it. Lastly, I have twice tried to take it, and certainly it would be easy enough if it were anything else, but I do not know why I always started trembling, and have never had the courage. I think, then, we had better stay as we are. If you continue to have the kindness to be as complacent as hitherto, you will easily find a means of giving me a letter. Even with the last, but for the ill chance which made you suddenly turn round at a certain moment, we should have been quite secure. I can quite feel that you cannot, like myself, be thinking only of that. but I would rather have more patience and not risk so much. I am sure that Monsieur Danceny would speak as I do, for every time that he wanted something which caused me too much pain, he always consented that it should not be. I will give you back, monsieur, at the same time as this letter, your own, that of Monsieur Danceny, and your key. I am none the less grateful for all your kindnesses, and I beseech you to continue them. It is very true that I am most unhappy, and without you I should be even more so, but after all, she is my mother. I must needs have patience, and provided that Monsieur Danceny goes on loving me, and you do not abandon me, perhaps a happier time will come. I have the honour to be, monsieur, with much gratitude, your most humble and obedient servant. At the Château de 26th of September, 17.
Letter the 89th. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Chevalier Danceny.
If your affairs do not always advance as quickly as you could wish, my friend, it is not entirely me whom you must blame. I have more than one obstacle to overcome here. The vigilance and severity of Mme de Volanges are not the only ones. Your young friend also throws some in my way. Whether from coldness or timidity, she does not always do as I advise her, and I think none the less that I know better than she what must be done. I had found a sure and simple means of giving her your letters, and even of facilitating subsequently the interviews which you desire, but I could not persuade her to employ it. I am all the more distressed at this, as I cannot see any other means of bringing you together, and as, even with your correspondence, I am constantly afraid of compromising us all three. Now you may imagine that I am no more anxious to run that risk myself than to expose either of you to it. I should be truly grieved, however, if your little friend's lack of confidence were to prevent me from being useful to you. Perhaps you would do well to write to her on the subject. Consider what you want to do. It is for you alone to decide, for it is not enough to serve one's friends. One must also serve them in their own manner. This might also be one means the more to assure yourself of her sentiments towards you, for the woman who keeps a will of her own does not love as much as she says. 'Tis not that I suspect your mistress of inconstancy, but she is very young. She has a great fear of her mamma, who, as you know, only seeks to injure you, and perhaps it would be dangerous to stay too long without occupying her with you. Do not, however, render yourself unduly anxious by what I tell you. I have, at bottom, no reason for distrust. It is entirely the solicitude of friendship. I do not write to you at greater length, because I too have certain affairs of my own. I am not as far advanced as you, but I am as fond. That is a consoling thought, and even if I should not succeed for myself, if I succeed in being useful to you, I shall consider that my time has been well employed. Adieu, my friend. At the Château de 26th September, 17.
Letter the 90th. The Présidente de Tourvel to the Vicomte de Valmont.
I am greatly desirous, monsieur, that this letter should not cause you any distress, or that, if it must do so, it may be at least softened by that which I experience in writing to you. You must know me well enough by this time to be well assured that it is not my wish to grieve you. but neither would you wish, doubtless, to plunge me into eternal despair. I conjure you, then, in the name of the tender friendship which I have promised you, in the name even of the sentiments, perhaps more vivid, but assuredly not more sincere, which you have for me, let us cease to see one another, depart, and in the meantime let us shun all those private and too perilous interviews in which, forced by some inconceivable power, though I never succeed in saying what I wish to say to you, I pass my time in listening to what I never ought to hear. Only yesterday, when you came to join me in the park, my sole intention was to tell you that what I am writing to you to-day, and yet what did I do, but occupy myself with your love, to which I am bound never to respond. Ah, for pity's sake, remove yourself from me. Do not think that absence will ever alter my sentiments for you. How shall I ever succeed in overcoming them when I have no longer the courage to combat them? You see, I tell you all. I fear less to confess my weakness than to succumb to it. But that control which I have lost over my feelings I shall retain over my actions. Yes, I shall retain it, I am resolved, be it at the cost of my life. Alas, the time is not far distant when I believed myself very sure of never having such struggles to undergo. I congratulated myself, I vaunted myself for this, perhaps overmuch. Heaven has punished, cruelly punished this pride. But full of mercy, at the very moment when it strikes us, it forewarns me again before a fall. And I should be doubly guilty if I continued to fail in prudence, warned as I am already that I have no more strength. You have told me 100 times that you would have none of a happiness purchased by my tears. Ah, let us speak no more of happiness, but leave me to regain some calm. In acceding to my request, what fresh rights do you not acquire over my heart? And from those rights, founded upon virtue, I shall have need to defend myself. What pleasure I shall take in my gratitude! I shall owe you the sweetness of tasting without remorse a delicious sentiment. At present, on the contrary, terrified by my sentiments, by my thoughts, I am equally afraid of occupying myself with either you or myself. The very idea of you alarms me. When I cannot escape from it, I combat it. I do not drive it from me, but I repel it. Is it not better for both of us to put a stop to this state of trouble and anxiety? O you, whose ever-sensitive soul, even in the midst of its errors, has continued the friend of virtue, you will respect my painful situation, you will not reject my prayer. A sweeter but not less tender interest will succeed to these violent agitations. Then, breathing again through your benevolence, I shall cherish existence, and shall say in the joy of my heart, this calm, I owe it to my friend. In causing you to undergo a few deprivations, which I do not impose upon you, but which I beg of you, will you think you are buying the end of my torments at too dear a price? Ah! If, to make you happy, I had but to consent to unhappiness, you may believe me, I would not hesitate for a moment. But to become guilty? No, my friend, no. Rather would I die 1,000 deaths. Already assailed by shame on the eve of remorse, I dread both others and myself. I blush in the midst of company, and tremble in solitude. I lead only a life of pain. I shall have no peace unless you consent. My most praiseworthy resolutions do not suffice to reassure me. I formed this one yesterday, and yet I have passed the night in tears. Behold your friend, she whom you love, suppliant and confused, begging you for innocence and repose. O God! But for you would she ever have been reduced to so humiliating a request? I reproach you with nothing. I feel too strongly myself how difficult it is to resist an imperious sentiment. A complaint is not a reproach. Do out of generosity what I do from duty, and to all the sentiments which you have inspired in me I will add that of eternal gratitude. Adieu, monsieur. Adieu. At the Château de 27th September, 17 .
End of section 18. Section 19 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS. Section 19, Letters 91 to 95. Letter the 91st. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Présidente de Tourvel.
In consternation at your letter, madame, I am still ignorant as to how I can reply to it. Doubtless, if I needs must choose between your unhappiness and my own, it is for me to sacrifice myself, and I do not hesitate. But such important interests deserve, so it seems to me, to be, before all, investigated and discussed. And how can that be contrived, if we are to speak and see each other no more? What, whilst the sweetest of sentiments unite us, shall an empty fear suffice to separate us, perhaps beyond return? In vain shall tender friendship and ardent love reclaim their rights. Their voice shall not be heard. And why? What then is this pressing danger which besets you? Believe me, such fears, so lightly conceived, are already, it seems to me, potent enough reasons for security. Permit me to tell you that I find here traces of the unfavourable impressions that have been given you about me. One does not tremble before the man one esteems. One does not, above all, drive away him whom one has judged worthy of a certain friendship. It is the dangerous man whom one dreads and shuns. Who, however, was ever more respectful and submissive than myself? Already, you may observe, I am circumspect in my language. I no longer permit myself those names so sweet, so dear to my heart, which it never ceases to give you in secret. It is no longer the faithful and unhappy lover receiving the counsels and the consolations of a tender and sensitive friend. It is the accused before his judge, the slave before his master. Doubtless these new titles impose new duties. I pledge myself to fulfil them all. Listen to me, and if you condemn me, I obey the verdict and I go. I promise more. Do you prefer the tyranny which judges without a hearing? Do you feel you possess the courage to be unjust? Command, and I will still obey. But this judgment or this command, let me hear it from your own lips. And why, you will ask me in your turn. If you put this question, how little you know of love and of my heart. Is it nothing, then, to see you once again? Nay, when you shall have brought despair into my soul, perhaps one consoling glance will prevent me from succumbing to it. In short, if I must needs renounce the love and the friendship for which alone I exist, at least you shall see your work, and your pity will abide with me. Even if I do not merit this slight favour, I am prepared, methinks, to pay dearly for the hope of obtaining it. What? You are going to drive me from you. You consent, then, to our becoming strangers to one another. What am I saying? You desire it, and although you assure me that absence will not alter your sentiments, You do but urge my departure in order to work more easily at their destruction. You speak already of replacing them by gratitude. Thus the sentiment which an unknown would obtain from you for the most trivial service, or even your enemy for ceasing to injure you, this is what you offer to me. And you wish my heart to be satisfied with this. Interrogate your own. If your friends came one day to talk to you of their gratitude, would you not say to them with indignation, "Depart from me, you are ingrates"? I come to a stop, and beseech your indulgence. Pardon the expression of a grief to which you have given birth. It will not detract from my complete submission. But I conjure you in my turn, in the name of those sweet sentiments which you yourself invoke, do not refuse to hear me, and in pity at least for the mortal distress in which you have plunged me, do not defer the moment long. Adieu, madame. At the Château de 27th September 17.
Letter the 92nd. The Chevalier Danceny to the Vicomte de Valmont.
Oh, my friend, your letter has made my blood run cold for fright. Cécile, God, is it possible? Cécile no longer loves me? Yes, I see this direful truth through the veil in which your friendship covers it. You wish to prepare me for the receipt of this mortal blow. I thank you for your pains, but can one impose on love? It is ever in advance of all that interests it. It does not hear of its fate, it divines it. I have no more doubt of mine. Speak to me without concealment. You may do so, and I beg this of you. Inform me of everything. What gave rise to your suspicions? What has confirmed them? The least details are precious. Endeavour above all to recall her words. One word in place of another can change a whole sentence. The same word often bears two meanings. You may have been deceived. Alas, I seek to beguile myself still. What did she say to you? Does she make me any reproach? At least, does she not defend herself for her faults? I might have foreseen this change from the difficulties which she raises lately about everything. Love is not acquainted with so many obstacles. What course ought I to adopt? What do you counsel me? If I attempted to see her, is that utterly impossible? Absence is so cruel, so dismal, and she has rejected a means of seeing me. You do not tell me what it was. If there was in truth too much danger, she knows well that I am unwilling for her to run too much risk. But I also know your prudence, so to my misfortune I cannot but believe in it. What am I to do now? How write to her? If I let her see my suspicions, they will, perhaps, grieve her, and if they are unjust, could she pardon me for having distressed her? To hide them from her is to deceive her, and I know not how to dissimulate with her. Oh, if she could only know what I suffer, my pain would move her. I know her sensibility, she has an excellent heart, and I have 1,000 proofs of her love. Too much timidity, some embarrassment, she is so young, and her mother treats her with such severity. I will write to her, I will restrain myself, I will only beg her to leave herself entirely in your hands. Even if she should still refuse, she can at least not take offence at my prayer, and perhaps she will consent. To you, my friend, to you I make 1,000 excuses, both for her and for myself. I assure you that she feels the value of your efforts, that she is grateful for them. It is timidity, not distrust. Be indulgent. It is the finest quality in friendship. Yours is very precious to me, and I know not how to acknowledge all that you do for me. Adieu, I will write at once. I feel all my fears return. Who would have told me that it should ever cost me an effort to write to her? Alas, only yesterday was my sweetest pleasure. Adieu, my friend. Continue your cares for me, and pity me mightily. Paris, 27th of September, in 17...
Letter the 93rd. The Chevalier Danceny to Cécile Volanges, enclosed in the preceding.
I cannot conceal from you how grieved I have been to hear from Valmont of the scant confidence you continue to place in him. You are not ignorant that he is my friend, that he is the only person who can bring us together once more. I had thought that these titles would be sufficient with you. I see with pain that I made a mistake. May I hope at least you will inform me of your motives? Will you again find fresh difficulties which will prevent you? I cannot, however, without your help, penetrate the mystery of this conduct. I dare not suspect your love. Doubtless you too will not venture to betray mine. Ah, Cécile, is it true, then, that you have rejected a means of seeing me? A simple, convenient, and sure means?
Note: Danceny is ignorant of what this means was. He merely repeats Valmont's expression.
And is it thus that you love me? An absence so short has indeed changed your sentiments. But why deceive me? Why tell me that you love me always, that you love me more? Your mamma, in destroying your love, has she also destroyed your sincerity? If she has at least left you some pity, you will not learn without sorrow the fearful tortures which you cause me. I should suffer less were I to die. Tell me then, is your heart closed to me beyond recall? Have you utterly forgotten me? Thanks to your refusals, I know not either when you will hear my complaints, nor when you will reply to them. Valmont's friendship had assured our correspondence, but you have not wished it. You found it irksome. You preferred it to be infrequent. No, I shall believe no more in love, in good faith. Nay, whom can I believe, if my Cécile has deceived me? Answer me, then. Is it true that you no longer love me? No, that is not possible. You are under an illusion. You belie your heart. A passing fear, a moment of discouragement, which love has soon caused to vanish. Is it not true, my Cécile? Ah, doubtless, and I was wrong to accuse you. How happy I should be to be proved wrong! How I should love to make you tender excuses, to repair this moment of injustice with an eternity of love! Cécile, Cécile, have pity on me. Consent to see me. Employ for that every means. Look upon the effects of absence, fears, suspicions, perhaps even coldness. A single look, a single word, and we shall be happy. But what? Can I still talk of happiness? Perhaps it is lost to me, lost forever. Tortured by fear, cruelly buffeted between unjust suspicions and the most cruel truth, I cannot stay in any one thought. I only maintain existence to love you and to suffer. Ah, Cécile, you alone have the right to make it dear to me, and I expect from the first word that you will utter the return of happiness or the certainty of an eternal despair. Paris, 27th of September, in 17...
Letter the 94th. Cécile Volanges to the Chevalier Danceny.
I can gather nothing from your letter, except the pain it causes me. What has Monsieur de Valmont written to you, then, and what can have led you to believe that I no longer loved you? That would be, perhaps, far happier for me, for I should certainly be less tormented, and it is very hard, when I love you as I do, to find that you always believe that I am wrong, and that, instead of consoling me, it is from you always that I receive the hurts which give me most pain. You believe I am deceiving you, and am telling you what is not the truth. It is a pretty notion you have of me. But if I were as deceitful as you reproach me with being, what interest should I have? Assuredly, if I loved you no longer, I should only have to say so, and everybody would praise me. But unhappily it is stronger than I, and it must needs be for someone who feels no obligation to me for it at all. What have I done, pray, to make you so vexed? I did not dare to take a key because I was afraid that mamma would perceive it, and that it would cause me more trouble, and you too on my account, and again because it seems to me a bad action. But it was only Monsieur de Valmont who had spoken to me of it. I could not know whether you wished it or no, since you knew nothing about it. Now I know that you desire it. Do I refuse to take this key? I will take it tomorrow, and then we shall see what more you will have to say. It is very well for Monsieur de Valmont to be your friend. I think I love you at least as well as he can. And yet it is always he who is right, and I am always wrong. I assure you I am very angry. That is quite the same to you, because you know that I am quickly appeased. But now that I shall have the key, I shall be able to see you when I want to, and I assure you that I shall not want to when you act like this. I would rather have the grief that comes from myself than that it came from you. You see what you are ready to cause. If you liked me, how we would love each other, and at least we should only know the troubles that are caused us by others. I assure you that if I were mistress, you would never have any complaint to make against me. But if you do not believe me, we shall always be very unhappy, and it will not be my fault. I hope we shall soon be able to meet, and that then we shall have no further occasion to fret as at present. If I had been able to foresee this, I would have taken the key at once, but truly I thought I was doing right. Do not be angry with me, then, I beg you. Do not be sad any more, and love me always as well as I love you. Then I shall be quite happy. Adieu, my dear love. At the Château de 28th of September 17.
Letter the 95th. Cécile Volanges to the Vicomte de Valmont.
I beg you, monsieur, to be so kind as to return me the key which you gave me to put in the place of the other. Since everybody wishes it, I must needs consent also. I do not know why you wrote to Monsieur Danceny that I no longer loved him. I do not believe I have ever given you reason to think so, and it has caused him a great deal of pain, and me too. I am quite aware that you are his friend, and that is not a reason for vexing him, nor me either. You would give me great pleasure by telling him to the contrary the next time you write to him, and that you are sure of it, for it is in you that he has the most confidence. And for me, when I have said a thing and am not believed, I do not know what to do. As for the key, you can be quite easy. I well remember all that you recommended me in your letter. However, if you still like it and would like to give it me at the same time, I promise I will pay great attention to it. If it could be tomorrow, as we go to dinner, I would give you the other key the day after tomorrow, at breakfast, and you could give it back to me in the same manner as the first. I should be very pleased if it does not take long, because there will be less time for the danger of mamma's seeing it. Again, when once you have that key, you will be very kind to make use of it to take my letters also, and in that way Monsieur Danceny will more often receive news of me. It is true that it will be much more convenient than it is at present, but at first it frightened me too much. I beg you to excuse me, and I hope you will none the less continue to be as obliging as in the past. I shall always be very grateful to you. I have the honour to be, monsieur, your most humble and obedient servant. At the Château de 28th of September 17.
End of section 19. Section 20 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS. Section 20, letters 96 to 100. Letter the 96th. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Marquise de Merteuil.
I will wager that since your adventure you have been daily expecting my compliments and praises. I doubt not even that you feel a trifle out of humour at my long silence. But what do you expect? I have always thought that when one has naught but praise to give a woman, one may be at one's ease about her, and occupy oneself with other matters. However, I thank you on my own account, and congratulate you on yours. I am even ready to make you completely happy by admitting that this time you have surpassed my expectation. After that, let us see if on my side I have come up to yours, at least in part. It is not of Madame de Tourvel that I want to talk to you. Her too laggard progress, I know, displeases you. You only love accomplished facts. Spun out scenes weary you. For my part, I had never tasted such pleasure as I find in these feigned delays. Yes, I love to watch this prudent woman engaged without her perceiving it on a course which admits of no return, whose rapid and dangerous declivity carries her on in spite of herself, and forces her to follow me. Then, terrified at the danger she runs, she would fain halt, but cannot hold herself in. Her skill and caution can indeed shorten her steps, yet they must inevitably succeed one another. Sometimes, not daring to behold the danger, she shuts her eyes, and, letting herself go, abandons herself to my care. More often, a fresh alarm reanimates her efforts. In her mortal terror, she would attempt once more to turn back. She wastes her strength in painfully overcoming a short distance, and soon a magic power replaces her nearer to that danger which she had vainly sought to fly. Then, having only me for guide and support, with no more thought to reproach me for an inevitable fall, she implores me to retard it. Fervent prayers, humble supplications, all that mortals in their terror offer to the divinity, it is I who receive them from her. And you would have me, deaf to her entreaties, and myself destroying the cult which she pays me, employ to precipitate her the power which she invokes for her support. Oh, leave me at least the time to observe those touching combats between love and virtue. How then? Do you think that the same spectacle which makes you run eagerly to the theatre, which you applaud there with fury, is less engrossing in real life? Those sentiments of a pure and tender soul, which dreads the happiness which it desires, and never ceases to defend itself, even when it ceases to resist, you listen to with enthusiasm. Should they not be priceless to him that has called them forth? That, however, is the delicious enjoyment which this heavenly woman offers me daily, and you reproach me for relishing its sweetness. Ah, the time will come only too soon, when, degraded by her fall, she will be to me no more than an ordinary woman. But in talking of her to you, I forget that I did not want to talk to you of her. I do not know what power constrains me, drags me back to her ceaselessly, even when I outrage her. Away with her dangerous idea. Let me become myself again, to treat a gayer subject. It concerns your pupil, who is now become my own, and I hope that here you will recognise me. Some days ago, being better treated by my gentle Puritan, and in consequence less engrossed by her, I remarked that the little Volanges was in fact extremely pretty, and that if there was folly in being in love with her, like Danceny, there was perhaps no less on my part in not seeking from her a distraction rendered necessary by my solitude. It seemed to me just, moreover, to repay myself for the care I was giving her. I reminded myself, as well, that you had offered her to me before Danceny had any pretensions, and I considered myself justified in claiming certain rights on a property which he only possessed because I had refused and relinquished it. The little person's pretty face, her fresh mouth, her infantile air, her very gaucherie, fortified these sage resolutions. I consequently resolved on action, and my enterprise has been crowned by success. You must already be wondering by what means I have so soon supplanted the favoured lover. What form of seduction befits such youth and such inexperience? Spare yourself the trouble. I employed none at all. Whereas you, wielding skilfully the weapons of your sex, triumph by subtlety, I, rendering his imprescriptible rights to man, subjugated by authority. Sure of my prey, if I could get within reach of it, I only required a ruse to approach her, and even that which I employed barely merits the name. I profited by the first letter which I received from Danceny for his fare, and after having let her know of it by the concerted signal, instead of employing my skill to get it into her hands, I used it to find a lack of means to do so. The impatience to which this gave rise I feigned to share, and after having caused the ill, I pointed out the remedy. The young person occupies a chamber, one door of which opens into the corridor, but naturally the mother had taken away the key. It was merely a question of obtaining possession of this. Nothing more easy of execution. I only asked to have it at my disposal for 2 hours, and I answered for the procural of one similar to it. Then correspondence, interviews, nocturnal rendezvous, everything became easy and safe. However, would you believe it, the timid child took alarm, and refused. Another man would have been in despair. For my part, I only saw there the occasion for a more piquant pleasure. I wrote to Danceny to complain of this refusal, and I did it so well that our blockhead had no peace until he had obtained from his timorous mistress and even urged her that she should grant my request, and so surrender herself utterly to my discretion. I was mighty pleased, I confess, at having thus changed the rules, and induced the young man to do for me what he calculated I should do for him. This notion doubled, in my eyes, the value of the adventure. Thus, as soon as I had the precious key, I hastened to make use of it. This was last night. After assuring myself that all was quiet in the chateau, armed with my dark lantern, and in the costume befitting the hour which the circumstance demanded, I paid my first visit to your pupil. I had caused all preparations to be made, and that by herself, to permit of a noiseless entrance. She was in her first sleep, the sleep of her age, so that I reached her bedside before she had awakened. At first I was tempted to go even further, and try to pass for a dream. But fearing the effects of surprise and the noise which it entails, I preferred to awake the lovely sleeper with precautions, and did in fact succeed in preventing the cry which I feared. After calming her first fears, as I had not come there for conversation, I risked a few liberties. Doubtless she has not been well taught at her convent to how many varied perils timid innocence is exposed, and all that it has to guard, if it would not be surprised. For devoting all her attention, all her strength, to defending herself from a kiss, which was only a feigned attack, she left all the rest without defence. Who could fail to draw profit from it? I changed my tactics accordingly, and promptly took the position. Here we both alike had thought ourselves to be lost. The little girl, in a mighty scare, tried to cry out in good earnest. Luckily her voice was drowned by tears. She had thrown herself upon the bell-rope, but my adroitness restrained her arm in time. What would you do? I asked her then. Ruin yourself utterly? Let anyone come, what does it matter to me? Whom will you persuade that I am not here with your consent? Who else but you can have furnished me with the means of entering? And this key, which I have obtained from you, which I could only obtain from you, will you undertake to explain its use? This short harangue calmed neither her grief nor her anger, but it brought about her submission. I know not if I had the accents of eloquence. It is true, at any rate, that I had not its gestures. With one hand employed in force, the other in love, what orator could pretend to grace in such a situation? If you rightly imagine it, you will admit that at least it was favourable to the attack. But as for me, I have no head at all, and, as you say, the most simple woman, a schoolgirl, can lead me like a child. This one, whilst still in high dudgeon, felt that she must adopt some course, and enter into a compromise. As prayers found me inexorable, she had to resort to bargaining. You think I sold the important post dearly. No, I promised everything for a kiss. It is true that, the kiss once obtained, I did not keep my promise, but I had good reasons. Had we agreed whether it was to be taken or given? By dint of bargaining, we fell into an agreement over the second, and this one, it was said, was to be received. Then, guiding her timid arms round my body, and pressing her more amorously with one of mine, the soft kiss was effectually received. Nay, excellently, nay, perfectly received. So much so, indeed, that love itself could have done no better. Such good faith deserved a reward. Thus I at once granted her request. My hand was withdrawn, but I know not by what chance I found myself in its place. You will suppose me then mighty eager, energetic, will you not? By no means. I have acquired a taste for delay. I have told you. Once sure of arriving, why take the journey with such haste? Seriously, I was mighty pleased to observe once more the power of opportunity, and I found it here devoid of all extraneous aid. It had love to fight against, however, and love sustained by modesty and shame, and above all fortified by the temper which I had excited, and which had much effect. It was opportunity alone, but it was there, always offered, always present, and love was absent. To verify my observations, I was cunning enough to employ no more force than could be resisted. Only, if my charming enemy, abusing my good nature, seemed inclined to escape me, I constrained her by that same fear whose happy effects I had just experienced. Well, well, without any further trouble, the languishing fair, forgetful of her vows, began by yielding, and ended by consenting. Not that after this first moment there was not a return of mingled reproaches and tears. I am uncertain whether they were real or feigned, but as ever happens, they ceased as soon as I busied myself in giving cause for them anew. Finally, from frailty to reproach, and reproach to frailty, we separated, well satisfied with one another, and equally agreed on the rendezvous to-night. I did not retire to my own room until the break of day, and I was exhausted with fatigue and sleepiness. However, I sacrificed both to my desire to be present at breakfast this morning. I have a passion for watching faces on the day after. You can have no idea of this one. There was an embarrassment in the attitude, a difficulty in the gait, eyes always lowered, and so big and so heavy. The face, so round, was elongated. Nothing could have been more amusing. And for the first time her mother, alarmed at this extreme alteration, displayed a most tender interest in her, and the Présidente too, who was very busy about her. Those attentions of hers are only lent, a day will come when she will need them herself, and that day is not far distant. Adieu, my lovely friend. At the Château de 1st October 17.
Letter the 97th. Cécile Volanges to Mme de Merteuil.
Oh my God, madame, I am in such distress. I am so unhappy. Who will console me in my trouble? Who will advise me in the embarrassment in which I am? That Monsieur de Valmont and Danceny. No, the idea of Danceny fills me with despair. How can I tell you? How can I relate it? I do not know what to do. However, my heart is full. I must speak to someone, and you are the only one whom I dare confide in. You have shown me so much kindness, but do not have any for me now. I am not worthy of it. What shall I say? I do not wish it. Everybody here has shown an interest in me today. They have all increased my grief. I felt so much that I did not deserve it. Oh, scold me, on the contrary, scold me well, for I am very guilty, but afterwards save me. If you have not the goodness to advise me, I shall die of grief. Listen, then. My hand trembles, as you see. I can hardly write. I can feel my face is all on fire. Oh, it is indeed the blush of shame. Ah, well, I will endure it. It will be the first punishment for my fault. Yes, I will tell you all. You must know then that Monsieur de Valmont, who has hitherto always handed me Mr. Danceny's letters, suddenly found it was too difficult. He wanted to have a key to my chamber. I can truly assure you that I did not want this, but he went so far as to write to Danceny, and Danceny also wished it, and as for me, it gives me so much pain to refuse him anything, especially since my absence, which makes him so unhappy, that I ended by consenting. I never foresaw the misfortune which it would lead to. Yesterday, Monsieur de Valmont made use of this key to come into my room when I was asleep. I was so little prepared for this that he frightened me very much when he awoke me. But as he spoke to me at once, I recognized his voice and did not cry out. And then the idea came to me at first that he had come perhaps to bring me a letter from Danceny. It was very far from that. A moment afterwards he tried to embrace me, and whilst I defended myself as was natural, he contrived to do what I would not have suffered for the whole world, but he would have a kiss first. It had to be done, for what was there to do? All the more, as I had tried to call out, but in addition to my not being able, he was careful to tell me that, if anyone came, he would know how to put all the blame on me, and indeed it was very easy because of the key. Then he still refused to retire. He wanted a second one, and this one, I do not know how it was, but it quite confused me. And afterwards, it was even worse than before. Oh, indeed, this is dreadful. In short, after... You will surely excuse me from telling the rest, but I am as unhappy as anyone can be. What I reproach myself with the most, and of which I must nevertheless speak to you, is that I am afraid I did not resist as much as I might have. I do not know how it happened, and there were moments when it was just as though I loved him. You can imagine that did not prevent me from always saying no to him, but I felt sure that I did not act as I spoke, and that was in spite of myself. And then again, I was mightily confused. If it is always as difficult as that to resist, one ought to be well accustomed to it. It is true that Monsieur de Valmont has a way of saying things to which one does not know how to answer. At last, would you believe it, when he went away, it was as though I was sorry, and I was weak enough to consent to his returning this evening. That distresses me more even than all the rest. Oh, in spite of it, I promise you truly that I will prevent him from coming. He had hardly gone away before I felt how very wrong I had been in promising him. I wept too all the rest of the time. It is about Danceny, especially, that I am so grieved. Every time I thought of him, my tears flowed so fast that I was suffocated, and I did nothing but think of him. And now again, you see the result. Here is my paper, all soaked. No, I shall never be consoled, were it only because of him. At last I was worn out, and yet I was not able to sleep 1 minute. And this morning, on rising, when I looked at myself in the mirror, I was frightened, so much had I changed. Mamma perceived it as soon as she saw me, and asked me what was the matter. As for me, I started crying at once. I thought she was about to scold me, and perhaps that would have hurt me less, but on the contrary, she spoke gently to me. Little did I deserve it. She told me not to grieve like that. She did not know the cause of my grief. I should make myself ill. There are moments when I should like to be dead. I could not contain myself. I threw myself sobbing into her arms, and said to her, "Oh, mamma, your daughter is very miserable." Mamma could not keep herself from crying a little, and all this only increased my grief. Luckily she did not ask me why I was so unhappy, for I should not have known what to tell her. I implore you, madame, write to me as soon as you can and tell me what I ought to do, for I have not the courage to think of anything, and I can only grieve. Will you be so kind as to send your letter through Monsieur de Valmont? But if you write to him at the same time, do not, I beg you, tell him that I have said anything. I have the honour to be, madame, always with great affection, your most humble and obedient servant. I dare not sign this letter.
Letter the 98th. Mme de Volanges to the Marquise de Merteuil. It is but a few days ago, my charming friend, that you were asking me for consolation and advice. Today it is my turn, and I make you the same request which you made to me. I am indeed in real distress, and I fear that I have not taken the best means to remove the vexations from which I suffer. It is my daughter who is the cause of my anxiety. Since my departure I had seen she was always sad and melancholy, but I was prepared for that, and had armed my heart with the severity I judged necessary. I hoped that absence, distraction, would soon destroy a love which I looked upon rather as a childish error than as a real passion. However, far from having recovered since our sojourn here, I noticed that the child abandons herself more and more to a dangerous melancholy, and I am actually afraid that her health is suffering. Particularly during the last few days, it has visibly altered. Yesterday, above all, it struck me, and everybody here was genuinely alarmed. What proves to me, besides, how keenly she is affected, is that I see her prepared to overcome the shyness she has always shown with me. Yesterday morning, at the mere question I put to her as to whether she were ill, she threw herself into my arms, telling me that she was very miserable, and she cried till she sobbed. I cannot describe to you the pain it caused me. Tears came to my eyes at once, and I had only the time to turn away to prevent her from seeing them. Luckily I had sufficient prudence to put no questions to her, and she did not dare to tell me any more, but it is none the less clear that it is this unfortunate passion which is tormenting her. What course am I to take, however, if it lasts? Am I to be the cause of my daughter's unhappiness? Shall I blame her for the most precious qualities of the soul, sensibility and constancy? Am I her mother only for that? And if I should stifle that so natural sentiment which makes us desire the happiness of our children, if I should regard as a weakness what I hold, on the contrary, to be the most sacred of all duties, if I force her choice, shall I not have to answer for the disastrous consequences which may ensue? What a use to make of maternal authority, to give my daughter a choice between unhappiness and sin! My friend, I shall not imitate what I have so often blamed. Doubtless, I have tried to make a choice for my daughter. I did, in that, but aid her with my experience. It was not a right which I exercised, but a duty which I fulfilled. I should betray one, on the contrary, were I to dispose of her to the neglect of an inclination, the birth of which I have not been able to prevent, and of which neither she nor I can judge the duration or the extent. No, I will never endure that she should marry one man that she may love another, and I would rather compromise my authority than her virtue. I think, therefore, that I shall be taking the more prudent course in retracting the promise I have given to Monsieur de Gercourt. You have just heard my reasons for this. It seems to me they ought to outweigh my promises. I say more, in the state in which things are, to fulfill my engagement would really be to violate it. For, after all, if I owe it to my daughter not to betray her secret to Monsieur de Gercourt, I owe it to him at least not to abuse the ignorance in which I keep him, and to do for him all that I believe he would do for himself, if he were informed. Shall I, on the contrary, betray him ignobly when he relies on my faith, and, whilst he honours me by choosing me for his second mother, deceive him in the choice he wishes to make of the mother of his children? These reflections, so true, and to me irrefutable, alarm me more than I can say. With the misfortunes which they make me dread, I compare my daughter, happy with the bridegroom her heart has chosen, knowing her duties only from the sweetness which she finds in fulfilling them, my son-in-law equally contented, and congratulating himself each day upon his choice. Neither of them finding happiness save in the happiness of the other, and in that of cooperating to augment my own. Ought the hope of so sweet a future to be sacrificed to vain considerations? And what are those which restrain me? Only interested views. Pray, what advantage will my daughter gain from being born rich, if she is, none the less, to be the slave of fortune? I agree that Monsieur de Gercourt is a better match, perhaps, than I ought to hope for my daughter. I confess, indeed, that I was extremely flattered at the choice he made of her. But, after all, Danceny is of as good a family as his. He yields no whit to him in personal qualities. He has over Monsieur de Gercourt the advantage of loving and of being beloved. In truth, he is not rich. But has not my daughter enough for two? Ah, why ravish from her the sweet satisfaction of enriching him whom she loves? Those marriages which one calculates instead of assorting, which one calls marriages of convenience, and which are in fact convenient in all save taste and character, are they not the most fertile source of those scandalous outbreaks which become every day more frequent? I prefer to delay. At least I shall have time to study my daughter, whom I do not know. I have, indeed, the courage to cause her a passing sorrow, if she is to gain, thereby, a more substantial happiness. But I have not the heart to risk abandoning her to eternal despair. Those, my dear friend, are the ideas which torment me, and as to which I ask your advice. These serious topics contrast mightily with your amiable gaiety, and seem hardly fitting to your youth. But your reason has so far outgrown that. Your friendship, moreover, will assist your prudence, and I have no fear that either will refuse the maternal solicitude which invokes them. Adieu, my charming friend. Never doubt the sincerity of my sentiments. At the Château de 2nd October, 1700. Letter the 99th. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Marquise de Merteuil.
A few more small incidents, my lovely friend, but scenes merely, no more actions. Arm yourself, therefore, with patience. Assume a stock of it even, for while my Présidente advances so imperceptibly, your pupil retreats, which is worse still. Well, well, I have wit enough to amuse myself with these vexations. Truly, I am acclimatizing myself mighty well to my sojourn here, and I may say that I have not experienced a single moment of ennui in my old aunt's dreary château. In fact, do I not find here enjoyment, privation, uncertainty, and hope? What more has one upon a greater stage? Spectators, let me be, they will not be lacking. If they do not see me at work, I will show them my labour accomplished. They will only have to admire and applaud. Yes, they will applaud, for at last I can predict with certainty the moment of my austere Puritan's fall. I assisted this evening at the death struggle of virtue. Sweet frailty will now rule in its stead. I fix the time at a date no later than our next interview. But already I hear you crying out against vainglory. To announce one's victory, to boast in advance. Prithee, calm yourself. To prove my modesty, I will begin with the story of my defeat. In very truth, your pupil is a most ridiculous little person. She is indeed a child, whom one should treat as such, and whom one would favour by doing no more than putting her under penance. Would you believe that after what passed between us the day before yesterday, after the amicable manner in which we separated yesterday morning, when I sought to return in the evening, as she had agreed, I found her door bolted on the inside? What say you to that? Such childishness one sometimes meets with on the eve, but on the morrow is it not amusing? I did not, however, laugh at it at first. I had never felt so strongly the imperiousness of my character. Assuredly I was going to this rendezvous without pleasure, and solely out of politeness. My own bed, of which I had great need, seemed to me for the moment preferable to any one else's, and I had dragged myself from it with regret. No sooner, however, had I met with an obstacle than I burned to overcome it. I was humiliated above all that a child should have tricked me. I withdrew then in considerable ill humour, and with the intention of concerning myself no further with this silly child and her affairs. I had written her a note on the spur of the moment, which I intended to give her to-day, and in which I accounted her at her just value. But night brings counsel, as they say. Methought this morning that, having no choice of distractions here, I had better keep this one. I suppressed, therefore, the severe letter. Since reflecting upon it, I wonder that I can ever have entertained the idea of concluding an adventure before holding in my hands the wherewithal to ruin the heroine. Observe, however, whither a first impulse impels us. Happy, my fair friend, is he who has trained himself, as you have, never to give way to one. In fine, I have postponed my vengeance. I have made this sacrifice to your intentions towards Gercourt. Now that I am no longer angry, I see your pupil's conduct only in a ridiculous light. In fact, I should be glad to know what she hopes to gain thereby. As for myself, I am at a loss. If it be only to defend herself, you must admit that she is somewhat late in starting. Some day she will have to tell me herself the key to this enigma. I have a great desire to know it. It may be, perhaps, only that she found herself fatigued. Frankly, that might well be possible. for without a doubt she is still ignorant that the darts of love, like the lance of Achilles, bear their own remedy for the ills they cause. But nay, by the little wry face she pulled all day, I would wager that there enters into it repentance. There's something like virtue. Virtue. It becomes her indeed to show it. Let her leave it to the woman veritably born to it, to be the only one who knows how to embellish it, who could make it lovable. Pardon, my fair friend, but it is this very evening that there occurred between Madame de Tourvel and myself the scene of which I am about to send you an account, and I still feel some emotion at it. I have need to do myself violence in order to distract me from the impression which it made upon me. 'Tis even to aid me in this that I have sat down to write to you. Something must be pardoned to this first moment. It is some days already since we are agreed, Madame de Tourvel and I, upon our sentiments. We only dispute about words. It was always in truth her friendship which responded to my love, but this conventional language did not change things in substance, and had we remained thus, I should have gone perhaps less quickly, but not less surely. Already, even, there was no more question of driving me away, as she had wished at first. And as for the interviews which we have daily, if I devote my cares to offering her the occasions, she devotes hers to seizing them. As it is ordinarily when walking that our little rendezvous occur, the shocking weather which set in to-day left me no hope. I was even really vexed by it. I did not foresee how much I was to gain from this contretemps. Being unable to go out, they started play after rising from table. As I play little and am no longer indispensable, I chose this time to go to my own room, with no other intention than to wait there until the game was likely to be over. I was on my way to rejoin the company when I met the charming woman. She was about to enter her apartment, and whether from imprudence or weakness, she said to me in her gentle voice, "Where are you going? There is nobody in the salon." I needed no more, as you may believe, to try and enter her room. I met with less resistance than I expected. It is true that I had taken the precaution to commence the conversation at the door, and to commence it indifferently. But hardly were we settled than I brought back the real subject, and spoke of my love for my friend. Her first reply, though simple, seemed to me sufficiently expressive. "Oh, I pray you," said she, "do not let us speak of that here." And she trembled. Poor woman, she sees she is lost. However, she was wrong to be afraid. For some time past, assured of success some day or other, and seeing that she was spending so much strength in useless struggles, I had resolved to husband my own, and to wait without further effort until she should surrender from lassitude. You are quite aware that here I require a complete triumph, and that I wish to owe nothing to opportunity. It was indeed owing to this preconceived plan, and in order to be pressing without engaging myself too far, that I came back to this word love, so obstinately declined. Sure that my ardour was sufficiently believed in, I tried a tone more tender. Her refusal no longer put me out, it pained me. Did not my sensitive friend owe me some consolation? As she consoled me withal, one hand lingered in my own. The lovely form leaned upon my arm, and we were drawn extremely near. You have surely remarked in such a situation how, in proportion to the weakening of the defence, entreaties and refusals pass at closer quarters, how the head is averted and the gaze cast down, whilst remarks, always uttered in a weak voice, become rare and intermittent. These precious symptoms announce, in no equivocal manner, the soul's consent, but it has rarely yet extended to the senses. I even hold that it is always dangerous to attempt, just then, any too marked assault, because this state of self-abandonment, being never without a very sweet pleasure, one knows not how to dispel it without giving rise to a humour which is invariably in the favour of the defence. But in the present case, prudence was all the more necessary to me, in that I had above all to dread the alarm which this forgetfulness of herself could not fail to induce in my gentle dreamer. Thus, this avowal which I demanded, I did not even require that it should be pronounced. A glance would suffice. Only one glance, and I was happy. My lovely friend, her fine eyes were in fact raised to mine. Her celestial mouth even uttered, "Well, yes, But on a sudden her gaze was withdrawn, her voice failed, and this adorable woman fell into my arms. Hardly had I had time to receive her, when, extricating herself with convulsive force, her eyes wild, her hands raised to heaven, "God! Oh, my God, save me!" she cried, and at once, swifter than lightning, she was on her knees 10 paces from me. I could hear her ready to suffocate. I advanced to her assistance, but seizing one of my hands, which she bedewed with tears, sometimes even embracing my knees, "Yes, it shall be you," she said. "It shall be you who will save me. You do not wish my death. Leave me. Save me. Leave me. In the name of God, leave me." And these inconsequent utterances barely escaped through her redoubled sobs. Meanwhile she held me with a strength which did not permit me to withdraw. Then, collecting my own, I raised her in my arms. At the same instant her tears ceased. She said no more. All her limbs stiffened, and violent convulsions succeeded to this storm. I was, I confess, deeply moved, and I believe I should have consented to her request, had not circumstances compelled me to do so. The fact remains that after rendering her some assistance, I left her, as she prayed me, and I congratulate myself on this. I have already almost received the reward. I expected that, as on the day of my first declaration, she would not appear that evening. But towards 8 o'clock she came down to the salon, and only informed the company that she had been greatly indisposed. Her face was dejected, her voice feeble, her attitude constrained. But her gaze was soft, and was often fixed upon me. Her refusal to play having even compelled me to take her place, she took up hers at my side. During supper she remained alone in the salon when we returned. Methought I saw that she had wept. To make certain, I told her that I feared she still felt the effects of her indisposition, to which she answered me obligingly, "The complaint does not go as quickly as it comes." Finally, when we retired, I gave her my hand, and at the door of her apartment she pressed mine with vigour. 'Tis true, this movement seemed to me to have something involuntary, but so much the better. It is a proof the more of my empire. I would wager that at present she is enchanted to have reached this stage. The cost is paid. There is nothing left but to enjoy. Perhaps, whilst I am still writing to you, she is already occupied with this soft thought. And even if she is employed, on the contrary, on a fresh project of defence, do we not know well what becomes of all such plans? I ask you then, can it go further than our next interview? I quite expect, by the way, that there will be some ceremony about the surrender. Very good. But once the first step is taken, do these austere prudes ever know where to stop? Their love is a veritable explosion. Resistance lends it greater force. My shy Puritan would run after me if I ceased to run after her. In short, my lovely friend, I shall on an early day be with you to claim fulfilment of your word. You have not forgotten, doubtless, what you promised me after success, that infidelity to your chevalier. Are you ready? For myself, I desire it as much as if we had never known each other. For the rest, to know you is perhaps a reason for desiring it more. Je suis juste et ne suis point galant.
Note, Voltaire, Nanine.
Moreover, it shall be the first infidelity I will make to my serious conquest, and I promise you to profit by the first pretext to be absent for 24 hours from her. It shall be her punishment for keeping me so long away from you. Do you know that this adventure has occupied me for more than 2 months? Yes, 2 months and 3 days. It is true that I include tomorrow, since it will not be truly consummated till then. That reminds me that Mme. de B held out for 3 whole months. I am most pleased to see that frank coquetry possesses more power of resistance than austere virtue. Adieu, my lovely friend. I must leave you, for it is mighty late. This letter has led me on further than I had intended, but as I am sending to Paris to-morrow, I was fain to profit by it to let you participate 1 day sooner in the joy of your friend. At the Château de 2nd October 17. In the evening.
Letter the 100th. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Marquise de Merteuil.
Oh, my friend, I am tricked, betrayed, lost. I am in despair. Mme. de Tourvel has gone. She has gone, and I did not know it. And I was not there to oppose departure, to reproach her with her unworthy treachery. Do not think I would have let her leave. She would have stayed. Yes, she would have stayed if I had had to employ violence. But think, in credulous security, I slept tranquilly. I slept, and the thunderbolt has fallen upon me. No, I do not understand this departure at all. I must abandon all hope of understanding women. When I recall the events of yesterday, what do I say, even of yesterday night? That glance so sweet, that voice so tender, and that pressure of the hand. And all the time she was planning flight from me. Oh, women, women! After this complain that you are deceived. Yes, any perfidy that one employs is a theft from your store. What pleasure I shall take in avenging myself! I shall find her again, this perfidious woman. I shall resume my empire over her. If love sufficed to procure me the means of that, what will it not do when assisted by vengeance? I shall see her again at my knees, trembling and bathed in tears, and I shall be pitiless. What does she at present? What does she think? Perhaps she applauds herself for having deceived me, and faithful to the tastes of her sex, this pleasure seems to her the sweetest. What the so greatly vaunted virtue could not obtain, the spirit of ruse has brought about without an effort. Madman that I was, I dreaded her virtue. It was her ill faith that I had to fear. And to be obliged to swallow my resentment, to dare show no more than a gentle sorrow, when I have a heart full of rage, to see myself reduced once more to be suppliant to a rebellious woman who has escaped from my sway. Ought I to be humiliated to such a degree? And by whom? By a timid woman who was never practised in fight. What does it serve me to have established myself in her heart, to have scorched her with all the fires of love, to have carried the trouble of her senses to the verge of delirium, if, calm in her retreat, she can to-day plume herself more on her escape than I upon my victories? And should I suffer it? My friend, you do not believe it. You have no such humiliating idea of me. But what fatality attaches me to this woman? Are there not 100 others who desire my attentions? Will they not be eager to respond to them? Even if none were worth this one, does not the attraction of variety, the charm of fresh conquests, the pride of numbers, offer pleasure sweet enough? Why run after that which eludes us, and neglect what is in our path? Oh, why? I know not, but I feel it extremely. Oh, there is no happiness or peace for me, save in the possession of this woman, whom I hate and love with equal fury. I will only support my lot from the moment when I shall dispose of hers. Then, tranquil and satisfied, I shall see her in her turn given over to the storms which I experience at this moment. I will excite 1,000 others more. Hope and fear, security and distrust, all the ills devised by hate, all the good that love affords, I want them to fill her heart, to succeed one another at my will. That time shall come. Oh, but how many labours yet! How near I was yesterday! And how far away I see myself to-day! How to approach her again! I dare not take any measure. I feel that before I adopt any course I need greater calmness, and my blood leaps within my veins. Oh, what enhances my torment is the calm with which everyone here replies to my questions upon this event, upon its cause, and all the extraordinary features it presents. No one knows anything. No one cares to know anything. They would hardly have spoken of it had I allowed them to speak of anything else. Mme. de Rosemonde, to whom I hastened this morning when I learned the news, answered me with the indifference of her age, that it was the natural result of the indisposition which seized Madame de Tourvel yesterday, that she had been afraid of an illness, and had preferred to be at home. She thinks it quite simple. She would have done the same, she told me. As if there could be anything in common between the two. Between her, who has only death before her, and the other, who is the charm and torment of my life. Mme. de Volanges, whom I at first suspected of being an accomplice, seems only to be affected in that she was not consulted as to the step. I am delighted, I confess, that she has not had the pleasure of harming me. That proves again that she is not in this woman's confidence to the extent I feared. That is always one enemy the less. How pleased she would be with herself if she knew that it was I who was the cause of the flight. How swollen with pride if it had been through her counsels. How her importance would have been enhanced. Great God, how I hate her! I will renew with her daughter. I will mould her to my fantasy. I think, therefore, I shall remain here for some time. At least the little reflection I have been able to make leads me to this course. Do you not think, in fact, that after so marked a step, my ingrate must dread my presence? If then the idea has come to her that I might follow her, she will not fail to close her door to me, and I wish as little to accustom her to that means as to endure the humiliation. I prefer, on the contrary, to announce to her that I shall remain here. I will even make entreaties for her return, and when she is persuaded of my absence, I will appear at her house. We shall see how she supports the interview. Oh, but I must postpone it in order to enhance the effect, and I know not yet if I have the patience. 20 times to-day I have opened my mouth to call for my horses. However, I will command myself. I promise to await your reply here. I only beg you, my lovely friend, not to keep me waiting for it. The thing which would thwart me the most would be not to know what is passing, but my chasseur, who is in Paris, has certain rights of access to the waiting maid. He will be able to serve me. I am sending him instructions and money. I beg you to find it good that I join both to this letter, and also to be at the pains to send them to him by one of your people, with orders to place them in his own hands. I take this precaution because the rascal is in the habit of failing to receive the letters I write to him, when they command him some task which irks him. And for the moment he does not seem to me so enamoured of his conquest as I could wish him to be. Oh, adieu, my lovely friend. If any happy idea comes to you, any means of accelerating my progress, inform me of it. I have more than once had experience of how useful your friendship can be to me. I experience it even at this moment, for I feel calmer since I have written to you. At least I am speaking to someone who understands me, and not to the automata with whom I vegetate since this morning. For in truth, the further I go, the more am I tempted to believe that you and I are the only people in the world who are of any consequence. At the Château de 3rd October, 17.
End of section 20. Section 21 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS. Section 21, Letters 101 to 105. Letter the 101st. The Vicomte de Valmont to Azolan, his chasseur. Enclosed in the preceding.
Oh, you must be addle-pated indeed to start hence this morning without knowing that Madame de Tourvel was leaving also, or if you knew, not to come and warn me. Oh, of what use is it, pray, that you should spend my money in getting drunk with the valets, that you should pass the time which you ought to employ in my service in making yourself agreeable to the maids, if I am no better informed of what is passing? Oh, this, however, is what comes of your negligence. But I warn you, if a single instance occurs in this matter, it is the last you shall commit in my service. I require you to keep me informed of all that happens with Madame de Tourvel, of her health, if she sleeps, if she is dull or gay, if she often goes abroad, and whom she frequents, if she receives company, and of whom it consists, how she passes her time, if she shows ill humour with her women, particularly with the one she brought here with her, what she does when she is alone, if when she reads uninterruptedly, or often puts her reading aside to dream, and alike when she is writing. Remember also to become the friend of him who carries her letters to the post. Offer often to do this commission for him in his stead, and if he accepts, only dispatch those which seem to you indifferent, and send me the others, above all those, if you come across any, addressed to Mme. de Volanges. Make arrangements to be for some time longer the happy lover of your Julie. If she has another, as you believed, make her consent to a participation, and do not plume yourself on any ridiculous delicacy. You will be in the same case with many others who are worth more than you. If, however, your substitute should become too importunate, should you perceive, for instance, that he occupied Julie too much during the day, and that she was less often with her mistress, get rid of him by some means, or seek a quarrel with him. Have no fear of the results. I will support you. Above all, do not quit that house. It is by assiduity that one sees all, and sees clear. If chance even should cause one of the men to be dismissed, present yourself to seek his place, as being no longer attached to me. Say in that case that you left me to seek a quieter and more regular house. Endeavour, in short, to get yourself accepted. I shall none the less keep you in my service during this time. It will be as it was with the Duchesse de... And in the end, Madame de Tourvel will recompense you as well. If you had skill and zeal enough, these instructions ought to suffice. But to make up for both, I send you money. The enclosed note authorises you, as you will see, to receive 25 louis from my man of business, for I have no doubt that you are without a sou. You will employ what is necessary of this sum to induce Julie to establish a correspondence with me. The rest will serve to make the household drunk. Have a care that this takes place as often as possible in the lodge of the porter of the house, so that he may be glad to see you come. But do not forget that it is your services and not your pleasures that I wish to pay for. Accustom Julie to observe and report everything, even what might appear to her trivial. It were better that she should write 10 useless sentences than that she should omit one which was of interest. And often what appears indifferent is not so. As it is necessary that I should be informed at once if anything were to happen which should seem to you to deserve attention, immediately on receipt of this letter you will send Philippe on the message horse to establish himself at...
Note: a village halfway between Paris and the chateau of Mme. de Rosemonde.
He will remain there until further orders. It will make a relay in case of need. For the current correspondence, the post will suffice. Be careful not to lose this letter. Read it over every day to assure yourself that you have forgotten nothing, as well as to make sure that you still have it. In short, do all that needs to be done when one is honoured with my confidence. You know that if I am satisfied with you, you will be so with me. At the Château de 3rd of October, 17.
Letter the 102nd. The Présidente de Tourvel to Madame de Rosemonde.
You will be greatly astonished, madame, to learn that I am leaving you so precipitately. This proceeding will appear to you very extraordinary, but your surprise will be redoubled when you learn my reasons for it. Perhaps you will find that, in confiding them to you, I do not sufficiently respect the tranquillity necessary to your age, that I even infringe the sentiments of veneration which are your due by so many titles. Ah, madame, forgive me, but my heart is oppressed. It feels a need to pour out its griefs upon the bosom of a friend who is as kind as she is prudent. Whom else, save you, could it choose? Look upon me as your child. Show me the kindness of a mother. I implore it. Perhaps my sentiments towards yourself give me some right to expect it. Where has the time gone when, absorbed entirely in those laudable sentiments, I was ignorant of those which, afflicting my soul with the mortal sorrow I feel, deprive me of the strength to combat them at the same time that they impose upon me the duty? Oh, this fatal visit has been my ruin. What shall I say to you, in fine? I love. Yes, I loved distraction. Alas, that word which I write for the first time, that word so often entreated without being ever obtained, I would pay with my life the sweet privilege of letting him who has inspired it hear it but a single time, and yet I must unceasingly withhold it. He will continue to doubt my feelings towards him. He will think he has cause to complain of them. I am indeed unhappy. Why is it not as easy for him to read in my heart as to reign there? Yes, I should suffer less if he knew all that I suffer, but you yourself, to whom I say it, will still have but a feeble idea of it. In a few moments I am about to fly from him and cause him grief. Whilst he will still believe he is near me, I shall already be far away. At the hour when I was accustomed to see him daily, I shall be where he has never been, where I must not permit him to come. Already all my preparations are complete. All is there beneath my eyes. I can let them rest on nothing which does not speak of this cruel separation. Everything is ready, except myself. And the more my heart resists, the more does it prove to me the necessity of submission to it. Doubtless I shall submit to it. It is better to die than to lead a life of guilt. I feel it already. I know it but too well. I have only saved my prudence. My virtue is gone. Must I confess it to you? What yet remains to me I owe to his generosity. Intoxicated with the pleasure of seeing him, of hearing him, with the sweetness of feeling him near me, with the still greater happiness of being able to make his own, I was powerless and without strength. Hardly enough was left to me to struggle. I had no longer enough to resist. Well, he saw my trouble and had pity on me. Could I do aught else than cherish him? I owe him far more than life. Ah, if, by remaining near him, I had but to tremble for that, do not suppose I had ever consented to go away. What is life to me without him? Should I not be too happy to lose it? Condemned to be the cause of his eternal misery and my own, to dare neither to pity myself nor console him, to defend myself daily against him and against myself, to devote my cares to causing him pain, when I would consecrate them to all his happiness. To live thus, is it not to die 1,000 times? Yet that is what my fate must be. I will endure it, however. I will have the courage. O you, whom I choose for my mother, receive this vow. Receive also that which I make, to hide from you none of my actions. Receive it, I beseech you. I beg it of you as a succour of which I have need. Thus, pledged to tell you all, I shall acquire the habit of believing myself always in your presence. Your virtue shall replace my own. Never doubtless shall I consent to come before you with a blush, and restrained by this powerful check, whilst I shall cherish in you the indulgent friend, the confidant of my weakness, I shall also honour in you the guardian angel who will save me from shame. Shame enough I must feel, in having to make you this request. Fatal effect of presumptuous confidence. Why did I not dread sooner this inclination which I felt springing up? Why did I flatter myself that I could master it or overcome it at my will? How insensate! How little I knew what love was! Ah, if I had fought against it with more care, perhaps it would have acquired less dominion. Perhaps then this separation would not have been necessary. Or even, if I had submitted to that sorrowful step, I need not have broken off entirely a relation which it would have been sufficient to render less frequent. But to lose all at one stroke, and for ever! Oh, my friend! But what is this? Even in writing to you, shall I be led away to vent criminal wishes? Oh, away, away! And at least let these involuntary errors be expiated by my sacrifices. Adieu, my venerable friend. Love me as your daughter, adopt me for such, and be sure that, in spite of my weakness, I would rather die than render myself unworthy of your choice. At the Château de 3rd October, 17 , at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Letter the 103rd. Madame de Rosemonde to the Présidente de Tourvel.
I was more grieved at your departure, my fairest dear, than surprised at its cause. A long experience and the interest which you inspire in me had sufficed to enlighten me as to the state of your heart. And if all must be told, there was nothing, or almost nothing, that your letter taught me. If it had been my only source of information, I should be still in ignorance of whom it was you loved, for in speaking to me of him all the time, you did not even once write his name. I had no need of that. I am well aware who it is, but I remark it because I remind myself that that is ever the style of love. I see that it is still the same as in past times. I had hardly expected ever to be in the case to hark back to memories so far removed from me, and so alien to my age. Since yesterday, nevertheless, I have truly been much occupied with them, through the desire which I felt to find in them something which might be useful to you. But what can I do, except admire and pity you? I praise the wise course you have taken, but it alarms me, because I conclude from it that you judged it necessary, and when one has gone so far it is very difficult to remain always at a distance from him to whom our heart is incessantly attracting us. However, do not lose courage. Nothing should be impossible to your noble soul, and even if you should some day have the misfortune to succumb, which God forbid, believe me, my fairest dear, reserve yourself at least the consolation of having struggled with all your power. And then, what human prudence cannot effect, divine grace will, if it be so pleased. Perhaps you are on the eve of its succour, and your virtue, proved by these grievous struggles, will issue from them purer and more lustrous. Hope that you may receive tomorrow the strength which you lack today. Do not count upon this in order to repose upon it, but to encourage you to use all your own. Whilst leaving to Providence the care of succouring you in a danger against which I can do nothing, I reserve to myself that of sustaining and consoling you, as far as within me lies. I shall not assuage your pains, but I will share them. It is by virtue of this that I will gladly receive your confidences. I feel that your heart must have need of unburdening itself. I open mine to you. Age has not yet so chilled it that it is insensible to friendship. You will always find it ready to receive you. It will be a poor solace to your sorrow, but at least you will not weep alone. And when this unhappy love, obtaining too much power over you, compels you to speak of it, it is better that it should be with me than with him. Here am I talking like you, and I think that between us we shall succeed in avoiding his name. For the rest, we understand one another. I know not whether I am doing right in telling you that he seemed keenly grieved at your departure. It would be wiser perhaps not to speak of it, but I have no love for the prudence which grieves its friends. Yet I am forced to speak about it at no greater length. My weak sight and tremulous hands do not admit of long letters, when I have to write them myself. Adieu, then, my fairest dear. Adieu, my amiable child. Yes, I gladly adopt you for my daughter, and you have indeed all that is needed to make the pride and pleasure of a mother. At the Château de 3rd October, 17.
Letter the 104th. The Marquise de Merteuil to Mme de Volanges.
In truth, my good and dear friend, I could hardly refrain from a movement of pride when I read your letter. What! You honour me with your entire confidence. You even deign to ask me for my advice. Ah, I am happy indeed if I deserve this favourable opinion on your part, if I do not owe it only to the prepossession of friendship. For the rest, whatever the motive may be, it is none the less precious to my heart, and to have obtained it is only one reason the more in my eyes why I should labour harder to deserve it. I am going then, but without pretending to give you a counsel, to tell you freely my fashion of thinking. I distrust myself because it is different from yours, but when I have exposed my reasons to you, you will judge them, and if you condemn them, I subscribe to your judgment in advance. I shall at least show thus much wisdom that I do not think myself wiser than you. If, however, and in this single instance, my opinion should seem preferable, you must seek for the cause of this in the illusions of maternal love. Since this sentiment is a laudable one, it needs must have a place in you. Indeed, how very recognizable it is in the course which you are tempted to take. It is thus that, if it sometimes happens to you to make a mistake, it never arises except through a choice of virtues. Prudence, it seems to me, is the quality to be preferred when one is disposing of another's fate, and above all where it is a question of fixing it by an indissoluble and sacred bond, such as that of marriage. 'Tis then that a mother, equally wise and tender, ought, as you say so well, to aid her daughter with her experience. Now, I ask you, what is she to do in order to succeed in this, if it be not to distinguish for her between what is pleasant and what is suitable? Would it not, then, be to degrade the maternal authority? Would it not, then, be to degrade the maternal authority? Would it not be to annul it, if you were to subordinate it to a frivolous inclination, the illusory power of which is only felt by those who dread it, and disappears as soon as it is despised? For myself, I confess, I have never believed in these irresistible and engrossing passions, through which, it seems, we are agreed to pay general excuses for our disorders. I cannot conceive how a fancy which is born in a moment, and in a moment dies, can have more strength than the unalterable principles of honour, modesty, and virtue, and I can no more understand why a woman who is false to them can be held justified by her pretended passion than a thief would be by his passion for money, or an assassin by that for revenge. Ah, who is it there that can say that she has never had to struggle? But I have ever sought to persuade myself that, in order to resist, it sufficed to have the will, and thus far, at least, my experience has confirmed my opinion. What would virtue be without the duties which it imposes? Its worship lies in our sacrifices, its recompense in our hearts. These truths cannot be denied except by those who have an interest in disregarding them, and who, already depraved, hope to have a moment's illusion by endeavouring to justify their bad conduct by bad reasons. But could one fear it from a shy and simple child, a child whom you have borne, and whose pure and modest education can but have fortified her happy nature? Yet it is to this fear, which I venture to call humiliating to your daughter, that you are ready to sacrifice the advantageous marriage which your prudence has contrived for her. I like Danceny greatly, and for a long time past, as you know, I have seen little of Monsieur de Gercourt, but my friendship with the one and my indifference towards the other do not prevent me from feeling the enormous difference which exists between the two matches. Their birth is equal, I admit, but one is without fortune, whilst that of the other is so great that, even without birth, it would have sufficed to obtain him everything. I quite agree that money does not make happiness, but it must be admitted also that it greatly facilitates it. Mademoiselle de Volanges is rich enough for two, as you say. However, an income of 60,000 livres, which she will enjoy, is not overmuch when one bears the name of Danceny, when one must furnish and maintain a house which corresponds with it. We no longer live in the days of Madame de Sévigné. Luxury swallows up everything. We blame it, but we needs must imitate it, and in the end the superfluous stints us of the necessary. As to the personal qualities which you count for much, and with good reason, Monsieur de Gercourt is assuredly irreproachable on that score, and as for him, his proof is over. I like to think, and in fact I do think, that Danceny is no whit his inferior, but are we as sure of that? It is true that thus far he has seemed exempt from the faults of his age, and that, in spite of the tone of the day, he shows a taste for good company which makes one augur favourably for him. But who knows whether this apparent virtue be not due to the mediocrity of his fortune? Putting aside the fear of being a cheat or a drunkard, one needs money to be a gambler or a libertine, and one may yet love the faults, the excesses of which one dreads. In short, he would not be the first in 1,000 to frequent good company solely because he lacked the means of doing otherwise. I do not say, God forbid, that I believe all this of him, but it would be always a risk to run, and what reproaches would you not have to make yourself if the event were not happy? How would you answer your daughter if she were to say to you, "Mother, I was young and without experience. I was seduced even by an error pardonable at my age. But Heaven, which had foreseen my weakness, had granted me a wise mother to remedy it and protect me from it. Why, then, forgetful of your prudence, did you consent to my unhappiness? Was it for me to choose a husband when I knew nothing of the marriage state? If I had wished to do so, was it not your duty to oppose me? But I never had this mad desire. Determined to obey you, I awaited your choice with respectful resignation. I never failed in the submission which I owed to you, and yet I bear today the penalty which is only the rebellious children's due. Ah, your weakness has been my ruin." Perhaps her respect would stifle these complaints, but maternal love would divine them, and the tears of your daughter, though hidden, would none the less strip upon your heart. Where then will you look for consolation? Will it be to that mad love against which you should have armed her, and by which, on the contrary, you would have yourself to be seduced? I know not, my dear friend, whether I have too strong a prejudice against this passion, but I deem it redoubtable even in marriage. It is not that I disapprove of the growth of a soft and virtuous sentiment to embellish the marriage bond, and to sweeten, in some sort, the duties which it imposes, but it is not to that passion that it belongs to form it. It is not for the illusion of a moment to settle the choice of your life. In fact, in order to choose, one must compare, And how can that be done when one is occupied by a single object, when even that object one cannot know, plunged as one is in intoxication and blindness? I have, as you may well believe, come across many women afflicted with this dangerous ill. Of some of them I have received the confidences. To hear them, there is not one of them whose lover is not a perfect being, but these chimerical perfections exist only in their imaginations. Their feverish heads dream only of virtues and accomplishments. They adorn with them, at their pleasure, the object whom they prefer. It is the drapery of a god, often worn by an abject model. But whatever it may be, hardly have they clothed it, then, the dupes of their own handiwork, they prostrate themselves to adore it. Either your daughter does not love Danceny, or else she is under the same illusion. If the love is reciprocal, it is common to both. Thus your reason for uniting them forever resolves itself into the certainty that they do not and cannot know each other. But you will ask, do Monsieur de Gercourt and my daughter know each other any better? No, doubtless, but at least they are simply ignorant, they are under no delusion. What happens in such a case between two married persons, whom I assume to be virtuous? Each of them studies the other, looks face to face at the other, seeks and soon discovers what tastes and wishes he must give up for the common tranquillity. These slight sacrifices are not irksome, because they are reciprocal and have been foreseen. Soon they give birth to mutual kindness, and habit, which fortifies all inclinations which it does not destroy, brings about, little by little, that sweet friendship, that tender confidence, which, joined to esteem, form, so it seems to me, the true and solid happiness of marriage. The illusions of love may be sweeter, but who does not know that they are less durable? And what dangers are not brought about by the moment which destroys them? It is then that the least faults appear shocking and unendurable by the contrast which they form with the idea of perfection which had seduced us. Each one of the couple believes, however, that only the other has changed, and that he has always the same value as that which, in a mistaken moment, had been attributed to him. The charm which he no longer experiences, he is astonished at no longer producing. He is humiliated at this. Wounded vanity embitters the mind, augments injuries, causes ill humour, begets hate, and frivolous pleasures are paid for, finally, by long misery. Such, my dear friend, is my manner of thinking upon the subject which occupies us. I do not defend it, I simply expound it. 'Tis for you to decide. But if you persist in your opinion, I beg you to make me acquainted with the reasons which have outweighed my own. I shall be glad indeed to gather light from you, and, above all, to be reassured as to the fate of your amiable child, whose happiness I ardently desire, both through my friendship for her, and through that which unites me to you for life. Paris, 4th of October, 17...
Letter the 105th, the Marquise de Merteuil to Cécile Volanges.
Well, well, little one, so here you are quite vexed, quite ashamed. And that Monsieur de Valmont is a wicked man, is he not? How now? He dares to treat you as the woman he would love the best. He teaches you what you are dying with desire to know. In truth, these proceedings are unpardonable. And you, on your side, you wished to keep your virtue for your lover, who does not abuse it. You cherish only the pains of love, and not its pleasures. Nothing could be better, and you will figure marvellous well in a romance. Passion, misfortune, above all, virtue. What a heap of fine things! In the midst of this brilliant pageant one feels ennui sometimes, it is true, but one pays it back. See the poor child, then, how much she is to be pitied. Her eyes looked worn the day after. What will you say, pray, when it's your lovers that look thus? Nay, my sweet angel, you will not always have them so. All men are not Valmonts. And then not to dare to raise those eyes. Oh, in truth, you were right there. Everybody would have read in them your adventure. Believe me, however, if it were so, our women and even our damsels would have a far more modest gaze. In spite of the praise I am forced to give you, as you see, I must, however, admit that you failed in your chef-d'œuvre, which was to have told everything to your mamma. You had started so well. You had already thrown yourself into her arms. You sobbed. She also wept. What a pathetic scene! And what a pity not to have completed it! Your tender mother, quite ravished with delight, and to assist your virtue, would have shut you up in a convent for the rest of your life, and there you could have loved Danceny as much as you wished, without rivals and without sin. You could have broken your heart at your ease, and Valmont, assuredly, would not have come to trouble your grief with vexatious pleasures. Seriously, at past 15, can one be so utterly a child as you are? You are right indeed to say that you do not deserve my kindness. Yet I would be your friend. You have need of one, perhaps, with the mother you possess and the husband whom she would give you. But if you do not form yourself more, what would you have one do with you? What can one hope for when that which generally excites intelligence in girls seems, on the contrary, to deprive you of it? If you could bring yourself to reason for a moment, you would soon find that you ought to congratulate yourself instead of complaining. But you are shamefaced, and that disturbs you. Well, calm yourself. The shame caused by love is like its pain. It is only experienced once. Indeed, one can feign it afterwards, but one no longer feels it. The pleasure, however, remains, and that is surely something. I think even that I gathered the fact, from your little chattering letter, that you were inclined to count it for much. Come now, a little honesty. That trouble which prevented you from acting as you spoke, which made you find it so difficult to resist, which made you feel as though you were sorry when Valmont went away, was it really shame which caused it, or was it pleasure? And his way of saying things to which one does not know how to answer, may that not have arisen from his way of acting? Ah, little girl, you are fibbing, and you are fibbing to your friend. That is not right. But let us leave that. What would be a pleasure to anybody, and could be nothing else, becomes in your position a veritable happiness. In fact, placed as you are between a mother whose love is necessary to you, and a lover by whom you desire to be loved always, do you not see that the only means of obtaining these opposite ends is to occupy yourself with a third party? Distracted by this new adventure, whilst in your mamma's eyes you will have the air of sacrificing to your submission an inclination which displeases her, in the eyes of your lover you will acquire the honour of a fine defence. Whilst assuring him incessantly of your love, you will not grant him the last proofs of it. Such refusals, so little painful to you in the case in which you will be, he will not fail to attribute to your virtue. He will complain of them, perhaps, but he will love you more for them, and to obtain the double merit of having sacrificed love in the eyes of one, of resisting it in those of the other, will cost you nothing more than to taste its pleasures. Oh, how many women have lost their reputation which they would have carefully preserved, had they been able to retain it by similar means! Does not the course which I propose to you seem to you the most reasonable, as it is the most pleasant? Do you know what you have gained from that which you have adopted? Only that your mamma has attributed your increased melancholy to an increase of love, that she is incensed at it, and that, to punish you, she only waits for additional proof. She has just written to me. She will make every attempt to extract the admission from you. She will go so far, she told me, as to propose Danceny to you as a husband, and that in order to induce you to speak. And if, letting yourself be beguiled by this deceitful tenderness, you answered as your heart bade you, soon, confined for a long time, perhaps for ever, you would weep for your blind credulity at your leisure. This ruse which she wishes to employ against you, you must combat with another. Begin then, by seeming less melancholy, to lead her to believe that you think less of Danceny. She will allow herself to be the more easily persuaded in that this is the ordinary effect of absence, and she will be the better disposed to you for it, since she will find it an opportunity for applauding her own prudence which suggested this means to her. But if, some doubt still remaining, she were, nevertheless, to persist in proving you, and were to speak to you of marriage, fall back, as a well-bred daughter, upon perfect submission. As a matter of fact, what do you risk? As far as husbands are concerned, one is worth no more than another, and the most uncompromising is always less troublesome than a mother. Once more satisfied with you, your mother will at last marry you, and then, less hampered in your movements, you will be able, at your choice, to quit Valmont and take Danceny, or even to keep them both. For, mark this, your Danceny is charming, but he is one of those men whom one has when one wills, and as long as one wills. One can be at one's ease then with him. It is not the same with Valmont. It is difficult to keep him, and dangerous to leave him. One must employ with him much tact, or, if one has not that, much docility. On the other hand, if you could succeed in attaching him to you as a friend, what a piece of fortune that would be! He would set you at once in the first rank of our women of fashion. It is in this way that one acquires consideration in the world, and not by dint of tears and blushes, as when your nuns made you take your dinner on your knees. If you are wise, then, you will endeavour to be reconciled with Valmont, who must be mighty wroth with you, and as one should know how to repair one's follies, do not fear to make a few advances to him. Besides, you will soon learn that, if men make us the first ones, we are almost always obliged to make the second. You have a pretext for them, for you must not keep this letter, and I require you to hand it to Valmont as soon as you have read it. Do not forget, however, to seal it beforehand. First, in order to secure for yourself the merit of the step you are taking with regard to him, and to prevent your having the air of being advised to it, and secondly, because there is no one in the world, save yourself, of whom I am sufficiently the friend to speak to as I do to you. Adieu, sweet angel. Follow my advice, and you shall tell me if you feel the better for it. P.S. By the way, I was forgetting. One word more. Look to it that you cultivate your style more. You write always like a child. I quite see whence it arises. It is because you say all that you think, and no whit of what you do not think. That may pass between you and me, who have nothing to hide from one another, but with everybody, with your lover above all. You would always have the air of a little fool. You must remember that, when you write to anyone, it is for him and not for yourself. You must, therefore, think less of telling him what you think than what will give him most pleasure. Adieu, sweetheart. I kiss you instead of scolding you, in the hope that you will become more reasonable. Paris, 4th of October, 17...
End of section 21. Section 22 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS. Section 22, Letters 106 to 110. Letter the 106th. The Marquise de Merteuil to the Vicomte de Valmont.
Amazing, Vicomte! And this time I love you furiously. For the rest, after the first of your 2 letters I could expect a second. Thus it did not astonish me. And whilst proud already of your success to come, you were soliciting its reward and asking me if I were ready, I saw clearly that I had no such need for haste. Yes, upon my honour, reading the beautiful account of that tender scene which had moved you so deeply, observing your restraint worthy of the fairest days of our chivalry, I said to myself a score of times, "The affair has failed." But that it is because it could not befall otherwise. What do you expect a poor woman to do who surrenders and is not taken? My faith, in such a case one must at least save one's honour, and that is what your Présidente does. I know well that, for myself, who can perceive that the step she has taken is really not without some effect, I propose to make use of it myself on the first rather serious occasion which presents itself. But I promise you that, if he for whom I go to that trouble profits no better than you from it, he may assuredly renounce me forever. Here you are, then, reduced, brought to impotence, and that between 2 women, one of whom had already crossed the Rubicon, and the other was asking nothing better than to do so. Well, well, you will think that I am boasting, and say that it is easy to prophesy after the event, but I can swear to you that I expected as much. It is because you have not really the genius of your estate. You know nothing except what you have learned, and you invent nothing. Thus, as soon as circumstances no longer lend themselves to your accustomed formulas, and you are compelled to leave the beaten road, you pull up short like a schoolboy. In short, a piece of childishness on the one side, a return of prudery on the other, are enough to disconcert you, because you do not meet with them every day, and you know not how either to prevent or remedy them. Ah, Vicomte, Vicomte, you teach me not to judge men by their successes, and soon we shall have to say of you, on such and such a day he was brave. And when you have committed follies after follies, you come running to me. It seems that I have nothing else to do but to repair them. It is true that there would be work enough there. Whatever may be the state of these 2 adventures, one was undertaken against my will, and I will not meddle in it. For the other, as you have brought some complaisance for me to bear upon it, I make it my business. The letter which I enclose, which you will read first and then give to the little Volanges, is more than sufficient to bring her back to you. But I beg you give some attention to this child, and let us make her, in concert, the despair of her mother and of Gercourt. You need not fear to increase the doses. I see clearly that the little person will not take alarm, and, your views upon her once fulfilled, she may become what she will. I am entirely without interest on her account. I had had some desire to make of her, at least, a subaltern in intrigue, and to take her to play understudies to me. But I see that she has not the stuff in her. She has a foolish ingenuousness, which has not even yielded to the specific you have employed, though it be one which rarely fails. And it is, according to me, the most dangerous disease a woman can have. It denotes, above all, a weakness of character almost always incurable, and opposed to everything, in such wise that, whilst we busied ourselves in forming this little girl for intrigue, we should have made nothing of her but a facile woman. Now I know nothing so insipid as that idiotic facility which surrenders without knowing how or why, solely because it is attacked and knows not how to resist. This kind of woman is absolutely nothing than a pleasure machine. You will tell me that this is all there is to do, and that it is enough for your plans. Well and good. But do not let us forget that, with that kind of machine, everybody soon attains to a knowledge of the springs and motors. In order, therefore, to employ this one without danger, one must hasten, stop at the right moment, and break it afterwards. In truth, there will be no lack of means to disembarrass ourselves of it, and Gercourt, at any rate, will shut it up securely when it is our pleasure. Indeed, when he can no longer doubt of his dishonour, when it is quite public and notorious, what will it matter to us if he avenges, provided that he do not console himself? What I say of the husband, you doubtless think of the mother. Thus the affair is settled. The course I deem the better, and upon which I have decided, has induced me to conduct the little person somewhat rapidly, as you will see by my letter. It also renders it most important that nothing should be left in her hands which might compromise us, and I beg you to pay attention to this. This precaution once taken, I charge myself with the moral teaching. The rest concerns you. If, however, we see in the issue that ingenuousness is cured, we have always time to change our project. We should, in any case, have had, one day or other, to occupy ourselves with what we are about to do. In no case will our pains be wasted. Do you know that mine risked being so, and that the Gercourt's star came near to carrying the day over my prudence? Did not Mme. de Volanges show a moment of maternal weakness? Did she not want to marry her daughter to Danceny? It was that which was presaged by that more tender interest which you remarked the day after. It is you again who would have been the cause of this noble masterpiece. Luckily the tender mother wrote to me, and I hope that my reply will disillusion her. I talk so much virtue in it, and above all I flatter her so, that she is bound to think I am right. I am sorry that I have not found time to make a copy of my letter to edify you with the austerity of my morals. You would see how I despise women who are so depraved as to take a lover. 'Tis so convenient to be a rigorist in conversation. It does no hurt, except to others, and in no way impedes ourselves. And then I am quite aware that the good lady had her little peccadillos like any other in her young days, and I was not sorry to humiliate her, at least before her conscience. It consoled me a little for the praises I gave her against my own. It was similarly that, in the same letter, the idea of harming Gercourt gave me the courage to speak well of him. Adieu, Vicomte. I thoroughly approve the course you adopt in remaining some time where you are. I have no means of spurring on your progress, but I invite you to distract yourself with our common pupil. As for myself, in spite of your obliging summons, you see well that you have still to wait, and you will doubtless admit that it is not my fault. Paris, 3rd of October, 17.
Letter the 107th. Azolan to the Vicomte de Valmont.
Monsieur, conformably to your orders, I went, immediately on receipt of your letter, to Monsieur Bertrand, who gave me the 25 louis, as you had ordered him. I asked him for 2 more for Philippe, whom I had told to set off immediately, as Monsieur had commanded me, and who had no money. But your man of business would not do so, saying that he had no order from you for that. I was obliged, therefore, to give him these myself, and Monsieur will hold me acquitted of them, if it be his good pleasure. Philippe set off yesterday evening. I strongly impressed upon him not to leave the inn, so that we might be certain of finding him if we had need of him. I went immediately afterwards to Madame la Présidente to see Mademoiselle Julie, but she was gone out, and I could only speak to Lafleur, from whom I could learn nothing, as, since his arrival, he has only been to the house at mealtimes. It is the second lackey who does all the service, and Monsieur knows that I was not acquainted with him. But I began to-day. I returned this morning to Mademoiselle Julie, and she seemed delighted to see me. I questioned her upon the cause of her mistress's return, but she told me that she knew not of it, and I believe she told the truth. I reproached her for having failed to inform me of her departure, and she assured me that she had not known of it till the night before when putting Madame to bed, so that she spent all night in packing, and the poor wench had not 2 hours' sleep. She did not leave her mistress's chamber that night till past 1, and left her just as she was sitting down to write. In the morning, Madame la Tourvel, before leaving, handed a letter to the porter of the chateau. Mademoiselle Julie does not know for whom. She says that it was perhaps for Monsieur, but Monsieur does not speak of it. During the whole journey, Madame had a great hood over her face. By reason of this, one could not see her, but Mademoiselle Julie feels assured that she often wept. She did not speak one word, and she would not halt at
Note: the aforementioned village, halfway on the road.
As she had done on her coming, which was none too pleasing of Mademoiselle Julie, who had not breakfasted. But, as I said to her, the masters are the masters. On arriving, Madame went to bed, but she only remained there 2 hours. On rising, she summoned her Swiss, and gave him orders to admit nobody. She made no toilette at all. She sat down to table for dinner, but only took a little soup, and went away at once. Her coffee was brought to her room, and Mademoiselle Julie entered at the same time. She found her mistress arranging papers in her writing desk, and she saw that they were letters. I would wager that they were those from Monsieur, and of the 3 which came to her in the afternoon, there was one which she had still before her all the evening. I am quite certain that it is also one from Monsieur. But why then did she leave like this? That is what astounds me. For that matter, Monsieur is sure to know, and it is no business of mine. Madame la Présidente went in the afternoon to the library, and took thence 2 books which she carried to her boudoir, but Mademoiselle Julie is certain that she did not read a quarter of an hour in them during the whole day, and that she does nothing but read this letter and dream, with her head resting on her hand. As I thought that Monsieur would be pleased to know what these books are, and as Mademoiselle Julie could not say, I obtained admission to the library under the pretence of wishing to see it. There are only 2 books missing. One is the 2nd volume of the Pensées Chrétiennes, and the other the first of a book entitled Clarissa. I write the name as it is written. Monsieur will, perhaps, know what it is. Yesterday evening, Madame did not sup. She took only some tea. She rang at an early hour this morning, asked at once for her horses, and went, before 9 o'clock, to the Bernardines, where she heard mass. She wished to confess, but her confessor was away, and he will not return for a week or 10 days. I thought it well to inform Monsieur of this. She returned immediately, breakfasted, and then began to write, and she remained thus for nearly an hour. I soon found occasion to do what Monsieur desired the most, for it was I who carried the letters to the post. There was none for Mme. de Volanges, but I sent one to Monsieur, which was for Monsieur la Présidente. It seemed to me that this should be the most interesting. There was one also for Madame de Rosemonde, but I imagined that Monsieur could always see that when he wished, and I let it go. For the rest, Monsieur is sure to know everything, since Madame la Présidente has written to him also. I shall in the future obtain all those which Monsieur desires, for it is Mademoiselle Julie, almost every day, who gives them to the servants, and she has assured me that, out of friendship for me, and for Monsieur too, she will gladly do what I want. She did not even want the money which I offered her, but I feel sure that Monsieur would like to make her some little present, and if this is his wish, and he is willing to charge me with it, I shall easily find out what will give her pleasure. I hope that Monsieur will not think that I have shown any negligence in his service, and I have set my heart on justifying myself against the reproaches he makes me. If I did not know of Madame la Présidente's departure, it was, on the contrary, my zeal in Monsieur's service which was the cause, since it was that which made me start at 3 o'clock in the morning, which was the reason that I did not see Mademoiselle Julie the night before, as usual having gone to Tonneybridge to sleep, so that I might not have to rouse the chateau. As for the reproach Monsieur makes me of being often without money, first, it is because I like to keep myself decent, as Monsieur may see, and then one must maintain the honor of the coat one wears. I know indeed that I ought, perhaps, to save a little for the future, but I trust entirely to the generosity of Monsieur, who was so good a master. As for entering the service of Madame de Tourvel, whilst remaining in that of Monsieur, I beg that Monsieur will not require this of me. It was very different with Madame la Duchesse, but certainly I would not wear a livery, and a livery of the robe no less, after having had the honor of being Monsieur's chasseur. In every other way, Monsieur may dispose of him who has the honor to remain, with as much affection as respect, his most humble servitor. Rue Azolan, Chasseur. Paris, 5th October, 17, at 11 o'clock at night.
Letter the 108th. The Présidente de Tourvel to Madame de Rosemonde.
Oh, my indulgent mother, how many thanks I have to render you, and what need I had of your letter! I have read it again and again. I cannot put it away from me. I owe to it the few less painful moments I have spent since my departure. How good you are! Prudence and virtue know then how to compassionate weakness. You take pity on my ills. Oh, if you knew them! They are terrible. I thought I had experienced the pains of love, but the inexpressible torment, that which one must have felt to have any idea of it, is to be separated from the object of one's love, to be separated for ever. Yes, the pain which crushes me to-day will return to-morrow, the day after, all my life. My God, how young I am still, and how long a time I have to suffer. To be one's self the architect of one's own misery, to tear out one's heart with one's own hands, and whilst suffering these insupportable sorrows to feel at each instant that one can make them cease with a word, and that this word is a crime. Ah, my friend! When I adopted this painful course and separated myself from him, I hoped that absence would augment my courage and my strength. How greatly I was deceived! It seems, on the contrary, as though it had completed the work of destruction. I had more to struggle against, 'tis true, but even while resisting, all was not privation. At least I sometimes saw him. Often even, without daring to direct my eyes towards him, I felt his own were fixed on me. Yes, my friend, I felt them. It seemed as though they warmed my soul, and without passing through my eyes, they none the less arrived at my heart. Now, in my grievous solitude, isolated from all that is dear to me, closeted with my misfortune, every moment of my sorrowful existence is marked by my tears, and nothing sweetens its bitterness, no consolation is mingled with my sacrifices, and those I have thus far made have only served to render more dolorous those which are left to make. Yesterday, again, I had a lively feeling of this. Amongst the letters they brought me there was one from him. They were still 2 paces off from me when I recognized it amongst the rest. I rose involuntarily. I trembled. I could hardly hide my emotion. And this state was not altogether unpleasant. A moment later, finding myself alone, this deceitful sweetness soon vanished, and left me but one sacrifice the more to make. Could I actually open this letter, which, however, I burned to read? In the fatality which pursues me, the consolations which seem to present themselves do nothing, on the contrary, but impose fresh privations, and those become crueller still from the thought that Monsieur de Valmont shares them. There it is at last, that name which so constantly fills my mind, and which it costs me so much to write. The sort of reproach you make really alarmed me. I beg you to believe that a false shame has not altered my confidence in you, and why should I fear to name him? Ah, I blush for my sentiments, but not for the object which causes them. Who other than he is worthy to inspire them? However, I know not why, this name does not come naturally to my pen, and even this time I had need of reflection to write it. I return to him. You tell me that he seemed to you keenly grieved at my departure. What then did he do? What did he say? Did he speak of returning to Paris? I beg you to dissuade him as much as you can. If he has judged me aright, he cannot bear me any ill will for this step, but he must feel also that it is a course from which there is no return. One of my greatest torments is not to know what he thinks. I still have his letter there, but you are surely of my opinion that I ought not to open it. It is only through you, my indulgent friend, that I can feel myself not entirely separated from him. I would not abuse your kindness. I understand perfectly that your letters cannot be long ones, but you will not deny your child 2 words, one to sustain her courage, and the other to console her. Adieu, my venerable friend. Paris, 5th October, 17 .
Letter the 109th. Cécile de Voanges to the Marquise de Merteuil.
It is only to-day, madame, that I have given Monsieur de Valmont the letter which you have done me the honour to write me. I kept it for 4 days, in spite of the alarm which I often felt lest it should be found, but I concealed it very carefully, and when my grief once more seized me, I shut myself up to reperuse it. I quite see that what I believed to be so great a misfortune is hardly one at all, and I must confess that there is certainly pleasure in it, so much so that I hardly grieve about it any more. It is only the thought of Danceny which still sometimes torments me, but there are already moments when I do not think of him at all. Moreover, it is true that Monsieur de Valmont is mighty amiable. I was reconciled with him 2 days ago. It was very easy for me, for I had but said 2 words to him, when he told me that, if I had anything to say to him, he would come to my chamber in the evening, and I only had to answer that I was very willing. And then, as soon as he had come there, he seemed no more vexed than if I had never done anything to him. He did not scold me till afterwards, and then very gently, and it was in the manner, just like you, which proved to me that he also had much friendship for me. I should not know how to tell you all the odd things he related to me, and which I never should have believed, particularly about mamma. You would give me much pleasure by telling me if it is all true. What is very sure is that I could not restrain my laughter, so that once I burst out laughing, which gave us a mighty fright, for mamma might have heard, and if she had come to see what would have become of me, I am sure she would have sent me to the convent that very moment. As we must be prudent, and as Monsieur de Valmont has told me himself that he would not risk compromising me for anything in the world, we have agreed that henceforward he should only come to open the door, and that we should go to his room. In that there is nothing to fear. I have already been there, yesterday, and even now, while I write to you, I am again expecting him to come. Now, madame, I hope you will not scold me any more. There is one thing, however, which has greatly surprised me in your letter. It is what you tell me against the time when I am married, with regard to Danceny and Monsieur de Valmont. I fancy that one day at the opera you told me, on the contrary, that once married I could only love my husband, and that I should even have to forget Danceny. For that matter, I may have misunderstood you, and I would far rather have it different, as now I shall not be so much afraid of the time for my marriage. I even desire it, since I shall have more liberty, and I hope then that I shall be able to arrange in such a fashion that I need only think of Danceny. I feel sure that I shall never be really happy except with him, for the idea of him always torments me now, and I have no happiness except when I succeed in not thinking of him, which is very difficult, and as soon as I think of him, I at once become sad again. What consoles me a little is that you assure me Danceny will love me the more for this. But are you quite certain? Oh yes, you would not deceive me. It is amusing, however, that it is Danceny I love, and that Monsieur de Valmont, but as you say, perhaps it is fortunate. Well, we shall see. I understood none too well what you said about my fashion of writing. It seems to me that Danceny finds my letters good as they are. I quite feel, however, that I ought to tell him nothing of what passes with Monsieur de Valmont. Thus you have no reason to be afraid. Mamma has not yet spoken to me of my marriage, but let her do so. When she speaks to me of it, since it is to entrap me, I promise you I shall know how to lie. Adieu, my dear, kind friend. I thank you mightily, and I promise you I will never forget all your kindnesses to me. I must finish now. It is near 1 o'clock, so Monsieur de Valmont cannot be long now. At the Château de 10th of October 17.
Letter the 110th. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Marquise de Merteuil.
Powers of heaven, I had a soul for sorrow. Grant me one now for felicity.
Note, La Nouvelle Héloïse.
It is the tender Saint-Preux, I think, who thus expresses himself. Better balanced than he, I possess these two existences at once. Yes, my friend, I am at the same time most happy and most miserable. And since you have my entire confidence, I owe you the double relation of my pleasures and my pains. Know then that my ungrateful Puritan treats me ever with the same rigour. I am at the 4th letter which has been returned. Perhaps I am wrong to call it the 4th, for having excellently well divined on the return of the 1st that it would be followed by many others, and being unwilling thus to waste my time, I adopted the course of turning my complaints into commonplaces, and putting no date. And since the 2nd post, it is always the same letter which comes and goes, I merely change the envelope. If my fair one ends as ordinarily end the fair, and softens, if only from lassitude, she will keep the missive at last, and it will be time enough then to pick up the threads. You see that with this new manner of correspondence I cannot be perfectly well informed. I have discovered, however, that the fickle creature has changed her confidante. At least, I have made sure that since her departure from the chateau, no letter has come for Mme de Volanges, whilst there have been 2 for the old Rosemonde. And as the latter says nothing to us of them, as she no longer opens her mouth on the subject of her dearest fair, of whom previously she never ceased to speak, I concluded that it was she who had her confidence. I presume that on one side the need of speaking of me, and on the other a little shame at returning with Mme de Volanges to the subject of a sentiment so long disavowed, have caused this great revolution. I fear that I have lost by the change, For the older women grow, the more crabbed and severe do they become. The first would have told her far more ill of me, but the latter will say more of love. And the sensitive prude has far more fear of the sentiment than of the person. The only means of getting at the facts is, as you see, to intercept the clandestine correspondence. I have already sent the order to my chasseur, and I am daily awaiting its execution. So far I can do nothing except at random. Thus, for the last week, I run my mind in vain over all recognised means, all those in the novels and in my private recollections. I can find none which befits either the circumstances of the adventure or the character of the heroine. The difficulty would not be to present myself before her, even in the night, nor again to induce her slumber, and make of her a new Clarissa. But after more than 2 months of care and trouble, to have recourse to means which are foreign to me, to follow slavishly in the tracks of others, and triumph without glory. No, she shall not have the pleasures of vice and the honours of virtue.
Note, La Nouvelle Héloïse.
'Tis not enough for me to possess her, I wish her to give herself. Now, for that I need not only to penetrate to her presence, but to reach her by her own consent, to find her alone and with the intention of listening to me, above all, to close her eyes as to the danger, for if she sees it she will know how to surmount it or to die. But the more clearly I see what I need to do, the more difficult do I find its execution. And though it should induce you to laugh at me once more, I will confess that my embarrassment is enhanced in proportion to the extent to which it occupies me. My brain would reel, I think, were it not for the lucky distraction which our common pupil affords me. I owe it to her that I have still something else to do than compose elegies. Would you believe that this little girl had taken such fright that 3 whole days passed before your letter produced its effect? 'Tis thus that one false idea can spoil the most fortunate nature. In short, it was not until Saturday that she came and hovered round me, and stammered out a few words, and those pronounced in so low a voice, so stifled with shame, that it was impossible to hear them. But the blush which accompanied them made me guess their sense. Thus far I had retained my pride, but subdued by so pleasant a repentance, I consented to promise a visit to the fair penitent that same evening, and this grace on my part was received with all the gratitude that so great a condescension demanded. As I never lose sight either of your projects or my own, I resolved to profit by this occasion to gain a just estimate of the child's value, and also to accelerate her education. But to pursue this work with greater freedom, I found it necessary to change the place of our rendezvous, for a simple closet which separates your pupil's room from that of her mother could not inspire sufficient security to allow her to reveal herself at her ease. I promised myself then innocently to make some noise, which would cause her enough alarm to induce her, for the future, to seek a safer asylum. This trouble she spared me again. The little person loves laughter, and to promote her gaiety, I bethought myself during our entr'acte to relate to her all the scandalous anecdotes which occurred to my mind, and so as to render them more piquant and better to fix her attention, I attributed them all to her mother, whom I was thus pleased to bedaub with vice and ridicule. It was not without motive that I made this choice. It encouraged my timid schoolgirl better than anything else, and I inspired her at the same time with the most profound contempt for her mother. I have long remarked that if it be not always necessary to employ this means to seduce a young girl, it is indispensable, and often even the most efficacious, when one wishes to deprave her. For she who does not respect her mother will not respect herself, a moral truth which I hold to be so useful that I have been glad indeed to have furnished an example in support of the precept. Meanwhile, your pupil, who had no thought of morals, was stifling her laughter every moment. Finally, she had almost thought to have burst out with it. I had no difficulty in persuading her that she had made a terrible noise. I feigned a huge fright, which she easily shared. That she might the better remember it, I did not give way to the pleasure of a reappearance, and left her alone 3 hours earlier than was customary. We agreed, therefore, on separating, that from the morrow it was in my room that we should meet. I have already twice received her there, and in this short period the scholar has become almost as learned as the master. Yes, in truth, I have taught her everything, even to complacencies. I have only made an exception of precautions. Occupied thus all night, I gain thereby, in that I sleep a great portion of the day, and as the actual society of the chateau has nothing to attract me, I hardly appear in the salon for an hour during the day. To-day I even adopted the course of eating in my room, and I do not intend to leave it again, except for short walks. These eccentricities pass on the ground of my health. I have declared that I am worn out with vapours. I have also announced a little fever. It cost me no more than to speak in a slow and faint voice. And as for the alteration in my face, trust your pupil for that. Love will provide.
Note: L'amour y pourvoira. Régnard, Les Folies Amoureuses.
I employ my leisure in meditating means of recovering over my ingrate the advantages I have lost, and also in composing a sort of catechism of debauch for the use of my scholar. I amuse myself by mentioning nothing except by its technical name, and I laugh in advance at the interesting conversation which this ought to furnish between Gercourt and herself on the first night of their marriage. Nothing could be more amusing than the ingenuity with which she makes use already of the little she knows of this tongue. She has no conception that one can speak differently. Oh, this child is really seductive. The contrast of naive candour with the language of effrontery does not fail to have an effect, and I know not why, but it is only bizarre things which give me any longer pleasure. Perhaps I am abandoning myself overmuch to this, since I am compromising by it both my time and my health. But I hope that my feigned malady, besides that it will save me from the ennui of the drawing-room, will perhaps be of some use to me with the rigid Puritan, whose ferocious virtue is none the less allied with soft sensibility. I doubt not but that she is already informed of this mighty event, and I have a great desire to know what she thinks of it, all the more so in that I will wager she does not fail to attribute the honour of it to herself. I shall regulate the state of my health according to the impression which it makes upon her. Here you are, my fair friend, as fully acquainted with my affairs as I am myself. I hope to have shortly more interesting news to tell you, and I beg you to believe that in the pleasure which I promise myself, I count for much the reward which I expect from you. At the Château de 11th October, 17...
End of section 22. Section 23 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS. Section 23, Letters 111 to 115. Letter the 111th. The Comte de Gercourt to Mme de Volanges.
All seems to be quiet in this country, madame, and we expect from day to day the permission to return to France. I hope you will not doubt that I have always the same eagerness to betake myself thither, and to tie there the knots which are to unite me to you and to Mademoiselle de Volanges. Meanwhile, Monsieur de Doudet, my cousin, to whom, as you know, I am under so many obligations, has just informed me of his recall from Naples. He tells me that he intends to pass through Rome and to see, on his road, that part of Italy with which he is not yet acquainted. He begs me to accompany him on this journey, which will take about 6 weeks or 2 months. I do not hide from you that it would be agreeable to me to profit by this opportunity, feeling sure that, once married, I shall with difficulty find the time for other absences than those which my service demands. Perhaps, also, it would be more proper to wait till winter for the wedding, since it will not be till then that all my kinsmen will be assembled in Paris, and notably Monsieur le Marquis D., to whom I owe my hope of belonging to you. In spite of these considerations, my plans in this respect will be entirely subordinate to your own, and if you should have the slightest preference for your first arrangements, I am ready to abandon mine. I beg you only to let me know, as early as possible, your intentions on this subject. I will await your reply here, and it alone shall regulate my action. I am, with respect, madame, and with all the sentiments that befit a son, your most humble, etc., Vicomte de Gercourt. Bestia, 10th of October, 17...
Letter the 112th. Mme de Rosemonde to the Présidente de Tourvel. Dictated.
I have only this instant received, my dearest fair, your letter of the 11th.
Note: this letter has not been recovered.
and the gentle reproaches which it contains. Confess that you were quite disposed to make one more, and that if you had not recollected that you were my daughter, you would have really scolded me. Yet you would have been very unjust. It was the desire and hope I had of being able to reply to you myself which made me postpone this from day to day, and you see that, even to-day, I am obliged to borrow the hand of my maid. My wretched rheumatism has come back again. It has taken up its abode this time in the right arm, and I am absolutely crippled. That is what it is, young and fresh as you are, to have so old a friend. One suffers for those incongruities. As soon as my pains give me a little respite, I promise to have a long talk with you. In the meantime, I merely tell you that I have received your 2 letters, that they would have redoubled, had that been possible, my tender friendship for you, and that I shall never cease to take a very lively interest in all that concerns you. My nephew, too, is somewhat indisposed, but in no danger, nor is there need for the least anxiety. It is a slight indisposition, which, as it appears to me, affects his humour more than his health. We hardly see anything of him now. His retreat and your departure do not add to the gaiety of our little circle. The little Volanges especially misses you furiously, and yawns consumedly all day long. Since the last few days in particular, she has done us the honour of falling into a profound sleep every afternoon. Adieu, my dearest fair. I am always your very good friend, your mamma, your sister even, did my great age permit that title. In short, I am attached to you by all the most affectionate sentiments. Signed, Adelaide, for Mme. de Rosemonde. At the Château de 14th October, 17.
Letter the 113th. The Marquise de Merteuil to the Vicomte de Valmont.
I think I ought to warn you, Vicomte, that they are beginning to busy themselves with you in Paris. Your absence is remarked there, and they are already divining the cause. I was yesterday at a very numerous supper. It was said positively that you were retained in the country by an unhappy and romantic love. Joy was immediately depicted on the faces of all those envious of your success, and all of the women whom you have neglected. If you are advised by me, you will not let these dangerous rumours acquire credit, but will come at once to destroy them by your presence. Remember that if you once allow the idea that you are irresistible to be lost, you will soon find that it will, as a matter of fact, become easier to resist you, that your rivals, too, will lose their respect for you, and dare to combat you. For which of them does not believe himself stronger than virtue? Reflect above all that in the multitude of women whom you have advertised, all those whom you have not had will endeavour to undeceive the public, whilst the others will exert themselves to hoodwink it. In short, you must expect to be appreciated, perhaps as much below your value as you have been hitherto beyond it. Come back, then, Vicomte, and do not sacrifice your reputation to a puerile caprice. You have done all we wished with the little Volanges, and as for your Présidente, it is not, apparently, by remaining 10 leagues away from her that you will get over your fantasy. Do you think she will come to fetch you? Perhaps she has already ceased to dream of you, or is only so far occupied with you as to congratulate herself on having humiliated you. At any rate, here you will be able to find some opportunity of a brilliant reappearance, and you have need of one, and even if you insist on your ridiculous adventure, I do not see how your return can hurt it. On the contrary. In effect, if your Présidente adores you, as you have so often told me and said so little to prove, her sole consolation, her sole pleasure now, must be to talk of you, and to know what you are doing, what you are saying, what you are thinking, even the slightest detail which concerns you. These trifles increase in value according to the extent of the privations one endures. They are the crumbs that fall from the rich man's table. He disdains them, but the poor man collects them greedily. Now the poor Présidente gathers up all these crumbs at present, and the more she has, the less will be her haste to abandon herself to her appetite for the rest. Moreover, since you know her confidant, you cannot doubt but that each of her letters contains at least one little sermon, and all that she thinks befitting to corroborate her prudence and fortify her virtue.
Note. From the comedy, on ne s'avise jamais de tout.
Why then leave to the one resources to defend herself, to the other the means of enduring you? It is not that I am at all of your opinion as to the loss you believe you have sustained by the change of confidant. In the first place, Mme de Volanges hates you, and hatred is always clearer-sighted and more ingenious than friendship. All the virtue of your old aunt will not persuade her to speak ill of her dear nephew, for virtue also has its weaknesses. Next, your fears depend upon a consideration which is absolutely false. It is not true that the older women grow, the more crabbed and severe they become. It is betwixt the ages of 40 and 50 that their despair at the sight of their fading faces, their rage at feeling obliged to abandon their pretensions and the pleasures to which they still cling, render almost all women scolds and shrews. They need this long interval to make the great sacrifice in its entirety, but as soon as it is consummated, all distribute themselves into two classes. The most numerous, that of the women who have had nothing in their favour save their faces and youth, falls into an imbecile apathy, and only issues from this for the sake of play or of a few practices of devotion. This kind is always tiresome, often fond of scolding, sometimes a little mischievous, but rarely malicious. One cannot tell either whether these women are, or are not, severe. Without ideas, without an existence, they repeat indifferently, and without understanding, all that they hear said, and in themselves remain absolutely null. The other class, far rarer but really precious, is that of the women who, having possessed character, and not having neglected to cultivate their reason, know how to create an existence for themselves when that of nature fails them, and adopt the plan of transferring to their minds the adornments which they had before employed for their faces. These last have, as a rule, a very sound judgment and an intelligence at once solid, gay, and gracious. They replace seductive charms by ingratiating kindness, and even by sprightliness, the charm of which increases in proportion to their age. It is thus that they succeed, after a fashion, in attracting youth by making themselves loved by it. But then, far from being, as you say, crabbed and severe, the habit of indulgence, their long reflections upon human frailty, and, above all, the memories of their youth, through which alone they have a hold on life, would rather place them, perhaps too much, on the side of complaisance. What I may say to you finally is that, always having sought out old women, the utility of whose support I recognized at an early age, I have encountered several amongst them to whom I was led as much by inclination as interest. I stop there, for nowadays, when you take fire so quickly and so morally, I should be afraid lest you fell suddenly in love with your aged aunt, and bury yourself with her in the tomb in which you have already lived so long. I resume, then. In spite of the state of enchantment in which you seem to be with your little schoolgirl, I cannot believe that she counts at all in your projects. You found her to your hand, you took her, well and good, but it cannot be that your fancy enters into it. To tell the truth, it is not even a complete pleasure. You possess absolutely nothing beyond her person. I do not speak of her heart, in which I do not doubt you take not the slightest interest, but you do not even feel her head. I know not whether you have perceived it, but for myself I have the proof of it in the last letter she sent me.
Note. See letter the 109th.
I send it to you that you may judge of it. Observe that when she speaks of you it is always as Monsieur de Valmont, that all her ideas, even those which you give rise to, always end in Danceny, and she does not call him Monsieur, it is plain Danceny always. Thereby she singles him out from all the rest, and even whilst abandoning herself to you, she is familiar only with him. If such a conquest seems to you seductive, if the pleasures she gives attach you, you are assuredly modest and not hard to please. That you should retain her, I consent to that. It even forms part of my projects. But it seems to me that it is not worth putting yourself to a quarter of an hour's inconvenience. Also that you had best acquire some dominion over her, and not allow her, for instance, to approach Danceny until after you have made her forget him a little more. Before I cease to occupy myself with you and come to myself, I wish to tell you again that this means of sickness, which you announce it is your resolve to employ, is well known and mighty stale. Truly, Vicomte, you have no invention. I myself repeat myself sometimes, as you are about to see, but I try to save myself by the details, and, above all, I am justified by success. I am going to try another still, and run after a new adventure. I admit that it will not have the merit of difficulty, but at least it will be a distraction, and I am perishing with ennui. I know not why, but since the adventure of Prévent, Belleroche has become insupportable. He has redoubled his attention, his tenderness, his veneration to such a degree that I can no longer submit to it. His anger seemed to me at the outset amusing. It was very necessary, however, to calm it, for to let him go on would have been to compromise myself, and there was no means of making him listen to reason. I adopted the course, then, of showing him more love, in order to make an end of it more easily, but he has taken this seriously, and ever since surfeits me with his eternal delight. I notice especially the insulting trust which he shows in me, and the security with which he considers me as his forever. I am really humiliated by it. He must rate me lightly indeed if he believes he has worth enough to make me constant. Did he not tell me recently that I could never have loved anyone but himself? Oh, for the moment I had need of all my prudence not to undeceive him on the spot by telling him how matters stood. A merry gentleman, forsooth, to think he has exclusive rights! I admit that he is well made and of a fair enough countenance, but, all considered, he is, in fact, but a journeyman love-maker. In short, the moment has come when we must separate. I have been attempting this for the last fortnight, and have employed, in turn, coldness, caprice, ill-humour, and quarrels, but the tenacious personage is not made thus to lose his hold. A more violent method must be adopted, therefore. Consequently, I am taking him to my country place. We leave the day after tomorrow. With us there will only be a few uninterested persons, by no means clear-sighted, and we shall have almost as much liberty as if we were there alone. There I will surfeit him with love and caresses to such a degree, we will live there so entirely for one another, that I wager he will be more desirous than I am myself for the end of this expedition, which he considers so great a piece of good fortune, and if he does not return more weary of me than I am of him, tell me that I know no more than you, and I will admit it. My pretext for this sort of retreat is that I wish to busy myself exclusively with my great lawsuit, which, in fact, will be at last decided at the commencement of the winter. I am very glad of it, for it is really disagreeable to have one's whole fortune hanging thus in the air. 'Tis not that I am at all anxious as to the result. In the first place, I am in the right, all my lawyers assure me so, and even if I were not, I should be maladroit indeed if I knew not how to gain a suit where my only adversaries are minors, still of immature years, and their aged guardian. As nothing, however, should be neglected in a matter of so great importance, I shall have 2 advocates on my side. Does not this expedition seem to you gay? However, if it serves me to win my suit and rid myself of Belleroche, I shall not think the time wasted. Now, Vicomte, divine his successor. I give you 100 guesses. But what is the use? Do I not know that you never guess anything? Well then, it is Danceny. You are astonished, are you not? For after all, I am not yet reduced to the education of children. But this one deserves to form an exception. He has but the graces of youth, and not its frivolity. His great reserve in society is well calculated to remove all suspicion, and one finds him only the more amiable when he lets himself go in a tête-à-tête. Not that I have yet had one with him on my own account, I am still no more than his confidant, but beneath this veil of friendship I believe I discern a very lively taste for me, and I feel that I am conceiving a great one for him. It were a mighty pity that so much wit and delicacy should be debased and wasted upon that little fool of a Volanges. I hope he is deceived in believing that he loves her. She so little deserves it. 'Tis not that I am jealous of her, it is because it would be a crime, and I would save Danceny. I beg you, then, Vicomte, to take precautions that he may not approach his Cécile, as he still has the bad habit of calling her. A first fancy has always more sway than one thinks, and I should feel sure of nothing were he to see her again at present, especially during my absence. On my return I charge myself with everything and answer for the result. I thought seriously of taking the young man with me, but, as usual, I have made a sacrifice to my prudence. Moreover, I should have been afraid lest he discovered anything between Belleroche and myself, and I should be in despair if he were to have the least idea of what was passing. I would at least offer myself to his imagination as pure and spotless, such indeed as one should be, to be really worthy of him. Paris, 15th of October, 17...
Letter the 114th. The Présidente de Tourvel to Mme de Rosemonde.
My dear friend, I yield to the impulse of my grave anxiety, and without knowing whether you will be able to reply to me, I cannot refrain from questioning you. The condition of Monsieur de Valmont, which you tell me is not dangerous, does not leave me as much confidence as you appear to have. It not rarely happens that melancholy and disgust with the world are the symptoms and precursors of some grave illness. The sufferings of the body, like those of the mind, make us desirous of solitude, and often we reproach with ill humour him who should merely be pitied for his pain. It seems to me that he ought at least to consult some one. How is it that you, who are ill yourself, have not a doctor by your side? My own, whom I have seen this morning, and whom, I do not conceal from you, I have indirectly consulted, is of opinion that, in persons naturally active, this sudden sort of apathy should never be neglected, and, as he said besides, sicknesses that are not taken in time no longer yield to treatment. Why let one who is so dear to you incur this risk? What enhances my anxiety is that I have received no news of him for 4 days. My God! Are you not deceiving me as to his condition? Why should he have suddenly ceased to write? If it were only the effect of my obstinacy in returning his letters to him, I think he would have adopted this course sooner. In short, although I do not believe in presentiments, I have been for some days past in a state of gloom which alarms me. Oh, perhaps I am on the eve of the greatest of misfortunes. You would not believe, and I am ashamed to tell you, how pained I am not to receive those same letters, which, however, I should still refuse to read. I was at least sure that he was thinking of me, and I saw something which came from him. I did not open those letters, but I wept when I looked at them. My tears were sweeter and more easy, and they alone partially dissipated the customary depression in which I live since my return. I conjure you, my indulgent friend, write to me yourself as soon as you are able, and in the meantime have your news and his sent to me daily. I perceive that I have hardly said a word as to yourself, but you know my sentiments, my unlimited attachment, my tender gratitude for your sensitive friendship. You will pardon my trouble, my mortal sufferings, the terrible torture of having to dread calamities of which I am perhaps the cause. Great heaven! This agonizing idea pursues me and rends my heart. This misfortune was lacking me, and I feel that I was born to experience all. Adieu, my dear friend. Love me, pity me. Shall I have a letter from you to-day? Paris, 16th October, 17 .
Letter the 115th. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Marquise de Merteuil.
It is an incredible thing, my lovely friend, how easily, when two people are separated, they cease to understand one another. As long as I was near you, we had never but one same feeling, one like fashion of seeing things, and because for nearly 3 months I have ceased to see you, we are no longer of the same opinion upon anything. Which of us two is wrong? You would certainly not hesitate about your reply, but I, wiser or more polite, do not decide. I am only going to answer your letter, and continue to expound my conduct. To begin with, I thank you for the notice you give me of the rumours which are current about me. But I am not yet uneasy. I believe I am certain to have something soon wherewith to make them cease. Reassure yourself, I shall reappear in the world only more celebrated than ever, and always more worthy of you. I hope that even the adventure of the little Volanges will be counted for something to me, although you appear to make so little of it, as though it were nothing to carry off in one evening a young girl from her cherished lover, to make use of her afterwards as much as one wishes, and absolutely as one's own property, without any further pother, to obtain from her favours which one does not even dare demand from all the wenches whose trade it is, and this without in the least distracting her from her tender love, without rendering her inconstant, or even unfaithful, for, as you say, I do not even fill her head. So that when my fantasy has passed, I shall restore her to the arms of her lover, so to speak, without her having perceived anything. Oh, pray, is this a very ordinary achievement? And then, believe me, once issued from my hands, the principles which I am imparting to her will not fail to develop, and I predict that the shy scholar will soon soar upon a flight fitting to do honour to her master. If, nevertheless, you prefer the heroic manner, I will show you the Présidente, that exemplary model of all the virtues, respected even by our veriest libertines, of such a virtue that one had given up even the thought of attacking her. I will show her, I say, forgetting her duties and her virtue, sacrificing her reputation and 2 years of prudence, to run after the happiness of pleasing me, to intoxicate herself with that of loving me, finding herself sufficiently compensated for such sacrifices by a word, a glance, things which she will not even always obtain. I will do more, I will leave her, and either I do not know this woman, or she will not give me a successor. She will resist her need of consolation, the habit of pleasure, even the desire of vengeance. In short, she will have existed only for me, and be her career short or long, I alone shall have opened and shut the barrier. Once having attained this triumph, I will say to my rivals, behold my handiwork, and seek throughout the century for a second example. You will ask me whence comes to-day this excessive assurance. It is because for the last week I have been in my fair one's confidence. She does not tell me her secrets, but I surprise them. 2 letters from her to Mme. de Rosemonde have sufficiently instructed me, and I shall only read the others out of curiosity. I require absolutely nothing else to ensure success than to approach her, and I have found the means. I shall instantly employ them. You are curious, I believe, but no. To punish you for not believing in my inventions, you shall not know them. Once for all, if you had your deserts, I should withdraw my confidence from you, at least in this adventure. Indeed, were it not for the sweet price you have set on my success, I should speak of it no further to you. You see that I am vexed. However, in the hope that you will correct yourself, I am willing to stop with this slight punishment, and once more grown indulgent, will forget my rash projects for a moment, to discuss your own with you. There you are, then, in the country, which is as tedious as sentiment, and as sad as constancy. And that poor Belleroche! You are not contented with making him drink the waters of oblivion, you must also put him to the torture. How does he like it? Does he bear up well beneath the nausea of love? I would give much to see him become only the more enamoured. I am curious to see what more efficacious remedy you would succeed in finding. I pity you truly that you have been compelled to have recourse to that. Only once in my life have I made love from calculation. I have certainly an excellent reason, since it was to the Comtesse de... And 20 times I was tempted to say, whilst in her arms, Madame, I renounce the place I am soliciting. Permit me to retire from that which I occupy. Wherefore, of all the women I have had, she is the only one of whom it gives me pleasure to speak ill. As for your own motive, I find it, to tell the truth, of a rare absurdity, and you were right in believing I should never guess the successor. What! It is for Danceny you are taking all this trouble? Oh, my dear friend, leave him to adore his virtuous Cecile. and do not compromise yourself at these childish games. Leave boys to form themselves in their nurses' hands, or to play with schoolgirls at little innocent games. How can you burden yourself with a novice, who will know neither how to take you nor how to leave you, and with whom all will have to be done by you? I tell you seriously, I disapprove of this choice, and however secret it may remain, it will humiliate you at least in my eyes, and in your own conscience. You have taken, you say, a great fancy to him. Nay, nay, you surely make a mistake, and I even believe I have found the source of your error. This fine disgust with Belleroche came to you at a time of famine, and as Paris offered you no choice, your ideas, which are always too volatile, turned towards the first object they encountered. But reflect, on your return you will be able to choose between 1,000. And if, in fine, you dread the inaction in which you risk falling if you delay, I offer myself to you to amuse your leisure. By the time of your arrival, my great affairs will be terminated in some fashion or other, and assuredly neither the little Volanges nor the Présidente herself will occupy me so much then as to prevent me from being with you as much as you desire. Perhaps even between now and then I shall have already restored the little girl into the hands of her discreet lover, without admitting, whatever you may say, that it is not a pleasure which attaches, as it is my intention that she should retain all her life a superior notion of me to that of all other men. I have adopted a tone with her which I could not keep up long without injuring my health, and from henceforth I am only drawn to her by the care which one owes to family affairs. You do not understand me. The fact is that I am awaiting a second period to confirm my hope, and to assure me that I have thoroughly succeeded in my projects. Yes, my lovely friend, I have already a first promise that the husband of my pupil will not run the risk of dying without posterity, and that the head of the house of Gercourt will be in future only a cadet of that of Valmont. But let me finish at my fantasy this adventure which I only undertook at your entreaty. Remember that if you render Danceny inconstant, you destroy all the raciness of the story. Consider, finally, that offering as I do to serve you, I have, it seems to me, some right to be preferred. I count so much on this that I am not afraid to cross your views, by endeavouring myself to augment the discreet lover's tender passion for the first and worthy object of his choice. Yesterday, having found your pupil employed in writing to him, after I had first disturbed her at this sweet occupation for the sake of another sweeter still, I asked to see her letter, and as I found it cold and constrained, I made her feel that it was not thus that she should console her lover, and persuaded her to write another at my dictation, in which, imitating as well as I could her little prattle, I tried to foster the young man's love by a more certain hope. The little person was quite enchanted, she said, to find herself expressing herself so well, and for the future I am to be charged with the correspondence. Oh, what have I not done for this Danceny? I shall have been at once his friend, his confidant, his rival, and his mistress. Again, at this moment, I am rendering him the service of saving him from your dangerous chains. Yes, dangerous, without a doubt, for to possess you and lose you is to buy a moment of happiness with an eternity of regret. Adieu, my lovely friend. Have the courage to dispatch Belleroche as soon as you can. Leave Danceny alone, and prepare yourself to receive once more, and to renew to me, the delicious pleasures of our first liaison. P.S. I congratulate you upon the approaching decision of the great lawsuit. I shall be delighted if this happy event occurs during my reign. At the Château de 19th of October, 17.
End of section 23. Section 24 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS, Section 24, Letters 116 to 120. Letter the 116th. The Chevalier Danceny to Cécile de Voanges.
Mme de Merteuil left this morning for the country. Thus, my charming Cécile, I am now deprived of the sole pleasure which remained to me during your absence, that of talking of you to your friend and mine. For some time past she has allowed me to give her that title, and I have profited by it with all the more eagerness, because it seemed to bring me nearer to you. Lord, how amiable this woman is, and with what a flattering charm she knows how to endow friendship. It seems as though that sweet sentiment is embellished and fortified in her by all that she denies to love. If you knew how she loves you, how it pleases her to hear me speak of you, 'tis that, no doubt, which draws me so much towards her. What happiness it were to be able to live entirely for you both, to pass uninterruptedly from the delights of love to the sweets of friendship, to consecrate all my existence to it, to be in some measure the point of union of your mutual attachment, and to feel always that, in occupying myself with the happiness of the one, I was working equally for that of the other. Love dearly, my charming friend, this adorable woman. Give greater value still to the attachment I have for her by participating in it. Since I have tasted the charm of friendship, I am desirous that you should experience it in your turn. From pleasures which I do not share with you, I seem only to obtain a half enjoyment. Yes, my Cécile, I would fain surround your heart with all the softest sentiments, so that its every vibration might give you a sensation of happiness, and I should still feel that I could never repay you more than a part of the felicity which I should derive from you. Why must it be that these charming projects are only a chimera of my imagination, and that reality offers me, on the contrary, only indefinite and dolorous privations? The hope which you had held out to me of seeing you in the country, I see well that I must renounce. I have no other consolation than that of persuading myself that you do really find it impossible, and you refrain from telling me this, from grieving over it with me. Twice already have my complaints on this subject been left without a reply. Ah, Cécile, I do believe that you love me with all the faculties of your soul, but your soul is not ardent like my own. Why does it not lie with me to overthrow the obstacles? Why is it not my interests that have to be considered instead of yours? I should know how to prove to you that nothing is impossible to love. You tell me nothing either of the duration of this cruel absence. Here, at least, I should perhaps see you. Your charming eyes would reanimate my drooping soul. That touching expression would reassure my heart, which has sometimes need of it. Forgive me, my Cécile, this fear is not a suspicion. I believe in your love, in your constancy. I should be too unhappy if I were to doubt it. But so many obstacles, and always renewed. I am sad, my friend, very sad. It seems as though the departure of Mme de Merteuil has renewed in me the sentiment of all my woes. Adieu, my Cécile. Adieu, my beloved. Remember that your lover is grieving, and that you alone can restore him to happiness. Paris, 17th of October, in 17...
Letter the 117th. Cécile Volanges to the Chevalier Danceny. Dictated by Valmont.
Do you think, then, my dear friend, that I had any need of scolding to make me sad when I know that you grieve? And do you doubt that I suffer as much as you at all your sorrows? I even share those which I cause you knowingly, and I have one more than you when I see that you do not do me justice. Oh, that is not right. Indeed, I see what vexes you. It is that the last 2 times you asked to come here, I did not answer you. But was the answer such an easy one to give? Do you suppose I do not know that what you want is very wicked? And yet, if I have already so much difficulty in refusing you at a distance, pray, what would it be if you were here? And then, because I had wished to console you for a moment, I should be sorry all my life. See, I have nothing to conceal from you. Here are my reasons, judge for yourself. I should perhaps have done what you wish, had it not been for what I have told you, the news that this Monsieur de Gercourt, who is the cause of all my grief, will not arrive yet awhile. And as mamma, for some time past, has shown me much more kindness, as I, on my side, caress her as much as I can, who knows what I may not be able to obtain from her? And if we could be happy without my having anything to reproach myself with, would not that be much better? If I am to believe what I have been often told, men no longer love their wives so much, if they have loved them overmuch before they were wives. That fear restrains me even more than the rest. My friend, are you not sure of my heart, and will there not be always time? Listen, I promise you that, though I cannot avoid the misfortune of marrying Monsieur de Gercourt, whom I hate so much already before I know him, nothing shall any longer prevent me from being yours as much as I am able, and even before everything. As I do not care to be loved except by you, and you must see quite well that, if I do wrong, it is not my fault, the rest will be just the same to me, provided that you promise to love me always as much as you do now. But until then, my friend, let me continue as I am, and ask me no more for a thing which I have good reasons for declining to do, and which it yet vexes me to refuse you. I should be very glad to if Monsieur de Valmont were not so urgent for you. It only serves to make me grieve still more. Oh, you have a very good friend in him, I assure you. He does everything that you would do yourself. But adieu, my dear love. It was very late when I began to write to you, and I have spent part of the night over it. I am going to bed now, and to make up for the lost time. I embrace you, but do not scold me any more. At the Château de 18th of October, 17...
Letter the 118th. The Chevalier Danceny to the Marquise de Merteuil.
If I am to believe my almanac, my adorable friend, it is but 2 days that you have been absent, but if I am to believe my heart, it is 2 centuries. Now, I have it from yourself. It is always one's heart that one should believe. It is therefore quite time then that you should return, and all your affairs must be more than finished. How can you expect me to be interested in your lawsuit, when, be it lost or won, I must equally pay the costs by the tedium of your absence? Oh, how querulous I feel! And how sad it is to have so fair a subject for ill humour, but no right to show it. Is it not, however, a real infidelity, a black betrayal, to leave your friend far away from you, after having accustomed him to be unable to dispense with your presence? In vain will you consult your advocates. They will find you no justification for this ill behaviour, and then those gentry do but talk of reasons, and reasons are not sufficient answer to sentiments. For myself, You have told me so often that it was reason which sent you on this journey that I have entirely done with it. I will no longer listen to it, not even when it tells me to forget you. That is, however, a most reasonable reason. In fact, it would not be so difficult as you suppose. It would be sufficient merely to lose the habit of always thinking of you, and nothing here, I assure you, would recall you to me. Our loveliest women, those who are said to be the most amiable, are yet so far below you that they could give a very feeble idea of you. I think even that, with practised eyes, the more one thought at first they resembled you, the more difference one would remark afterwards. In vain their efforts, in vain their display of all they know, they always fail in being you, and therein positively lies the charm. Unhappily, when the days are so long and one is unoccupied, one dreams, one builds castles in the air, one creates one's chimera. Little by little the imagination is exalted. One would fain beautify one's work, one gathers together all that may please. Finally, one arrives at perfection, and as soon as one is there, the portrait recalls the model, and one is astonished to find that one has but dreamed of you. At this very moment I am again the dupe of an almost similar error. You will believe, perhaps, that it was in order to occupy myself with you that I started to write to you. Not at all. It was to distract myself from you. I had 100 things to say of which you were not the object, things which, as you know, interest me very keenly, and it is from these, nevertheless, that I have been distracted. And since when, pray, does the charm of friendship divert us from that of love? If I were to look closely into the matter, perhaps I should have a slight reproach to make myself. But hush, let us forget this little error, for fear of reverting to it, and let my friend herself ignore it. Why, then, are you not here to reply to me, to lead me back if I go astray, to talk to me of my Cécile, to enhance, if that be possible, the happiness I derive from her love by the sweet thought that, in loving her, I love your friend? Yes, I confess it. The love which she inspires in me has become even more precious since you have been kind enough to receive my confidence. I love so much to open my heart to you, to pour my sentiments unreservedly into yours. It seems to me that I cherish them the more when you deign to receive them, and again I look at you and say to myself, it is in her that all my happiness is bound up. I have nothing new to tell you with regard to my situation. The last letter I received from her increases and assures my hope, but delays it still. However, her motives are so tender and so pure that I can neither blame her for them nor complain. Perhaps you do not understand too well what I am telling you, but why are you not here? Although one may say all to one's friend, one dare not write it. The secrets of love, especially, are so delicate that one may not let them go thus upon their parole. If one allows them out sometimes, one must nonetheless never let them out of sight. One must, as it were, see them reach their new refuge. Come back, then, my adorable friend. You see how very necessary is your return. Forget, in short, the 1,000 reasons which detain you where you are, or teach me to live where you are not. I have the honor to be, etc. Paris, 19th of October, in 17...
Letter the 119th. Mme de Rosemonde to the Présidente de Tourvel.
Although I am still suffering greatly, my dearest fair, I am endeavouring to write to you myself, in order to be able to speak to you of what interests you. My nephew still keeps up his misanthropy. He sends every day most regularly to ask after my health, but he has not come once to inquire for himself, although I have begged him to do so. Thus I see no more of him than if he were in Paris. I met him to-day, however, in a place where I little expected him. It was in my chapel, whither I had gone for the first time since my painful indisposition. I learned to-day that for the last 4 days he has gone regularly to hear mass. God grant that this last. When I entered he came up to me and congratulated me most affectionately on the improved state of my health. As mass was beginning, I cut short the conversation, which I expected to resume afterwards, but he had disappeared before I could rejoin him. I will not hide from you that I found him somewhat changed. But, my dearest fair, do not make me repent of my confidence in your reason by a too lively anxiety, and above all rest assured that I would rather choose to pain than deceive you. If my nephew continues to keep aloof of me, I will adopt the course, as soon as I am better, of visiting him in his chamber, and I will try to penetrate the cause of this singular mania, which I can well believe has something to do with you. I will write and tell you anything I may find out. Now I take leave of you, as I can no more move my fingers. Besides, if Adelaide knew that I had written, she would scold me all the evening. Adieu, my dearest fair. At the Château de 20th October, 17.
Letter the 120th. The Vicomte de Valmont to the Père Anselme, a Bernardine of the monastery of the Rue Saint-Honoré.
I have not the honour of being known to you, monsieur, but I know of the entire confidence which Madame la Présidente de Tourvel reposes in you, and I know, moreover, how much this confidence is deserved. I believe, then, that I may address myself to you without indiscretion, in order to obtain a very essential service, truly worthy of your holy office, and one in which the interests of Madame de Tourvel and myself are one. I have in my hands important papers which concern her, which cannot be entrusted to anybody, and which I would not and must not give up, except into her hands. I have no means of informing her of this, because reasons, which perhaps you will have heard from her, but which I do not consider myself authorized to state, have led her to take the course of refusing all correspondence with me, a course that to-day, I confess willingly, I cannot blame, since she could not foresee events which I myself was very far from expecting, and which were only rendered possible by that superhuman force which we are forced to recognize. I beg you, therefore, monsieur, to be so good as to inform her of my new resolutions, and to ask her to grant me a private interview, in which I can at least in part repair my errors, and as a last sacrifice destroy in her presence the sole existing traces of an error or fault which has rendered me guilty in her eyes. It will not be until after this preliminary expiation that I shall dare to lay at your feet the humiliating confession of my long disorders, and to entreat your mediation for an even more important and unhappily more difficult reconciliation. May I hope, monsieur, that you will not refuse me this precious and necessary aid, and that you will deign to sustain my weakness, and guide my feet into the new way which I desire most ardently to follow, but which, I blush to confess, I do not yet know. I await your reply with the impatience of the repentance which desires to make reparation, and I beg you to believe me, with equal gratitude and veneration, your most humble, etc. P.S. I authorize you, monsieur, should you deem it proper, to communicate this letter in its entirety to Madame de Tourvel, whom I shall make it my duty to respect all my life long, and in whom I shall never cease to honour one whom heaven has used to bring back my soul to virtue, by the touching spectacle of her own. At the Château de 22nd October, 17.
End of section 24. Section 25 of Dangerous Connections. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dangerous Connections by Pierre Choderlos de LACLOS, Section 25, Letters 121 to 125. Letter the 121st. The Marquise de Merteuil to the Chevalier Danceny.
I have received your letter, my too youthful friend, but before I thank you, I must scold you, and I warn you that, if you do not correct yourself, you shall have no more answers from me. Quit then, if you will believe me, that tone of flattery, which is no more than jargon when it is not the expression of love. Pray, is that the language of friendship? No, my friend, every sentiment has its befitting speech, and to make use of any other is to disguise the thought which one expresses. I am well aware that our frivolous women understand nothing that is said to them if it be not translated, in some way, into this customary jargon, but I confess that I thought I deserved that you should distinguish between them and me. I am truly grieved, and perhaps more than I ought to be, that you have judged me so ill. You will only find then in my letter the qualities which yours lacks, frankness and simplicity. I will certainly tell you, for instance, that it would give me great pleasure to see you, and that I am vexed to have only tiresome people round me, instead of people who please me. But this very phrase you translate thus: teach me to live where you are not, so that, I suppose, when you are with your mistress, you will not be able to live unless I make a third. The pity of it! And these women who always fail in being me! Perhaps you find that your Cécile also fails in that. That, however, is the result of a language which, owing to the abuse made of it nowadays, is even lower than the jargon of compliments, and has become no more than a mere formula, in which one no more believes than in a most humble servant. My friend, when you write to me, let it be to tell me your fashion of thinking and feeling, and not to send me phrases which I can find, without your aid, more or less well turned in any novel of the day. I hope you will not be angry at what I am telling you, even if you should detect a little ill-humour, for I do not deny I feel some. But to avoid even the shadow of the fault for which I reproach you, I will not tell you that this ill-humour is, perhaps, somewhat augmented by the distance at which I am from you. It seems to me that, all considered, you are worth more than a lawsuit and 2 advocates, perhaps even more than the attentive Belroche. You see that, instead of despairing at my absence, you ought to congratulate yourself upon it, for I have never paid you so pretty a compliment. I believe your example is catching, and I, too, am inclined to flatter you, but nay, I prefer to keep to my frankness. It is that alone, then, which assures you of my tender friendship, and of the interest which it inspires in me. It is very sweet to have a young friend whose heart is occupied elsewhere. That is not the system of all women, but it is mine. It seems to me that one abandons one's self with more pleasure to a sentiment from which one can have nothing to fear. Thus I have passed with you, early enough, perhaps, into the role of confidant. But you choose your mistresses so young that you have made me perceive for the first time that I begin to grow old. You have acted well in preparing for yourself a long career of constancy, and I wish with all my heart that it may be reciprocated. You are right in yielding to the pure and tender motives which, according to what you tell me, delay your happiness. A long defence is the only merit left to those who do not resist always, and what I should find unpardonable in any other than a child like the little Volanges would be the lack of knowledge how to escape a danger of which she has been amply forewarned by the confession she has made of her love. You men have no idea of what virtue is, nor of what it costs to sacrifice it. But, however incapable a woman may be of reasoning, she ought to know that, independently of the sin which she commits, a frailty is the greatest of misfortunes to her, and I cannot conceive how any one can ever let herself be caught, if she has time for a moment's reflection on the subject. Do not proceed to dispute this idea, for it is this which principally attaches me to you. You will save me from the perils of love, and, although I have known well enough hitherto to defend myself without your aid, I consent to be grateful to you for it, and I shall love you for it the more and better. Upon this, my dear Chevalier, I pray God to have you in his good and holy keeping. At the Château de 22nd of October, 17...
Letter the 122nd. Mme de Rosemonde to the Présidente de Tourvel.
I had hoped, my amiable daughter, to be able at last to calm your anxieties, and I see with grief, on the contrary, that I must still augment them. Be calm, however. My nephew is not in danger. I cannot even say that he is really ill, but something extraordinary is assuredly passing within him. I understand naught of it, but I left his room with a sentiment of sadness, perhaps even alarm, which I reproach myself for causing you to share, although I cannot refrain from discussing it with you. This is the narrative of what passed. You may rest assured that it is a faithful one, for if I were to live another 80 years, I should never forget the impression which this sad scene made upon me. I visited my nephew this morning. I found him writing, surrounded by sundry heaps of paper which seemed to be the object of his labours. He was so busied that I was already in the middle of his chamber before he turned his head to discover who had entered. As soon as he recognized me, I noticed clearly that on rising he made an effort to compose his features, and it was this fact perhaps which further attracted my attention. In truth, he made no toilette and wore no powder, but I found him pale and wan, and above all of a changed expression. His glance, which we have known so gay and keen, was sad and downcast. In short, between ourselves, I should not have cared for you to see him thus, for he had a very pathetic air, and most fitting, I dare believe, to inspire that tender pity which is one of the most dangerous snares of love. Although impressed by what I had noticed, I none the less commenced the conversation as though I had perceived nothing. I spoke to him first of his health, and though he did not tell me that it was good, he nevertheless did not say that it was bad. Thereupon I complained of his retirement, which had almost the air of a mania, and I tried to infuse a little gaiety into my mild reproof, but he only answered in heartfelt accents, "It is one wrong the more, I confess, but it shall be retrieved with the rest." His expression, even more than his words, somewhat disturbed my playfulness, and I hastened to tell him that he had attached too much importance to a mere friendly reproach. We then commenced to talk quietly. He told me soon afterwards that perhaps an affair, the most important affair of his life, would shortly recall him to Paris. But as I was afraid of guessing it, my dearest fair, and feared lest this prologue should lead up to a confidence which I did not desire, I put no question to him, and contented myself with replying that a little more dissipation would benefit his health. I added that this once I would not press him to remain, as I loved my friends for themselves. At this single expression he grasped my hands, and in speaking with a vehemence which I cannot describe to you, "Yes, aunt," he said to me, Love, love well a nephew who respects and cherishes you, and, as you say, love him for himself. Do not grieve about his happiness, and do not trouble with any regret the eternal peace which he hopes soon to enjoy. Repeat to me that you love me, that you forgive me. Yes, you will forgive me. I know your goodness, but how can I hope for the same indulgence from those whom I have so greatly offended? He then stooped over me to conceal, as I think, the signs of grief, which, in spite of himself, the sound of his voice betrayed to me. Moved more than I can say, I rose precipitately, and doubtless he noticed my alarm, for at once growing more composed, "Pardon me," he resumed, "pardon me, madame. I feel that I am wandering in spite of my will. I beg you to forget my remarks, and only to remember my profound veneration. I shall not fail," he added, "to come and renew my respects to you before my departure." It seemed to me that this last sentence suggested that I should bring my visit to a conclusion, and I went away. But the more I reflect on it, the less I can guess what he wished to say. What is this affair, the most important of his life? On what ground does he ask my forgiveness? Whence that involuntary emotion when he spoke to me? I have already asked myself these questions 1,000 times without being able to reply to them. I do not even see anything therein which relates to you. However, as the eyes of love are more clear-sighted than those of friendship, I was unwilling to leave you in ignorance of anything that passed between my nephew and myself. I have made 4 attempts to finish this long letter, which would be longer still were it not for the fatigue I feel. Adieu, my dearest fair. At the Château de 25th October, 17.
Letter the 123rd, the Père Anselme to the Vicomte de Valmont.
I have had the honour of receiving your letter, Monsieur le Vicomte, and yesterday I betook myself, in accordance with your wishes, to the person in question. I explained to her the object and the motives of the visit you had asked me to pay her. Determined as she was upon the prudent course which she had adopted at first, upon my pointing out to her that by a refusal she, perhaps, incurred a risk of putting an obstacle in the way of your happy return, and also of opposing, in some manner, the merciful decrees of Providence, she consented to receive your visit, always on condition that it shall be the last, and has charged me to tell you that she will be at home on Thursday next, the 28th. If this day should not be convenient to you, will you be so good as to inform her and appoint another? Your letter will be received. Meanwhile, Monsieur le Vicomte, permit me to invite you not to delay, without grave reasons, in order that you may be able to abandon yourself the sooner and more entirely to the laudable dispositions which you display to me. Remember that he who hesitates to improve the moment of grace runs the risk of its being withdrawn from him, that, if the mercy of God is infinite, yet the use of it is regulated by justice, and that a moment may come when the God of mercy shall turn into a God of vengeance. If you continue to honour me with your confidence, I beg you to believe that all my attention shall be yours, as soon as you desire it. However greatly I may be busied, my most important business will ever be to fulfil the duties of my sacred office, to which I am peculiarly devoted, and the finest moment of my life will be that in which, by the blessing of the Almighty, I shall see my efforts prosper. Weak sinners that we are, we can do nothing by ourselves. But the God who recalls you can do all, and we shall owe alike to his bounty, you the constant desire to be reconciled to him, and I the means of being your guide. It is by his aid that I hope soon to convince you that holy religion alone can give, even in this world, that solid and durable happiness which in the blindness of human passions we seek in vain. I have the honour to be, with respectful consideration, etc. Paris, 25th October, 17.
Letter the 124th, The Présidente de Tourvel to Mme de Rosemonde.
In the midst of the astonishment in which the news I received yesterday has thrown me, madame, I cannot forget the satisfaction which it must cause you, and I hasten to acquaint you with it. Monsieur de Valmont is occupied neither with me nor with his love. He would only retrieve by a more edifying life the faults, or rather the errors, of his youth. I have been informed of this great event by the Père Anselme, to whom he applied for future direction, and also in order to contrive an interview with me, the principal object of which I judged to be the return of my letters, which he had hitherto retained, in spite of the request I had made of him to the contrary. Doubtless I cannot but applaud this happy termination, and felicitate myself, if, as he states, I am in any way responsible for it. But why needed it that I should be the instrument, and why should it have cost me my life's repose? Could not Monsieur de Valmont's happiness have been secured by any other means than my misery? Oh, my indulgent friend, forgive me this complaint. I know that it is not mine to question the decrees of God. But whilst I pray to him ceaselessly, and always in vain, for strength to conquer my unhappy love, he lavishes it on one who has not prayed for it, and leaves me without succour, utterly abandoned to my weakness. But let me stifle this guilty plaint. Do I not know that the prodigal son on his return obtained more favour from his father than the son who had never been absent? What account have we to ask from him who owes us nothing? And even were it possible that we had any rights before him, what had been my own? Could I boast of a virtue that already I do but owe to Valmont? He has saved me, and how should I dare complain if I suffer for his sake? No, my sufferings will be dear to me, if his happiness is the price. Doubtless it was needful for him to return to the common father. The God who made him must have cherished his handiwork. He did not create this charming being only to be a reprobate. 'Tis for me to pay the penalty of my audacious imprudence. Ought I not to have felt that, since it was forbidden me to love him, I ought never to have allowed myself to see him? 'Tis my fault or my misfortune that I held out too long against this truth. You are my witness, my dear and venerable friend, that I submitted to this sacrifice as soon as I recognized its necessity. But it just failed in being complete, in that Monsieur de Valmont did not share it. Shall I confess to you that it is this idea which at present torments me most? Insufferable pride, which sweetens the ills we bear by the thought of those we inflict. Ah, I will conquer this rebellious heart. I will accustom myself to humiliations. It is above all to obtain this result that I have at last consented to receive, on Thursday next, the painful visit of Monsieur de Valmont. Then I shall hear him tell me himself that I am nothing to him, that the weak and fugitive impression I had made upon him is entirely effaced. I shall see his gaze directed towards me without emotion, whilst the fear of betraying my own will make me lower my eyes. Those same letters which he refused so long to my repeated requests I shall receive from his indifference. He will give them up to me as useless things, which have no further interest for him, and my trembling hands, receiving this deposit of shame, will feel that it is given to them by a hand which is firm and tranquil. And then I shall see him depart from me, depart for ever, and my eyes which will follow him will not see his own look back to me. And I have been reserved for so much humiliation. Ah, let me at least make use of it by allowing it to impregnate me with the sentiment of my weakness. Yes, these letters which he no longer cares to keep I will religiously preserve. I will impose on myself the shame of reading them daily until the last traces of them are effaced by my tears. And his own I will burn as infected by the dangerous poison which has corrupted my soul. Oh, what is this love, then, if it makes us regret even the risks to which it has exposed us? If one can be afraid of feeling it still, even when one no longer inspires it. Let us shun this dire passion, which leaves no choice betwixt misery or shame, nay, often unites them both. Let prudence at least replace virtue. How far away is Thursday still? Why can I not this instant consummate the grievous sacrifice, and forget at once its object and its cause? This visit troubles me. I repent my promise of it. Alas, what need has he to see me again? What are we to one another now? If he has offended me, I forgive him. I congratulate him even on his wish to repair his faults. I praise him for it. I will do more. I will imitate him, and I, who have been beguiled by like errors, shall be brought back by his example. But since his intention is to flee from me, why does he begin by seeking me out? What is most urgent for either of us? Is it not that each should forget the other? Doubtless that is so, and that henceforth shall be my sole care. If you will permit me, my amiable friend, I will come to you in order to occupy myself with this arduous task. If I have need of succour, perhaps even of consolation, I will not receive it from any other than you. You alone know how to understand me and to speak to my heart. Your precious friendship shall fill my whole existence. Nothing shall seem too difficult for me to second the care that you must take of yourself. I shall owe you my tranquillity, my happiness, my virtue, and the fruit of your kindness to me will be that, at last, I shall become worthy of it. I have written very wildly, I think, in this letter. I gather so, at least, from the trouble which has unceasingly harassed me whilst writing. If any sentiments occur in it at which I ought to blush, cover them with the indulgence of your friendship. I rely upon it entirely. It is not from you that I would hide any of the movements of my heart. Adieu, my venerable friend. I hope in a few days to announce the day of my arrival. Paris, 25th October, 17 .
Letter the 125th, the Vicomte de Valmont to the Marquise de Merteuil.
Ah, behold her vanquished then, this proud woman who dared to think she could resist me. Yes, my friend, she is mine entirely. Since yesterday there is nothing left for her to grant me. I am still too full of my happiness to be able to appreciate it, but I am amazed at the unknown charm I have experienced. Can it be true, then, that virtue enhances the value of a woman, even at the very moment of her fall? Nay, let us relegate this puerile notion with other old wives' tales. Does one not almost always encounter a more or less well-feigned resistance at a first triumph? And have I found elsewhere the charm of which I speak? Yet it is not that of love. For after all, if I have sometimes had, with some astounding woman, moments of weakness which resembled that pusillanimous passion, I have always known how to overcome them and return to my principles. Even if the scene of yesterday had carried me, as I believe it did, somewhat further than I counted on, even if for a moment I shared the trouble and intoxication which I caused, that passing illusion would be dissipated by now, and nevertheless the same charm subsists. I should even find, I confess, a sweet enough pleasure in abandoning myself to it, if it did not cause me some anxiety. Shall I be dominated at my age, like a schoolboy, by an unknown and involuntary sentiment? Nay, I must before all combat it and understand it. Perhaps, as far as that goes, I have already caught a glimpse of the cause. I am pleased with this idea, at any rate, and I would fain have it true. In the crowd of women with whom I have hitherto played the part and performed the functions of lover, I had never yet met one who had not at least as much desire to give herself as I had to persuade her to it. I was even in the habit of calling those women prudes, who did no more than meet me half-way. in contrast to so many others whose provocative defence did but imperfectly conceal the first advances they had made. Here, on the contrary, I met with a preconceived, unfavourable prejudice, which was subsequently strengthened by the advice and stories of a spiteful but clear-sighted woman. A natural and extreme timidity, fortified by an enlightened modesty, an attachment to virtue directed by religion, with already 2 years of victory to its account. Finally, a vigorous course of conduct inspired by these different motives, which all had for their aim escape from my pursuit. It is not, then, as in my other adventures, a mere capitulation, more or less advantageous, whereof it is easier to take advantage than to be proud. It is a complete victory, purchased at the cost of a hard campaign, and determined by cunning manoeuvres. 'Tis not surprising, then, that this success, due to myself alone, should seem all the more precious to me, and the excess of pleasure which I experienced when I triumphed, and which I feel still, is no more than the sweet impression of the sentiment of glory. I cherish this point of view, which saves me from the humiliation of thinking that I can be in any manner dependent upon the slave whom I have subjected, that I do not possess in myself alone the plenitude of my happiness, and that the power of giving me the whole energy of pleasure should be reserved to such or such a woman, excluding all the others. These deliberate reflections shall regulate my conduct on this important occasion, and you may rest assured that I will not let myself be enchained to such a degree that I cannot always play with these new bonds, and break them at my will. But I am talking to you already of my rupture, while you do not yet know the means by which I have acquired my rights. Read, then, and learn to what virtue is exposed when it seeks to succour folly. I studied so attentively my conversation and the replies I obtained, that I hope to be able to repeat them to you with a precision that will delight you. You will see from the copies of the 2 letters enclosed what mediator I chose to reconcile me with my fair, and what zeal the holy personage employed to reunite us. One thing more I must tell you, which I learned from a letter intercepted in the usual way. The fear and the petty humiliation of being quitted had somewhat disturbed the austere Puritan's prudence, and had filled her head with sentiments which were none the less interesting because they were not common sense. It was after these preliminaries necessary for you to know that yesterday, Thursday the 28th, the day settled and appointed by the ingrate, I presented myself before her in the quality of a timid and repentant slave, to leave her crowned with victory. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when I came to the fair recluse, for since her return her door has been shut to everyone. She attempted to rise when I was announced, but her trembling knees did not allow her to remain in this position. She immediately resumed her seat. She showed signs of impatience, because the servant who had introduced me had some task to perform in the apartment. We filled up the interval with the customary compliments. But in order to waste no time, when moments were so precious, I carefully examined the locality, and at once my eye fixed upon the scene of my victory. I could have wished for one more suitable, although there was an ottoman in that very room, but I noticed that facing it was a portrait of the husband, and I confess that with such a singular woman I was afraid lest one haphazard glance in that direction should destroy the result of all my labours. At last we were left alone, and I broached the question. After having explained in a few words that the Père Anselme must have informed her of the motives of my visit, I complained of the severe treatment I had been subject to, and dwelt particularly on the scorn which had been displayed me. She defended herself, as I expected, and as you would expect yourself, I founded my proofs on the distrust and fear which I had inspired, on the scandalous flight which had ensued, her refusal to answer my letters, even to receive them, etc., etc. As she was commencing a justification, which would have been very easy, I felt bound to interrupt her, and to obtain pardon for this brusque proceeding, I covered it at once with a flattery. If so many charms, I went on, have made so profound an impression on my heart, the effect of so many virtues has been no less upon my soul. Led away, no doubt, by my desire to approach them, I dared to deem myself worthy. I do not reproach you for having judged otherwise, but I am punished for my mistake. As she maintained an embarrassed silence, I continued. It was my wish, madame, either to justify myself in your eyes, or to obtain from you pardon for the wrongs you suppose me to have committed, so that I can at least end with a certain tranquillity days to which I attach no more value, since you have refused to embellish them. Here, however, she endeavoured to reply. My duty did not permit me, and the difficulty of completing the lie which duty required did not permit her to finish the phrase. I resumed, therefore, in a more tender tone. Is it true that it is from me you have fled? My departure was necessary, and that you drive me away from you. It must be so. And forever. I must. I have no need to tell you that during this short dialogue the voice of the gentle prude was oppressed, and that her eyes were not raised to mine. I judged it my duty to give this languid scene a touch of animation, thus rising with an air of vexation. Your firmness, I then said, restores to me all my own. Yes, madame, we shall be separated even more than you think. And you may congratulate yourself at your leisure over the success of your handiwork. Somewhat surprised at this tone of reproach, she sought to reply, "The resolution you have taken," said she. "It is but the result of my despair," I resumed with passion. "You wished me to be unhappy. I will prove that you have succeeded, even beyond your hopes." "I desire your happiness," she answered, and the sound of her voice began to announce a strong emotion. Casting myself therefore on my knees before her, and in that dramatic tone which you know is mine, "Ah, cruel one," I cried, "can any happiness exist for me in which you have no share? Where can I find it away from you? Oh, never, never." I confess that in abandoning myself to this extent, I had counted much on the support of tears, but either from ill disposition, or perhaps owing to the constant and painful attention I was giving to everything, it was impossible for me to weep. Luckily, I remembered that in order to subjugate a woman, all means are equally good, and that it would be sufficient to astound her by some great change of manner, in order to produce an impression at once favourable and profound. Thus, for the sensibility which proved lacking, I substituted terror, and for that merely changing the inflection of my voice, and keeping in the same posture. "Yes," I continued, "I make this vow at your feet, to possess you or die." As I uttered these last words, our eyes met. I know not what the timid creature saw, or thought she saw, in mine, but she rose with a terrified air, and escaped from the arm with which I had encircled her. It is true I did nothing to retain her, for I had often remarked that scenes of despair rendered in too lively a key became ridiculous, if they were unduly prolonged, or left one only such really tragic resources as I was very far from wishing to take. However, whilst she withdrew from me, I added in a low and ominous whisper, but loud enough for her to hear me, "Well then, death." I then rose, and after a moment's silence cast upon her, as if at random, wild glances, which were none the less clear-sighted and observant for their distracted air. Her ill-assured attitude, her heavy breathing, the contraction of all her muscles, the half-raised position of her trembling arms, all gave sufficient proof to me that the effect was such as I had wished to produce. But since in love nothing ever finishes except at close quarters, and we were still at some distance from one another, it became necessary before all things to draw together. It was in order to succeed in this that I passed as soon as possible to an appearance of tranquillity, capable of calming the effects of so violent a condition, without weakening its impression. This was my transition. I am very miserable. It was my wish to live for your happiness, and I have troubled it. I devote myself for your peace, and I trouble it too. Then, with a composed but constrained air, "Forgive me, madame, little accustomed as I am to the storms of passion. I know ill how to repress its movements. If I was wrong to abandon myself to them, at least remember 'tis for the last time. Oh, be calm, I conjure you. And during this long speech I insensibly drew nearer. If you would have me be calm, replied the frightened fair, pray be more tranquil yourself. Ah, well, yes, I promise you, said I. I added in a fainter voice, if the effort be great, at least it is not for long. But, I continued with a distraught air, I came, did I not, to return you your letters? For mercy's sake, deign to take them back. This sorrowful sacrifice remains for me to perform. Leave me naught which may tend to diminish my courage. And drawing the precious collection from my pocket, behold, said I, the deceitful receptacle of your assurances of friendship. It bound me to life. Take it back from me. Give me thus yourself the signal which must separate me from you for ever. Here my timorous mistress gave way entirely to her tender concern. But, Monsieur de Valmont, what is the matter with you, and what is it you would say? Is not the step which you took yesterday a voluntary one? Is it not the fruit of your own reflections? And are they not the same which led you yourself to approve the inevitable course which duty has made me adopt? Well, then, I answered, that course is responsible for my own. And what is that? The only one which, while it separates me from you, can put an end to my pain. But answer me, what is it? Here I clasped her in my arms, nor did she defend herself in any way, and judging from the forgetfulness of the proprieties how strong and potent was her emotion. Oh, adorable creature, said I, risking a little enthusiasm, you have no conception of the love which you inspire in me. You will never know to what an extent you are adored, and how much dearer this sentiment was to me than existence. May all your days be calm and fortunate. May they be adorned with all the happiness which you have ravished from me. Reward this sincere prayer by a regret, a tear at least. Believe that the last sacrifice which I shall make will not be the most grievous to my heart. Farewell. Whilst I spoke thus, I felt her heart throbbing violently. I observed the changed expression of her face. I saw above all that her tears were choking her, and yet were few and painful in their flow. It was not till then that I resolved to feign departure, when retaining me forcibly, "Nay, listen to me," she said quickly. "Leave me," I answered. "You shall listen to me. It is my wish." "I must flee from you. I must." "No," she cried. At this last word she flung herself, or rather fell swooning, into my arms. As I was still doubtful of so fortunate a success, I feigned the utmost alarm. But, alarmed as I was, I led her, or carried her, to the spot I had originally fixed upon as the field of my triumph. and in truth she did not return to herself until she was submissive and already abandoned to her happy conqueror. Thus far, my lovely friend, you will find, I believe, a purity of method which will give you pleasure, and you will see that I departed in nothing from the true principles of that war, which, as we have often remarked, so strongly resembles the real war. Judge me, then, as though I had been Frederic or Turenne. I was forced to combat an enemy who would do nothing but temporize. By scientific manoeuvres I obtained the choice of positions and of the field. I was able to inspire the enemy with confidence, in order the more easily to catch up with him in his retreat. I was able to add terror to this feeling before the fight was engaged. I left nothing to chance, except in my consideration of a great advantage in case of success, and the certainty of resources in case of defeat. In short, I did not engage until I had an assured retreat, by which I could cover and preserve all that I had previously conquered. That is, I believe, all that one can do. But I am afraid at present lest, like Hannibal, I may be enervated by the delights of Capua. Now for what has passed since. I fully expected that such a great event would not be accomplished without the customary tears and despair, and if I noticed at first somewhat more confusion and a sort of shrinking, I attributed both to the character of the prude. Thus, without concerning myself with these slight differences, which I thought purely local, I simply followed the high road of consolation, thoroughly persuaded that, as happens ordinarily, sensations would assist sentiment, and that a single action would do more than any speech, which last, however, I did not neglect. But I met with a really alarming resistance, less indeed from its excessive character than from the form under which it was displayed. Imagine a woman seated, of an immovable rigour and an unchanging face, having the air neither of thinking, hearing, nor understanding, whose fixed eyes give issue to a continuous stream of tears, which fall, however, without an effort. Such was Madame de Tourvel whilst I was speaking. But if I tried to recall her attention to me by a caress, by even the most innocent gesture, this apparent apathy was at once succeeded by terror, gasping for breath, convulsions, sobs, and at intervals cries, but with not an articulate word. These cries were resumed several times, and always more loudly. The last even was so violent that I was entirely discouraged by it, and feared for a moment that I had won a useless victory. I fell back upon the customary commonplaces, and amongst their number found this one: "And you are in despair because you have made my happiness." At this word the adorable woman turned towards me, and her face, although still rather wild, had nevertheless resumed already its celestial expression. "Your happiness," she said. "You can guess my answer. You are happy, then. I redoubled my protestations, and happy through me, I joined praises and tender speeches. Whilst I was speaking, all her limbs grew supple, she sank down languorously, leaning back in her armchair, and yielding to me a hand which I had ventured to take. "I feel," said she, that idea consoles and relieves me." You may judge that, thus shown the way, I no longer left it. It was really the right, and perhaps the only one. So that when I would fain attempt a second success, I met at first with a certain resistance, and what had passed before rendered me circumspect. But having summoned this same idea of my happiness to my aid, I soon perceived its favourable effects. "You are right," the tender creature said to me. "I can no longer support my existence, except in so far as it may serve to render you happy. I devote myself entirely to that. From this moment I give myself to you, and you shall meet on my side neither with refusals nor regrets." It was with this candour, naive or sublime, that she abandoned to me her person and her charms, and enhanced my happiness by participating in it. The intoxication was reciprocal and complete, and for the first time mine survived the pleasure. Oh, I only left her arms to fall at her knees and swear an eternal love to her, and to tell the whole truth, I believed what I said. And even after we had separated, the idea of her never left me, and I was obliged to make an effort in order to distract myself. Oh, why are you not here, at least to counterbalance the charm of the action by that of the reward? But I shall lose nothing by waiting, is that not so? And I hope I may consider as settled the happy arrangement which I proposed to you in my last letter. You see that I fulfil my word, and that, as I promised you, my affairs will be sufficiently advanced to enable me to give you a portion of my time. Hasten, then, to dismiss your heavy Belleroche, and leave the mawkish Danceny where he is, to occupy yourself only with me. But what are you doing so long in the country, that you do not even answer me? Do you know that I should like to scold you, but happiness tends to indulgence. And then I do not forget that in entering once more the ranks of your adorers, I submit anew to your little fantasies. Remember, however, that the new lover will lose no whit of the former rights of a friend. Adieu, as of old. Yes, adieu, my angel. I send thee all the kisses of love. P.S. Do you know that Prévan, after his months of prison, has been obliged to leave his regiment? It is the news of all Paris to-day. Truly, he is cruelly punished for a sin which he did not commit. And your success is complete. Paris, 29th October, 17...
End of section 25.